awal langsung terjadi sebuah korban. Pulang menuju lobby di peringkat ke-19. Hanya dengan 1 elimination saja. Di sisi lain semakin melambung tinggi. Peluang untuk INF bisa mendapatkan peringkat yang pertama.
Ya, karena dua tim yang ada di peringkat 1 dan peringkat 2 itu sudah tidak bermain lagi. Yakni si Mad Bulls dan juga The Xavier. Mereka hanya duduk diam saja. Jadi dari Influence Rage masih ada kesempatan untuk mendapatkan prize pool yang lebih besar lagi untuk di survival stage. Sementara mereka fight, ada juga pertemuan. Sebenarnya ini bukan pertemuan banget sih, lebih ke arah kayak kontak mata aja di area ban harusnya. Ada Nazar dan juga tadi IHC. Tapi melihat bagaimana dari Nigma, mereka melakukan rotasi dengan satu mobil bersama-sama. 2 mobil tepatnya, split 2-2 yang dilakukan. Sebelah kanan mereka ada satu rumah, itu harusnya milik Inco karena warnanya pink pucat. Tadi gua terakhir lihat itu adalah Inco, ya benar itu adalah Inco. Terpantau Inco, tapi Nigma malah nembakin Tam yang sedang berlarian di bagian high ground.
Let's go.
Untuk nembakin Inco, pemain-pemain dari Nigma harus maju sedikit. Itu ada lower ground dan depth, entah apa yang terjadi.
Hujan baru bangun,
nyasar ke tempat yang seharusnya tidak disambangi. Mudah pastinya untuk Inco melakukan
hujan guys, enak banget tidurnya guys, anjing.
Satu pemain membuka badannya dengan polos tadi
bangsa jam 6
yang berarti dari pemain Sam9, karena memang Sam9 didorong oleh Gateron yang mana ini juga cukup menguntungkan untuk Gateron karena mereka berada di area selatan sehingga mereka tidak perlu melihat ke belakang, mereka hanya perlu lihat ke depan, hanya lihat ke depan untuk terakhir kalinya biarkan tampil dengan keren.
Gue nggak tahu lirik lagu apa, GKT ya?
Ya.
Oi, nah agak telat sih ya, tapi ya udahlah. Dan tadi gue ngeliat ada Tam yang menjadi last man standing dari Sam9. Apakah ini efek samping mereka terlalu jumawa ngepost
tim bawah tuh semua iya nih.
Karena kita lihat, ya kan?
Senin sisa satu lagi nih. Senin lu dapat poin kan guys?
Ini semakin make sense sih Jel.
Ya kan? Kan kita lihat bagaimana netizen menghimbau, udah Sam9 fokus game aja, fokus PMGC aja, kontennya nanti dulu. Lihat apa yang terjadi, hanya Tam seorang diri. Tam seakan-akan kena kutukan kayak nih buktiin aja nih, coba bisa.
Suaranya aman nggak guys? Apa kebesaran? Suara caster kecil mendem.
Inilah dia.
Oh iya.
Buah dampak dari
naikin volume gede loh.
Dialami oleh siapapun saat bermain PUBG Mobile. Hati-hati, tembakan dilakukan kembali menuju Flex yang masih sendirian di belakang sana. Masih ada, ternyata sudah ditembak oleh Yudu. Selesai sudah Yudu. Pulang menuju
saya Zigo. Zigo ini jarang bohong sih.
Kemarin mereka menjadi salah satu tim dengan
volume HP lu nggak
di satu hari,
gede
tapi
loh.
Ternyata di hari ini berbeda keadaannya. Ya kemarin Judo Lions adalah tim dengan peringkat ketiga dengan poin paling tinggi dengan 51 total poin. Ya karena beda kecil. Grup ya, beda grup, beda lawan, beda rasa. Tapi sementara juga dari Nigma Galaxy sudah mulai bertemu dengan di Plaskia. Posisi di Plaskia sebenarnya terjepit. Di belakang kanan ada Nigma Galaxy, di belakang kiri ada Nigma Galaxy, di belakang kanan ada Hyper Esports, bahkan sudah mulai dibombardir juga dengan beberapa abilities. Nigma tidak mau maju secara urak-urakan. Mereka lebih memilih, oke kita set up dulu, kita set up smoke yang tebal, kita lontarkan granat demi granat. Sementara dari Fabian mulai pelan-pelan menjadi ulat keket, maju perlahan bersamaan juga dengan Forest. Rauf pun tak ingin ketinggalan. Utility kembali menjadi sebuah andalan, tembakan yang berhasil ternyata. Ledakan pun ada di area dari pertahanan DK di Plaskia. Dibuat rontok kali ini hanya menyisakan beberapa pemain aktif saja. Saat ini mencoba untuk membalaskan, tapi Fabian berhasil dapat satu. Rauf
bukannya segini kemarin ya?
Maju, terlalu offside tampaknya. Pemainnya satu ini, Fabian pun offside. Offside dibalas dengan offside.
Gini anjing.
Dan satu knockdown dibalas dengan satu knockdown. Satu utilities dibayar dengan satu utilities.
Bukannya segini.
Sementara waktu kita melihat dari Gateron sudah ada satu pemain yang take down. Gue gak tahu ada di bagian mana. Sepertinya Gateron melawan Duxan. Karena dari tadi bertukar-tukar nyawa mereka yang benar saja. Gateron bertemu dengan Duxan. Ada beberapa utilities di tangan Duxan. Tapi nampaknya dari Satarlos masih bisa melakukan backup. Dan satu pemain lapar dari bagian sniper tower pun akan memberikan beberapa follow up. Dan Duxan
kena kok, Duxan pulang kah?
Duxan rata, tapi ingat ini baru permulaan. Ya, ini adalah sebuah start.
Sebenarnya nggak mati-matiin Jing.
Masih akan banyak batu sandungan demi batu sandungan yang akan dihadapi oleh Gateron. Jadi tidak boleh berselebrasi terlebih dahulu. Jangan terlalu teriak terlebih dahulu. Masih di peringkat ke-7, masih
baru
jauh.
Saat
ini untuk bisa mengatakan aman. Gateron di klasemen sementara. Osal pun berlari.
Ya,
ledakan dari Yudu menuju ke arah Hyper. ini harusnya adalah area sebelah kiri bawah, tapi sudah mulai ada for you do di sini dari tim BF. Berarti mereka muter dari utara menuju ke kiri, Cijel.
Ya, karena kalau kita lihat memang posisi for you do yang terpisah sendirian aja. What a nice jump shot! Dia sendirian masuk dengan gagah berani, tampak dan pemberani dari for you do langsung mengeliminasi pemain terakhir dari Hyper Esports. Sementara kalau kita lihat itu split dari brute force masih cukup gila. Lu lihat tuh di bagian map yang abu-abu kan? Yang abu-abu itu brute force. Dan mereka cukup gila splitnya. Kita masih belum tahu positioning tim-tim lain atau player-player lain dari brute force itu ada di bagian mana. Tapi dari NB Sports
Ngapain
sudah
fokus
pantau
nih?
satu pemain
Aman
Fistboy
aja King
dengan low
BTR
health
nih.
parah masih bisa mendapatkan satu rumah.
Fokus Samnan gak mati-mati jing.
Persinggahan terakhirnya.
Mati
Dan di
lu
depan
jing.
dari Fistboy itu masih ada berlapis-lapis pemain dari Rook.
Jangan sampai on fire brute force di hari ini, karena sebenarnya brute force di hari pertama
Masih
saat
ngantuk
grup yellow
gua.
bermain berhadapan dengan grup
Gua
green,
pesen kopi.
mereka menjadi tim keempat dengan poin paling sedikit, yaitu 18 poin
dingin banget,
saja
Cok.
di satu hari.
Males
Kalau
banget
mereka
tadi.
naik berarti kan posisi mereka ada di bawah. Ini yang bisa menjadi pengejar kepada dua tim Indonesia yang sudah selesai bermain.
NF
For
sehat.
you menunjukkan permainan yang cukup agresif tadi. Repot pun masih ada di dekat dari Zenox, tapi dia mengambil area paling center dari circle-nya. Stage kelima akan segera menutup, akan segera kita lihat stage keenam. Dari Zenox, tapi dia mengambil area paling center dari circle-nya. Stage kelima akan segera menutup, akan segera kita lihat stage keenam. Kelima akan segera menutup, akan segera kita lihat stage keenam.
Teman-teman di Gateron Red Villains lain yang harus merapat menuju ke arah Satarles. Sementara
Baru
waktu
mau gua
masih ada
ganti ke
8
Inggris
tim
tuh
yang
ya.
tersisa terpantau tadi.
Jing lah.
IHC masih ada di bagian bibir zona. Malah brute force yang tadi terakhir kita lihat dan kita bahas mereka ada di luar. Sekarang mereka udah di tengah banget ya. Dan lagi-lagi split demi split yang kita pantau untuk bermain di Sunhawk ini sejauh mata memandang masih cukup efektif untuk beberapa tim saja. Dan Inco tidak banyak melakukan aksi-aksi tambahan. Mereka selalu stacking together as a team di satu rumah yang sama, tidak mau berpisah-pisah. Sementara dari Zenox masih memberikan perlawanan seorang diri menuju ke arah pemain-pemain IHC.
Tidak ingin ketinggalan nampaknya. Rahmi mencoba untuk keluar, tapi apa daya, sudah ditunggu oleh Lord, tidak ada kesempatan
BTR
untuk Rahmi
aman nih,
keluar.
udah sesuai target guys, 7 poin nih.
Di sana tembakan dilakukan oleh Lord, bisa
Samnan mati instant berapa tadi guys?
Ngerjakan tugasnya. IHC tumbang, tapi
98.
pun tumbang, satu di baris 1.
Masih dicari,
Sama Pablo,
masih
sama.
dipantau.
Di
DK
Discord.
pun ingin berusaha menjadi pelakor dari bagian kejauhan, tapi Ziol dengan satu granat
Lagi
connect
mid
menuju
ya?
ke arah Enigma Galaxy lainnya langsung di follow up dengan sebuah senjata M249 begitu mematikan. Nyebrang tidak melihat kiri kanan, tidak ada setup smoke. Itu adalah sebuah jalur untuk bunuh diri yang sangat cepat. IHC dominating dengan 5 tim, dengan 5 poin maksud saya, dan juga Enigma Galaxy hanya menyisakan satu pemain terakhir. Bahkan Blue Zone sudah mulai memaksakan keadaan. Enigma Galaxy harus bergerak sekarang. Tidak ada jalan lain karena dari Ziol pun akan melemparkan satu
Better
net dan
chicken ini harusnya ya.
atau
Asap bisa dapat
selesai,
orang gitu.
masih ada Kups di belakang dari Ziol.
Kups hanya dengan memanfaatkan sebuah first aid demi first aid, apalagi zonanya semakin jauh dari posisi
Harusnya
Kups,
BTR ini.
dia harus melewati IHC. Setelah
Invest
melewati
masuk, kan?
IHC, jangan terlalu berbangga diri karena masih ada BF. Bahkan IHC juga terus melakukan tembakan ke area belakang. Sudah mulai diprediksi di manakah posisi dari Kups akan muncul. Dan IHC juga harus memikirkan melawan Nasser. Ada satu first aid yang sudah ditinggalkan. Oh, itu first aid ditinggalkan buat Kups biar bisa healing. Oh enggak ya, enggak mungkin ya, enggak mungkin ya.
Enggak dong, tidak begitu dong, terlalu jauh
Udah
dong.
sesuai target guys. Sunhawk
Tapi
7 poin
lagi
mah
pada
udah
perang
bagus
juga
banget.
di sini juga ikut-ikutan perang dari Inco. Masih bermain dengan defensif saja, tapi what happened?
Ini
Nasser tiba-tiba muncul.
Chicken ada
Menculik
stack
satu
2
pemain
dah.
dari IHC.
BTR.
Dan IHC pun hanya dengan 3 pemain sudah mendapatkan 9 poin eliminations. Gateron baru dapetin 7 poin doang, terlalu sedikit poin elimination.
Nah, BF-nya kocak-kocir di
Tidak
posisi
seperti
Inco
IHC
nih.
sudah mendapatkan
Inco
9
kenapa
poin.
bagus sih hari ini guys?
IHC di sini. Gateron
Pakai
tidak
buat,
dapat. Gateron biasa saja.
Masih harus terus nambah pemain dari Gateron untuk bisa mendapatkan kata save. Lapar baru dapat knockdown, belum elimination. Pastinya masih harus ditambah lagi Lapar. Satarles juga mendapatkan demo doang. Satu pemain yang didapatkan oleh Satarles masih harus dapat lagi. Dan Genfo saat ini ingin mendapatkan seorang Alex. Mampukah dia untuk melemparkan sebuah utility? Dan Alex mendapatkan baru 9, belum 10 elimination untuk Gateron. Belum aman Gateron.
Belum 2 digit, masih terlalu sedikit. Tapi kita lihat bagaimana dari Prepot ada di bagian belakang. Teman-teman dari Gateron Red Villains tidak sadar sepertinya. Tapi mungkin ada indikasi bahwa ada asap, ada manusia. Mana Prepot, sekitarannya sudah ada asap. Dan Inco pelan-pelan bergerak dengan 4 pemainnya. Dari segi manpower,
Guys, hai
Inco
sayang.
menang. Winner chicken dinner forecast dipegang lebih banyak persentasenya oleh Inco Gaming.
Happy
That's why kita lihat
long
bagaimana
weekend.
dari masing-masing pemain
Keluar,
tidak
kan?
mau terlalu gegabah, tapi Prepot yang maju lebih dulu untuk bisa mendapatkan satu pemain satu.
Satarnas keculik
Inilah kenapa
tuh.
kita katakan tadi belum safe untuk di Gateron, karena masih ada hal-hal semacam ini, hal-hal magis yang bisa terjadi. Sebuah miracle yang akan membuat Gateron
Miracle.
bisa dipulangkan.
Nggak
Tapi
perlu
apa?
ngomongin miracle,
Memberikan
sankuy.
miracle untuk timnya.
Jinggo ya.
Bahkan akan dilakukan kembali oleh NXZT, mencari di mana Lapar berada, maju dia tanpa scope. Terus-terusan menuju ke batu yang sama, padahal Lapar sudah sedikit bergeser.
Genfos dapat guys, sumpah guys. Genfos dapat guys. Slow aja Gen. Ada bom nggak Gen? Oh cuma satu tapi. Cuma satu tapi nggak jadi guys.
Tapi apa daya.
Oh nggak ada spam bom dia pasti. NTT. Udah bagus lah.
Dari Inco yang tersisa, dan Inco membuka hari dengan sebuah winner chicken dinner.
Udah bagus lah.
Inco datang dari Brazil.
Bet udah gue buka ya, nggak ada yang pasangnya NF nih.
Pastinya. Sunhawk pertama tadi yang cukup panas akan langsung dikulik saja.
Ini nyesel gua buka bednya. Gitu.
Yang gua kulik tadi
Ya, spam merah dulu, guys.
Miracle-nya sih. Bukan Miracle, Sanskoy. Miracle. Oke, Miracle.
Spam dulu.
Jadi, congratulations
Emot
untuk
merah,
Inco
emot
Gaming.
BTR.
Tapi
Friday outfit.
sungguh
Baru lihat, aku
nice
baru
try
bangun.
untuk tim Gateron Red Villains karena berhasil mendapatkan kalau nggak salah 3 ya berarti ya tadi. Posisinya, posisi yang ketiga.
Hashtag 2.
Ya? Oh, oke. Kalau begitu, nah, apa yang berbeda yang bisa kalian berdua lihat untuk permainan dari tim Gateron Red Villains untuk
Sabro,
misalnya dari gua terlebih
Yo,
dahulu,
what up?
kayaknya mereka memang terlihat bermain
dari tadi lu.
tegas
Udah
lagi,
anjing.
gitu.
Gue WA lu
Dan
pasti
juga
nggak baca anjing.
kayak movement yang mereka lakukan
PAKE.
itu terlihat
Oh iya.
cukup meyakinkan.
Gue ada
Kalau dari
Discord, gue
Yogi,
bilang.
Yogi,
Gua
Kenapa
gua
nggak
bisa
panggil?
counter itu ya, karena gue cukup setuju dengan
Malas gue mendapat jawaban yang sama. Terus kenapa gitu nanti kata lu?
Dalam artian
Tunggu,
melihat
Michelin V
kanan
ini
kiri,
bukannya
lambat masuk dan lain-lain. Ini
ceweknya
adalah
Liquid ya?
Bukti bahwasanya mereka
Ya.
sangat komit dengan pergerakan mereka dalam
Guys,
artian
jangan lupa
tidak
vote
buruk memang
Michel
untuk
ya.
aware, tapi kadang-kala
Soalnya-
komit
PMCC,
sama
apa?
yang lebih dalam.
PMCA,
Tapi
Kampus
mereka
Ambassador.
terlebih dahulu dengan
Kampus
sangat baik.
Ambassador guys, soalnya kita cuma kenal dia guys. Jadi
Hal
vote
yang
dia aja
cukup baik
guys ya.
untuk Gateron Red Villains di
Bantu
kali
Liquid,
ini.
Cok.
Kemudian
Kasian
Kasian
sebenarnya
dari
komentar gue adalah bagaimana
Udah nggak di
mereka
Gateron,
rapat
guys.
di circle yang ke-6 itu dengan
bantulah
sangat baik.
Dewi.
Genfos bahkan walaupun
Devi,
memang
makasih,
menjadi
Devi.
seorang splitter,
Makasih.
bagi
Hari
dia
terakhir.
masih bisa
Panggilnya siapa ya?
Di
Celin ya?
Gateron.
Celin ya?
Kemudian trigger bisa jadi
6 match lagi nih, memastikan untuk bisa berlaga
Besok
di
bisa
LCQ.
vote. Oh iya,
Kita
besok
juga
guys,
pantau
besok vote,
hasil
jangan
tim-tim
lupa.
lain
Sebelumnya
untuk
Celin.
PJP dan Alter Ego. Jadi buat teman-teman langsung tap link merapat karena udah pada rame.
Gimana kan Liquid juga temen kita, guys. Bantulah, guys.
Let's go.
Penelitian dari IHC yang lebih baik.
Ya kalau Pak Bul panggil
Jadi
Celin.
akhirnya
Iya, kalau
Genfos
panggil saya
tertangkap.
ntar Liquid
Namun
marah.
sebenarnya menurut gua,
Gimana dong?
gua nggak banyak komen buruk dalam permainan Bigetron.
Celin, Cok.
Hasilnya cukup maksimal juga, apalagi masuk dari ban itu nggak
Ya kan?
gampang. Tapi sebelum melanjutkan
Quit,
pembahasan
quit,
tentang
quit.
Bigetron,
Nggak, gua bercanda
nanti
doang,
Agus ingin
quit.
menambahkan, gua
Yeah.
lebih ke arah
Ada Jesse juga.
skenario dari pergerakan survival stage ini. Ketika gue mengkhawatirkan tim-tim yang
Anjing memang
mentalnya
Inko ini
masih
ditolong
bisa
sama
dijaga
Tuhan doang
seperti
guys, sama
Anang,
PUBG doang dia nih dapat
Nasr,
zona
dan
terus
beberapa
aja
tim
gitu-gitu
yang
aja
dekat
terus.
dengan hashtag 16. Dengan kemenangan Inko ini mengingatkan kita kepada
Para
Elise
Pablo ngapain
kemarin.
Jesse?
Mereka akan cukup
Ya
naik
kan
poinnya
Jesse-nya nggak
bertambah
ada, yang ada
27
Celin
poin,
cowok.
bahkan
Jadi kita dukungin
harusnya
Celin lah.
sudah di atas poin dari Alter Ego.
Liquid gak
Berarti
vote
makin
BTR
banyak
belum, makanya
pengejaran
vote cewek, males
untuk
vote
Alter
ceweknya.
Ego, dan di sisi yang sama
Nggak boleh gitu
bertiga
lah.
EVOS pun berarti makin banyak
Itu tuh
contender
Liquid tuh emang
yang
sengaja.
siap mengejar mereka. Ini yang menurut gua
Kalian juga harus ngerti lah perasaan Liquid
diwaspadai,
guys.
harus kembali diperhatikan terus untuk poin-poinnya. Walaupun ya kita tahu AE dan PJV udah nggak bisa melakukan apa-apa, tapi maksud gua adalah yang kayak gini nih yang membuat survival stage jadi sangat menegangkan, Dona Fiska.
Anak Ko
Iya,
Pablo mirip
walaupun
banget sama
sebenarnya
Poin
Ko.
dirasa.
kita lihat,
Poin
yang
apa?
diambil tuh kan sebenarnya banyak ya, 16 gitu. Yang
Pasan
yang
udah
tereliminasi cuma
berapa
8.
berapa
Tapi
event
kalau
dah
skenario
survival
seperti
SAQ pada
seperti
masih
ini
nanya poin
bener-bener
direset
besar
apa
juga
enggak,
ya.
sumpah.
Kalau misalnya
Ini.
Kalau baru nonton
Gimana?
gua
Sorry,
gua
potong dikit,
memaklumin.
Don, ya. Ini yang gua khawatirkan dari hari pertama, Don. Bagian
AE
tengahnya
lagi
ini
banyak
akan
berdoa
sangat
ya.
kompetitif.
Kalau gua
Menyambut
menurut
perkataan
perkiraan gua
Agus
sih
akan beda 2-3
Alter
poin
Ego
itu
sekarang lagi beberes
mungkin
koper ya
banget.
guys
Makanya
ya.
di postingan gua
Badru
di
lagi buka
Survival
Just Tip,
Stage,
Cok.
angka
Iya.
60
Kabar-kabar ya?
Itu
aman.
fanatik udah buka
65
just tip.
bahkan belum aman.
Coba lihat dulu nih.
70 lah
Anjing
menurut
Inko
gua
lolos,
yang
Cok.
benar-benar menunjukkan keamanan poin ketika
Inko
memasuki
model
fase
last
tiga,
day, boy.
bagaimana
Belum.
dari
Dia ditolong Tuhan
permainan
terus,
Inko, ternyata
Inko.
belum sampai ya ke AE tapi udah deket banget. Bahkan udah di hashtag 16 kali ini.
BF-nya naik kan anjing
Iya,
emang
naiknya
3
cukup
besar
jauh
lagi
ya.
deh.
Dan AE dan
Lu
juga
double stream
dari
ya?
EVOS Sama-sama turun.
Double
Tapi
stream.
kalau misalnya junior bagaimana tadi sih? Kalau kata
AE
Eldoge
nice try
masih
sih.
belum
Gua nggak lihat
aman,
AE nggak
kata
bisa
Sasku
sih
juga
ini.
masih belum
Berat,
aman.
berat.
BK,
Bagaimana
Faze,
kata Lubus?
Inko masih main, abis ini udah turun bye-bye AE.
Ah.
Batas terendah yang aman.
Bye sih.
Basic simple
Kecuali bener-bener bau banget ya, Bro ya.
12 match, oke.
Susah sih nggak
Susah,
bisa sih, AE
tapi-
pasti.
Gue hitung itu
AE
satu
pasti
match
down sih.
itu at least
Kalau
5
PJP
poin.
nih
Why 5
Soso,
poin?
Lagi ini,
Soso,
guys.
Biasanya
Soso.
lo bisa dapetin 5
nggak
poin
lagi
dari
ngumpul di
dari
satu
hal
ruangan
seperti
lagi
ini.
nonton bareng.
Lo ketemu
Oh,
Loli, biasanya
waiting list nunggu ya.
orang,
Iya,
berarti
kalau
4 poin,
PJP masih
sama
menunggu
at least lo dapetin
match
placement
3 lah
1.
guys,
So
PJP
total
guys.
rata-rata
Kalau
5 itu adalah
AE
hal
udah
yang,
lagi beresin koper, beresin barang.
bisa rata-rata orang ataupun tim itu lakukan di PMGC. So 60 poin adalah hal yang
Ya,
mutlak
AE.
umum, itu angka yang lolos
Udah dibuka,
paling bawah.
bednya udah dibuka.
Namun kalau mau batasnya itu buat gue ada di angka
Lu ikut
62.
pengkhianat.
Kenapa enggak 61, kenapa enggak 60 tadi gue bilang. Lo pasti akan ada yang namanya tiebreaker nanti hitung-hitungannya, begitu pun 61 hitungan gue pun juga masih ada tiebreaker di situ. So 62 lah, nggak itu hal yang
Ada siap-siap bandara. Udah, ini lagi di ini ya, lagi di pecinan ya, lagi just tip cowok, lagi beli barang-barang ya.
itu hal yang pertama.
Tadi gua denger-denger
kemudian
itu.
ngomongin lagi
Apa ya?
untuk Gateron, Red
Badru udah
Wings
bilang
yang
Kopap
tadi
tolong
lo
beliin tiket gitu, udah WA nih.
Dona nih boleh jadi analis.
Tolong
ya.
beliin tiket pulang,
Oke
Kopap.
lah gitu, misalnya nanti kita tukeran
Nge-lag lah TikToknya.
Iya.
Anjir.
Red
Kalau
Wings.
PJP lagi nobar sekalian
oke
lipat
lah
baju
gitu.
Mas. Ha, bisa masuk akal.
Yang paling gua
Masuk
sorot
akal.
adalah
Kalau PJP Sinyo baru
rotasi
baru
di
chat
side
doang,
hop.
kok Pablo.
Harus ada berubah.
Tadi baru gua balas guys.
Berubahnya dari mana?
Apa kenapa
Gua
Nyo?
paling nggak
Belum balas
suka
lagi
yang
dia.
namanya rotasi
Belum
itu
balas lagi
dengan
dia.
vehicle. Oke, itu bakal menjadi notice, itu bakal menjadi gampang banget untuk coba
lagi
ditembaki.
dikit.
Abi mana kan Abi udah ngomong ke Kapten Kap, Sawadikap. Abi ke Thailand, Cok.
Siapapun itu,
Iya,
ini buat gua harus dipertahankan.
Thailand ya, ada urusan ya.
Dan begitupun untuk
Di
survivors,
kontrak Vampire dia, guys.
Chance besok
Eh,
juga harus
bocor
diperhatikan
lagi kan,
cara
aduh.
bergerak rotasi mereka di Sunhawk nanti. Karena ini bakal menjadi poin.
Sama gua belum BT nomor 1 lihat nanti.
15 poin.
Gua tadi
Oke.
sih ada yang
ini
bilang
dia
kalau
part
BT
dua
runner
ya.
up, hashtag 2 aja nih. Gua nih mau ditransfer 3 juta.
Gen, masuk dulu Gen.
Nervous, woi, tos dulu dong. Nah,
Runner up di match tadi apa di total peringkat ya
pokoknya
guys?
kalau vibes-nya bagus, gua rasa gameplay juga bisa
Siapa?
dibawa bagus gitu sih.
Gak tahu tadi namanya gua lupa lagi, aduh orangnya hilang juga lagi.
Hah?
Nice try lah 3 juta gua.
Nggak, belum DP.
Belum.
Ah, udah, ente.
Nice try guys. Siapa tadi guys namanya guys? Lupa gua. Weh, vibes-nya asik nih. Lepas udah pasti lolos.
Itu adalah
Bilang
tarik
aja,
buka
Pak.
untuk di match kedua.
500 sama
Apa sih
kandang,
namanya
silahkan yang mau 500 sama
Eh,
kandang yuk.
AE 2 kali
500 sama kandang,
PMSL,
yang mau, yang mau,
PMWI 2
silakan.
kali itu apa kabar anjing? Lebih
500
memalukan
ya, kita buka
bangsat.
dengan 500 kalau ada yang lebih dari 500.
Tolong dong,
boleh
Nang.
sama
Oh
kandang,
iya,
yuk,
lupa.
yang sama
Hebat
kandang.
lo.
TikTok ya.
Udah kali
Nanti
ya.
hilang lagi
cukup
gua
ya.
lagi nonton
Oh, iya.
Hello.
Kita ngomongin ini dulu.
Ini gak live, ini
Berani botakin
jaringannya
rambut
jelek.
kalian nggak kalau tim favorit kalian lolos final?
Kemarin kan RTO deh.
Pastilah ini yang ngomong pastilah. Beneran gak nih?
Suaranya
Jadi yang
delay.
pastilah bagus juga nih ini.
Enggak, lu yang
Kota
telat tuh.
Pasal Indonesia nih di
Gua pas.
Iya, udah gua refresh, udah.
tanggal 8 sampai tanggal 10 Desember karena kan finalnya tanggal segitu. Nanti
Boleh.
kita tunggu apakah beneran di tanggal segitu banyak orang yang ngeposting
Oke sih.
kotak gara-gara tim favoritnya lolos ke grand final
Iya,
atau
telat.
enggak.
Gak apa-apa, aku juga telat tadi kok.
Orang nggak
Boleh,
berhenti-berhenti
seru juga
jumawa.
tuh. Jadinya hemat listrik kan karena
Nah,
pantulan-pantulan cahaya juga nanti.
Harus jumawa ini guys, udah pasti lolos di Gateron.
Baskom, welcome to Bocil Nang.
Berani akan membotaki rambutnya atau tidak? Karena sekarang kita bakal masuk match ke
Udah nggak makan malam?
Power Ranger
Apa makan
pertama
buah?
pada hari ini.
Resolusi naikin. Resolusi live gua lu naikin. Udah tinggi
Tadi
nih.
kalau kita lihat pembahasan dari para analis-analis kita dan
Wabi Lab,
lain-lain,
spamnya
kita
terus,
terdistraksi
spamnya
dengan
terus.
postingan junior yang tiba-tiba dia udah ngomong congrats.
Lolos
Ini
gap-nya berat,
sosial
tapi
medianya.
chance-nya besar kok di Gateron lolos
Ciri-ciri
gap.
ini. Ciri-ciri.
Lagi di kelas
Besar,
banget.
besar lolos.
Kasih udah mampu.
Bahaya ini.
Betnya
Ciri-ciri
BTRINF.
OTW dirujak netizen ini yang begini-gini nih. Tapi
Cuma kita jangan jumawa lah kalau grand
Kita
final.
langsung saja menuju ke
Ya.
match yang kedua. Ini dia Irangel dari studio.
Gua
Kami
tutup ya
mengucapkan
betnya
selamat
guys ya.
Let's go. Ini adalah Irangel pertama untuk pertemuan antara dua
Absen,
grup
halo,
yang
men.
berbeda lagi setelah kemarin
Gua
grup
tutup
green
betnya
bertemu
ya.
dengan grup yellow. Grup green sudah tidak akan
Nanti buka
bermain
4, nanti
lagi
buka
dan
4.
saat ini yang bakal
Habis match
berakhir
ini.
Irangel adalah grup yellow.
Like dulu
dengan
gak sih guys?
grup red sambil nungguin garis pesawatnya kelihatan dan para pemain turun.
Semnen
Kita mau
mati lah kok ya,
mengingatkan
semnen
kembali
ya.
kepada teman-teman semua, ada lagu baru di
Bener, oh iya, tutup
Spotify
dulu,
atau di platform-platform
Bet, naik lagi
lainnya.
betnya.
Itu era Indonesia Juara. Ini adalah lagu Anthem, official
Fazil
anthem
lawan
dari
HC
PMGC
Gopol. Emang
2023.
iya?
Era Indonesia Juara
Udah sampai
judulnya.
gopol.
Yang nyanyi itu The Shouters. Jadi kalian bisa langsung setel aja, kalian dengarkan juga. Kalau bisa di save lagunya
Di
supaya nanti
Itu like apa
kalian
survei
lagi
capres mas?
nyetir
Iya
mobil,
like-nya
lagi
tambah
dengerin
cowok.
lagu itu, lagi
Astagfirullahaladzim.
dengerin lagu itu supaya nanti semangat
Nggak
juga
tahu
tim-tim Indonesia.
Udah jelek dong, makasih.
Ya, kalian juga bisa mengikuti Open First Challenge, namanya itu kan, bener kan ya?
Ya.
Pokoknya disediakan sebuah nada, kalian nge-rap pakai nada tersebut, diganti liriknya terserah. Pokoknya nanti
Kita bikin apa guys
akan
tuh guys?
ada hadiah
Rapnya guys.
smartphone dan juga akan ada hadiah jaket eksklusif
Jaketnya
PMGC
sih gua
dari
mau.
PUBG Mobile Indonesia.
Ya, langsung dicek aja ya TikTok dari PUBGMobile.esports.id.
Kamera gua emang kebesaran, guys. Perasaan segini kemarin nggak ada gua ganti-ganti. Gua kecil lagi deh.
Info abis chicken apakah?
Di depan sana dari
Iya.
seorang Alex menuju ke arah Vitali. Alex
Kalah
ini
lawan
apa?
PSS.
Ya ampun, pakai
Gua
pistol.
melihat dari IHC sekarang.
Resolusi naikin.
Apa sih
Udah
namanya?
gede
Game
XZ.
changer-nya itu di seorang
Astagfirullah.
Alex, karena
Al-Ajib.
cenderungannya berani dan kalkulasinya juga
Udah
bisa
asli
di
tuh,
atas
tuh.
70% tepat untuk melakukan
Resolusi like
fight.
gua lu
Iko
naikin.
kali ini sudah kehilangan satu pemain Vitali, mereka mau tidak mau
Udah, emang burik guys. Ini kenapa Deki di TO?
Dari segi
Ya
elemen
ampun,
tadi saya
kepencet nih
melihat
pasti.
pemain BF tiba-tiba hilang
Siapa yang
karena dia
nge-TO tuh?
tergelincir, ada sebuah fall damage yang harus dia terima, knockdown dan ditabrak oleh tim N-Hyper tadi.
Pasta gua ada minus ya, emang gua burik anjing.
Awal match yang kedua, pertemuan
Burik-burik ngangenin cok gua.
melibatkan
Coba
4
tanya
tim yang
Nida.
berbeda di dua
Better
saat ini.
ngejar
N terlebih dahulu
$10.000.
masih
Oh
sempat ternyata
gitu.
demo untuk mendapatkan satu pemain
Lumayan ya.
menarik. Pemain dari Inco yang hanya menyisakan 2 pemain terakhir. Kita tahu bersama Inco adalah tim yang lolos ke Grand Final 2022 PMGC Jakarta saat mereka menggunakan shotgun di sebuah museum. Itu momen mereka akhirnya lolos ke Grand Final di Last Chance. Dan saat ini mereka juga harus turun
Apa dari
ke
kemarin nggak
Survivor
bisa
stage.
ngebet?
Mereka sedang berjuang untuk ke Last Chance. Hal seperti
Lu
ini
ngebetnya
pernah
di-
dialami oleh Inco sehingga
di
Inco sudah
luar
memiliki pengalaman dan mereka
batas
sudah
poin
tahu
lu
gimana
kali.
ngakalin sistemnya.
Bednya udah gue
Survival
tutup
stage dan juga
barusan,
last chance.
Raditya.
Ngakalin sistem.
Mas besok lanjut last chat. Lanjut lagi lah.
Aja dulu udah.
Masa nggak lanjut, kita
Udah
kawal
bawa,
di
itu
Gateron
sistemnya yang harus
dan
ditahu.
amin-aminnya PJBHL lolos final.
Boleh.
Kalau nggak di Gateron aja udah.
Sebuah sistem baru. Lagi. Baik. Kita bakal lanjut lagi juga melihat dari Inco yang sudah mulai lari terbirit-birit juga ke belakang.
Jangan telat ya. Gue nggak telat
Kita di
besok.
peringkat
tenang.
16 dan
Besok nggak malam mingguan
posisi
soalnya.
poinnya ini sama
Beda aja
ya,
yang malam
sama
mingguan.
Iceland. Beda 1 sama Deka. Dan tadi terakhir kita
Kamu
lihat
lagi
Alter
kuliah sambil
Iguares.
nonton aku, is.
Dia ada di
Asli.
peringkat 13. Berarti semakin merosot posisinya. Terakhir 11
Cara
ya?
dapat poin.
Berarti turun 2
Membership aja, cowok.
Ya, berarti turun
Ya,
2 peringkat dalam satu game.
Kan juga nggak bisa mas poin 153
Ya,
tadi.
gamenya ada
Telat
6,
kali,
coba
telat kali.
bayangin.
Coba abis ini ya.
Game udah 3
Ingetin
peringkat
gua
aja
ya,
turunnya.
Raditya ya.
Itu imbas dari
Coba abis ini ngebet ya. Nanti gue
rate-nya
buka.
mulai dapat poin. Itulah kenapa di awal sebenarnya saya lebih suka kalau yang dapat poin
Besok aduh
adalah
aman.
tim yellow terus-terusan.
Sekolah
Karena kalau tim
ngerokok,
yellow terus-terusan yang dapat
astagfirullah,
poin, apalagi
Bayu,
yellow yang sudah ada
Bayu.
di atas,
Awas kau yang
yang
minta
bawah juga
diterokok
goyang.
mak.
Jadi
sama orang
kita
tua
doakan
kok ya.
kalaupun kan setiap match harus ada yang
Hujan nggak ada
winning
yang
ya.
masuk
Setiap match
mahasiswanya.
harus
Iya
ada yang
hujan
late
deras
game
banget
ya.
tadi.
Sehingga setiap match harus ada
Mau
tim yang
hati-hati aja
dapat
pulang ya,
placement
jangan
point.
kehujanan ya.
Yang bisa kita doakan adalah yang dapat placement point adalah tim di peringkat 1 sampai peringkat 5 udah.
Besok langsung last
5 ini
chance.
aja terus yang dapat
Iya,
placement point. Jadi
Sabtu
yang
Minggu
atas
last
makin
chance
tinggi
guys.
poinnya,
Sabtu
yang
Minggu last
bawah
chance.
nggak gerak.
Matchnya
Itu yang
6.
bisa kita harapkan sebenarnya, tapi kan
6
sulit untuk bisa berharap kepada
match per
orang lain
hari.
gitu.
Jadi 2 hari. Sabtu Minggu itu
jangan ngarep sama
16 tim nanti diambil 5 guys
mereka. Tapi
gitu.
tadi ada
Yang
pertandingan
untuk ke final,
cewek-cewek kan INF,
the
kan?
real final.
INF dengan posisi mereka sekarang kali ini masih
Mati
di
dong.
pojok, masih cukup
Mati lu
aman dan
Teki.
nyaman, tapi untuk tim Koeso tidak aman.
Teki mati.
Tidak bisa kemana-mana karena tadi ditembak dari segala sisi, dia terpojokkan saja.
NHP udah 2
Karena tadi
poin.
Hyper Esports ini tim yang kemarin mereka itu mainnya buruk sekali gitu.
Besok
Tapi
izin Mas mau
hari
check
ini
in.
ada
Ya
kemungkinan mereka
ampun.
bisa tiba-tiba naik juga. Kayak tadi juga Duksan mereka sempat perang ya, walaupun akhirnya diratain sama BTR. Tim Koeso juga. Emang kalau dari tim Koeso sama Duksan
Siap.
belum terlalu naik. Tapi Hyper yang memulai hari dengan 2 poin
Besok main
di
ya?
awal. Kita masih belum tahu lagi apa yang bakal terjadi untuk di berikut-berikutnya. Tapi kalau misalkan kita ngomongin dari segi
Pasien reset di
klasemen,
poin di reset.
Iguanas
Reset
sekarang
reset
di
reset.
13.
Guys, gue juga lagi musuh baton nanti ya.
Ada Inco nggak sih?
Lu nggak mau nambahin jam gua, guys?
Bukan INF. Apa INF ya?
Brazil pokoknya.
Mudah-mudahan yang di bawah tuh.
Info ya,
Jangan doain jelek
info
dah.
kan?
Kita doain
Maksud gua mah info.
BTR aja dari sini dah.
Info tadi ya.
Dapat hasil yang terbaik dah.
Enggak, itu
Makanya
cuma
gua kayak-
ngetes lu.
Biasanya kalau doa jelek itu berbalik.
Sama-sama sama-sama Brazil gitu kan. Maksudnya.
Kita fokus doain
Sama-sama
tim
IM,
Indo
yang
nih.
satu F, yang satu ko, gitu.
Oke.
Udah, gitu doang kok.
Bukan Nasr tadi yang dapetin WWCD karena Nasr juga saat ini
Gua tadi
hanya
tuh
diam saja ini dia
bangunnya berapa ya? Terus hujan kan guys. Tidur lah gue
yang juga
dingin banget cok.
sudah mendapatkan sebuah PP Bison tadi belum kita ketahui
Iya dingin banget cok.
di pasang skop berapa dan memiliki skop apa saja. INF inilah yang menjadi momok berbahaya untuk berbagai
Enaknya
tim.
makan apa?
Tapi kalau tadi sempat kita bahas
Mie dong.
tim atas biarin mereka dapat WWCD,
Rebus
biarin
dong.
mereka dapat poin
Pakai nasi.
terbesar sampai late game. Nah, tim yang atas
Tadi malam
kayak
ada yang
Info, ini
hilang.
harusnya
Aduh sorry
atau
Bang
maksudnya
Clay.
kayak INF ini harusnya
Hujan Bang Clay. Tuh, ngelek kan? Gue bencinya.
tim atas biarin
TikToknya
mereka
naik lagi Nang.
mainnya udah gak seniat hari pertama.
Pakai ganti
Geser yuk.
ada prize
Bete ah.
lagi.
Aduh.
Main sini geser.
Buat dah jadi orang dah. Duit mulu dikejar.
Gue dari tadi sih.
Gak dibawa mati
Ke
duit
YouTube apa
mah.
ke Inggris?
Slot
Inggris
dibawa
ya.
mati, slot grand final.
Kalau mau lebih mulus
Jangan
Twitch
biarin
anjing.
dikejar.
Ya tapi kan maksudnya motivasi
Coba deh,
lain
diam
gitu
dulu.
loh.
Ini nanti
Motivasi
detik berapa?
lain.
Oke.
Sekarang
Lu baca?
buat apa coba mereka? Kalau gitu,
28
ya
Sama
udah,
gua sama lu.
27
pulang aja
Apa?
ke hotel.
Sama-sama.
sama masih Indo kan? Gua Indo
Masih.
juga.
Ya nggak bisa gitu lah, mereka bakal tetap main gitu dan pasti motivasi lain selain mereka.
Gua malesnya
lolos ke
last
dance,
circle-nya,
dimana
bro,
kan ada
anjing,
beberapa
nggak jadi
pendapat bilang,
klipnya.
Ya udah yang penting top 16 aja sih. Ayo udah sih yang
Ya,
penting
lihat,
lolos
ntar
ke
deh
last
nih.
chance
Ya udah,
aja.
yuk.
Tapi kan
Kenapa sih
pasti ada
TikToknya nih?
motivasi-motivasi
Ntar kalau ganti
lain
circle
gitu
nge-lag,
loh,
geser dah.
yang buat jadi semangat tambahan juga. Karena survival stage juga bawa pulang prize pool. Jadi
Cuman
mungkin
ada
teman-teman
Pablo
yang nggak tahu,
udah balik.
survival stage
Kan gue
itu
udah
ada
bilang hari ini
prize
Pablo udah
juga.
lagi di
PMGC ini
rumah.
bertabur hadiah guys.
Ntar ada
Udah
WCD lah.
mantap
Hashtag
nih.
2 tadi.
Banyak sekali uang-uang yang bisa didapatkan.
Pablo udah sehat gak tahu deh.
Sebagai tim yang sedang
Udah.
berjuang di sini tapi utamanya
GF langsung final 3 hari tablo tanpa liga. Kan udah liga. Kalau kemarin kita nonton udah liga. Ini udah liga.
Kalau
Udah
kalian tahu
survival
tempat
stage udah LCQ
pelaksanaannya
udah
itu
liga
adalah
nih.
sebuah
Grand final liga lagi
gor
gimana
yang begitu
konsepnya?
besar sekali milik
Oh Pablo gak usah ditanyain. Oh Dedi Eval udah sembuh belum? Ponakan gue udah sembuh belum?
yang bisa bermain di sana
Udah
menjadi
juga,
sebuah
kayaknya.
impian
Harusnya udah
untuk
nggak
para
mau
tim-tim ini. Kalau polosannya belum
Abdi
didekor
ke Thailand,
pas
guys.
itu udah megah banget.
Parah
gitu.
banget
Saya
ya,
membayangkan
Bocil Jen
nanti
ini.
kalau
Kan
sudah
di
mulai ada
live udah ngomong
panggungnya
kemarin udah
dan segala
pamit di live.
macamnya, dekorasi PMGC pasti akan lebih megah lagi.
Ke Thailand dia? Belum tahu
naik
sampai.
lagi, Cuk.
Iya kan dibilang
Kalau
bete
polosannya
pasti.
belum
Yuk
didekor
geser.
PUBG Mobile itu udah megah banget sih Jel. Saya membayangkan
Gue geser dulu.
all up towards prison as well.
Alah,
Zone
apalah,
centers
Cok.
up and it looks
Nggak
pretty
jelas,
good
Cok,
for
Cok,
some of our
TikToknya.
squads here. A lot of early center that you've got to fight
Ini bukan
for.
jaringan gua, guys.
Pretty
Tuh,
prime time
ini aja
position.
mulus anjing.
D plus similar story for them as well, but everyone's going to be bustling their way to get closer.
Habib di kontrak tim Thailand. Iya Cok, gantiin Nuzi guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get very hairy soon. We might see ourselves a bit of an explosion towards the end of it because we're heading towards Pachinki right now.
Detik berapa?
That's our central
Belum,
point,
masih
right? We've
buka
got
map.
teams that might want to shift their position, shift their
Oke.
way over towards
Ngelek,
Potato Hill,
kalau
try and
kalau
take
Indo tuh emang
control
jaringannya
some high
beda
ground,
guys, jadi
get
ngeleknya
some
ngelek bareng
scouting done
semua.
early on. But I would say some of these teams on that southeast side will have a bit of
Detik
an advantage here, being able
17,
to
16,
pass
15.
through Pachinki, just
13.
slowly
Ya, sama.
shove their
12.
way in. Get themselves a bit of an urban location.
Selesai ke berapa match? Satu harinya 6.
Emang
12.
Twitch lebih bagus lagi guys.
Lebih mulus. Mau Twitch. Tadi gue udah nyaranin Twitch.
But again, it's a
Coba.
difficult circle.
Tapi Inggris.
The way the playing path set themselves up. A lot of teams are in this
Nggak ada
location
Indo?
to take
Nggak.
precedent within
Inggris
this.
only
So
mau.
I think we're likely to see
PUBG
some
Mobile
early
apa sih?
fights going
ES
on
ini?
here.
Apa?
Some teams might want to avoid it.
PUBG
get
Mobile yang
themselves
mana?
some
Iya, iya,
consistent
itu.
points on the game.
E-sport,
I
e-sport.
think for UDO Alliance, IHC, BTR,
Lebih
consistent
mulus.
points.
Oh.
India anjir.
Kok India? E-sport anjir? Yang tanda checklist ungu?
Rolling with it, right?
Dia gue
That's the
pencet.
big part, man. Is even though they've already done so
PUBG
much,
Mobile
it's
Esport
pretty
nggak pakai
different to
spasi
their previous
username-nya.
games. These 5 games you have
Yang
left to
nonton
play,
21 tuh.
all of them have to be successful. Even if you think you're safe, it's far better to keep it in your hands.
80-nya
play
udah
smart,
serasa
those
original
points over the
soalnya.
course of things, and always keep yourself in the upper echelons, not giving it up to anyone else to decide your future for you with how
Ketemu nggak?
much is riding on
Udah.
this to get out of the survival stage, move into last
1080
chance.
kan pakainya kan?
That
Iya.
stone's throw away from potentially booking your
Detik
Mulus.
berapa? 56, 55.
towards the
Sama,
last
gua sama lu.
finals. A lot on the line. And something that's definitely going to get
Oh
everyone
Spanyol ya? Oh ya
loud
sorry.
excited, roaring
S tadi
away
Spanyol ya?
with the course.
Espana.
A little bit slower here in terms of the fights that we're seeing though. Erangel playing out as you'd expect. Freak, no need for that. Discharging the gun.
Mantep ya gambarnya ya.
Despop in the game.
Mantap.
Love to see it.
Nonton sekalian buka kamus. Gua artiin guys, bisa guys.
Trounced there by BTR, who are very close once again. Seem to have a bit of a rivalry going on here, or at least, you know, a
Jernih banget.
target
Iya
on the
kah?
back of Sem9's
Kayak
back
HD
here
gitu
being
ya?
painted on by
Ini kayak
BTR
premium
earlier
gitu
on
ya?
today.
Ya.
Searching for him. You can see here the
Berasa
circle.
jadi burik FC lu.
Although we're in
Yeah.
stage 2, it's quite large
Bye-bye
still.
ini muka gua.
Stage 3, we're going to lock ourselves into one of these urban locations because this still could head up towards Rozhok. I think Brute Force would
Nonton di
love for that
Dotstream.
to
Apa tuh?
happen.
Poin
Strong
4-3.
position up here already, but it is definitely
Waduh.
tricky. It's been a long time since we've seen a
Zonanya
Pachinki
berat
finish.
nih.
And this is going to be very, very hectic for some of
Lihat
these
mana ya,
teams.
Gen Force
Spain, like you were
regroup
saying
jadi.
earlier,
Influence
strong
mana
position,
influence?
great chance to get
Aduh,
in,
hilang.
might head over towards Church.
Arah Sem9 ya kayak better nih.
Play off the high ground there, but the Big Galaxy,
Kanan atasnya.
we know it's a team that a lot of times in the
Oh,
past,
iya kah?
even a few years ago,
Bangke.
we're playing Pachinki quite consistently here. They're good at it.
Ditabrak TQ oleh Deka di sini.
Watching
Tiga
this
tim, tiga
going
tim.
down, Black. Just watching all three of the
Wah, ini
individuals
main
drive
WoW
in
nih,
by
guys.
one another
Deka,
for
nice
everyone to
try,
then
Deka.
finally bombard their way in. Oh, it's grotesque. Forest though.
Hilang.
deep
Hilang
forest
TQ.
everyone as he chops through them, coming at him like a human hatchet there.
Deka satu lagi yuk.
Chopping down and just slaughtering with the shotty
Tuh, Dekanya
from
4-1
three teams
udah.
in one compound to just one in a matter of seconds.
Oh, NGX.
Plus,
Oh,
stay
NASR.
right on
Thailand.
as Forest has put
Inko
that
rata.
fear
Lah
into
namanya
himself.
Inko rata,
They're
Cok.
gonna run away.
Inko Rafa.
Oh, Rafa.
Chase going down. That was gross.
Lah
Black.
ini Inko rata,
That
Cok.
was really quite disgusting.
Lihat
It
ya.
was the fact that Nasa, Deepus gear, all
Nah, ini atraksi nih, bro.
at the same time to crash that compound.
Wah, WoW Pachinki nih guys.
Obviously, Forest comes away with one hell of a clutch over on that side, but
Ah, ini si Jack biasa ngambil tempat sini guys, mati terus.
looking for only 2 eliminations found off the back of it.
Duar.
Ah, persis kayak Jack. Mati di situ guys.
Out now.
Inko rata ya guys ya.
Early engagement with IHC, they went down to 2 players and now found by
Infonya rata di
Squash.
38
A
poin.
bad feeling considering they've just hit
Bisa-bisa aja,
themselves
Lanzo.
up towards 16th place, a safe position as it were at the end of the day, but we're not there yet. Still got a fair few
Iya,
more
tempat-
games to
tempatnya
play.
Jack
promosi skin
banget.
berarti ya, benar. Waduh, duh, 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 duh.
Iya, Pagani dong.
Nasa is J7 on the top side.
Pagani
A
yang warna
veteran
ini.
of the American esports, but see what he can get done.
Right now, just pot shots being exchanged from one another. NB
kena kok ya,
Esports are
prepot kok ya.
here as well. Nasa are setting their focus towards them.
Ini ya,
It's a bit timid
kalau Ayo
about
sempet-
Takut Ayo ketikung.
what can be
Ayo udah
coming
pasti
up on the
ketikung
bottom
sih
of the
menurut
hill,
gua.
though.
Udahlah nggak usah
They know
diharapin,
they're
Cok.
basically
Ya
dead
kalau misalnya
center
sama si
with
sempet
all
lolos,
these
saya ya
squads.
nggak ngerti lagi
Have
gua.
to try and play smart about
Itu mujizat
this
sih.
with even
Udah ada
Miracle
drill,
itu namanya,
udah
guys.
drill dikasih kesempatan kedua sih.
thinking maybe there's a spare piece of cake, maybe there's a slice
Nah,
that
tapi
they
kalau
can
besok
do.
kayaknya masih kayak kemarin guys,
Yes,
benti lah
same
ngarepin
with the
final,
other
Cok.
contact as well as Xenox is
Sok
forced to
ngarepin
fall
final.
further back.
Nggak bakal
This
sih,
was
Ae
in
nggak bakal
position,
bertahan.
just
Udah pasti
waiting
good,
for
Bay.
this one to kick off. And you can see they're trying to instigate it. MBEs with the nade, they're
Kan
going
boleh
to
pakai skin PUBG, skin mobil.
Dari
Boleh lah, orang
dari
dia yang
survival
suruh.
doang, dari survival doang.
tag blank, but no frag.
Yeah, little tag, and if it felt like
Pasien
it
di
could be a
reset.
lot more, but it's
Reset kok
different.
reset,
Mantap
reset
lagi,
dipelajarin
boy.
dong.
Tries to get it over the top
Paje,
left towards him.
kan?
Circle heads hard towards that northern edge, so teams that were trying to confirm themselves.
Deka masih zona.
Gila, BTR splitnya ugal-ugalan banget, Cok.
Duksan masih zona, BTR satunya masih kayak Gen Force tadi tuh mau di set ke kiri, cuman alah mental zonanya Cok tadi.
Thank you kontribusi gift-nya, appreciate it. Semoga dibalas berlipat ya. Luf.
Om Naba abis kontribusi di channel Lil Anang BX 25.000. Kalau lolos GF, BTR makin gacor gak sih mas gara-gara abis ditempa LG di survival.
Betul, bisa. Betul, thank you Om Naba, berkah selalu, rezeki dilancarkan. Yeay, pemanis, pelaris. Makasih Om Naba. Semoga rezekinya digantikan berkali lipat, dipermudah segala urusan, amin.
Whereas Mormon and Mella, at
Betul.
least they're still alive. In a compound apiece down towards the road, you've got protection here from Mormon that can kind of provide overwatch, at least looking towards the hill and try and deal chip damage onto the
Diambil
players.
berapa tim?
First
Total
thing on the
16.
phase players that are already knocked. They're going to get those for free though, so just stealing the loot now with not too much of a response. FaZe's day is getting a lot harder here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like the two players were phased out over on that northern edge. They were really looking quite spaced. In the terms
Ini
of the
pasti
fact
kalau
that,
masih
you know,
turun
you get a circle
harusnya
like this, head towards the
aman.
north
Bawahnya
side,
kalau naik apa kabar
a
anjir?
few good
NB,
compounds in this
NXZT.
area that you can play out for the rest of the game.
Berat. Ini doanya doa banyak anjing.
Hold on to that ridge side, right? Because life becomes very hard when a team could look down towards you. But at the same time, you could also
Kenapa akun PUBG RYZEN dijual ya? Kan dia punya dua akun.
Players in towards that compound, hold on the 3-story, hold over towards the 2 stories. But FaZe instead opted to leave 2 players above, and there was just no support coming through from the players in the compounds below. You lose 2 off the back of
Nang,
it.
balik Indo, Nang, diomelin, Nang.
We saw this yesterday. In the meantime, NXZT coming against MB
siapa?
Sports. This has been brewing for a
Diomelin
while.
viewer, Nang.
Alah.
Gua balik Indo. Nggak apa-apa sih kalau lu mau nonton di Inggris dulu. Gua coba kalau sekali lag lagi baru gua pindah.
Pun masih belum berhasil.
Biar mereka ngerasain nih, tahu nih
harus
nge-lag.
membuka badannya, harus melakukan tembakan, mendapatkan 1 hit menuju tubuhnya, tapi
Hobi gua nonton
terlalu
nge-lag.
dekat, tidak bisa membaca sebuah step.
Langsung
yang ada
nge-lag
di depan tidak terlalu terdengar nampaknya tadi.
Enggak.
Berakibat
Belum.
fatal, membuat
Gua malasnya pas setelah circle, Bro.
Sementara waktu mereka
Weh,
setidaknya
tuh
kalau
kan.
tidak unggul
Dapat
membalikan
BTR,
keadaan,
Cok.
tapi Dep berdansa dia kanan kiri lapar,
Dapat 2.
lincah dansanya.
Dan 4
Detik
pemain
berapa?
dari Gateron Red Villains bertahan, NB Sports di sisi yang
49,
lain pun
48.
rontok. Seakan
beda
kehilangan
Nang.
arah, dia
44,
bingung.
43.
Seakan
Ya, gua lagi ke
kehilangan
original.
arah, dia bingung mau lewat mana.
Ya burik
Mengambil
ya, Cok.
kendali dari bibir zona, tapi lihat berputar-putar saja. Gembos lagi bannya, pas banget tuh dari
Gila,
satu peluru.
kompres
Boncok
gini.
ban dari Kilo dan juga bergeser.
Langsung sakit ya matanya ya, beda ya?
Plaskia dan juga Dixon sama-sama opa Korea, tapi beda.
The 2 Korean squads got used, but luckily it will be finished off there by Biddy, but not before he absolutely decimates at least 2 of them.
Buset.
They're out.
Dekaya masih dapat 1 anjing. Hahaha. 4 poin dia, Cok. Nice, BTR. Nice. Nice gen.
So done a good job for the rest of the lobby.
You gotta love the fact that Nasa tried to get in this compound twice, and then immediately after they see this
Kan nggak mati-mati, Cok.
oh, finally it's free.
Bisa
At
1.
least Xenox can get there.
Panen kah BTR? Tadi dapat orang datang tadi 2.
At least he finally found the real estate that he was been trying to
Guys, gua ke barat, guys.
sometime.
Biarin aja jelek banget Indo, Cok.
Forest though able to pick up 2 eliminations off the back of that with the immediate
Maaf ya.
squad wipe coming in through not too shortly after.
Daripada lu orang nggak nyaman nontonnya, Cok, anjir. Gue juga nggak bisa bikin klip jadinya, Cok. Kalau last circle-nya itu lo kadang nge-lag, Cok. Pindah Twitch aja. Udah sini aja nggak apa-apa. Kalau Twitch beda jauh soalnya TikToknya.
Basically just down to Forest, really big clutches.
Itu tadi udah
like he was
Twitch.
gonna go for a 1v4 there as well.
Apa tadi? Kejebak hujan. Hati-hati jalan pulang, cuy.
Everyone's really trying to give it the big one today, so clutch potential through the roof. Right now, though, it's all about the on the compound here. FaZe, you might remember it was a little while ago when they got picked to pieces.
Next match coba kita geser ke Indo.
Their nose is clean. Here, it's
NF dapat. Oh, NHP-nya nggak tambah poin kok ya.
Hyper looking to try and crack down
Oh,
on
Paje.
FaZe.
Paje cowok 2 lagi cowok. Paje 2 lagi. Paje 1 lagi anjing. Let's go.
They smell the blood in the water blank. They know there's room to try and get stuck into this one. See if they can
Let's
steal away a few
go.
with the Ealing.
Let's go.
Low HP. Oh, this isn't going to end too well. You've taken so much damage, but at least you finished.
Bawahnya turun nih, guys. Tinggal NSR sama BF nih. Semoga ya.
Looking to get the fight going as well, but this is up against IHC.
Ya,
So they
Federal.
Mongolian side, and it's the shotguns that are delivering.
Little boy tries to finish things off here. Only 1 player left on very low HP.
Aduh, Daryl. Gimana tuh? Bang, BTR, Bang.
Get shut down though. Kayovski also takes a knock outside in the blues. So Influence Rage sort of struggling just a little bit. They were trying to keep things quiet, but IHC
Wah,
came through,
dimakan.
stomping their feet, making a hell of a lot of noise. You do a
Better.
still swinging
Dapat tuh.
down this top side. BTR do not
Nice
want to
track,
get
Cok,
any closer.
anjay.
Satar hitting through a ton of
Gelo, track nyalan, Cok.
just all of your left remaining. Their big player on the squad. This looks like it should be on target. In
Aduh,
fact,
bom.
immediately re-knocking LUPA, but at least they got him up. A super
Rata tapi kan knock ya. Oh, dapat.
with the DBS and the M4.
Yal, cok, yuk.
Eliminations, only losing GenFos off the back of that, and they can continue into this match.
And Superboy, he's already playing for Info Blank. Gets in behind the rock as well, just as he takes a burst of damage from that M4. DBS in his hands, so close range action could be happening. Meanwhile, we hone in on what's occurring in front of us.
Next bet buka 4, next bet buka 4.
Again, as they start swinging on Rook. Normally,
ini match kedua ya yang baru datang ya.
Too much of a tall task. One by one, we're seeing Rook fall as they are eating those nades. And I tell you what, Blank, a grenade is not a well-balanced breakfast.
Mate, it's the Koopsonator.
7 poin BTR.
The 3-piece on the
nambah satu lagi nih harusnya nih.
This is unbelievable stuff. Basically single-handedly taking down Rook outside of their compound.
Ya, ente guys.
Been playing out this game very consistently.
Ente ya?
Like I said before, you know, it's a team that knows this area of the map.
Iya, ente.
Very
Let's
well.
try. It's okay, 7 poin. It's okay.
Finally starting
Ditabrak tadi barusan.
to improve here in the survival stage, really raising the roof in terms of numbers over on Enigma Galaxy, up to 9 eliminations on this map. It is looking good for them. And with the 4 players,
Senang nggak mati-mati nih, tapi nggak apa-apa, sisa 1, paling placement doang dia.
With the 4 players, they
tiba-tiba Barat yang jadi nge-lag, still, sabar gak?
And with the 4 players,
sabar ya? Apalah, tolonglah. Orang mau nonton, yang di-lag-lagin.
Now it's a lot more definite. It's a lot more set from the get-go. They know what they want to do. They execute off the back of that plan. And they're hitting their shots today. That always helps.
Yeah, man, you know, they took out the CD, they blew on it, they gave it a quick rub with the old team reset, and it looks like it's worked out really, really well for them. Coops is looking like a whole new man coming into this, much more akin to how we see
NZXT 9 poin, masih berempat.
Everyone loves this compound and
Rook
Pusher
masuk.
moves in to try and take down the final
NASR Free Fire di situ belum kena.
I think Pusher understands now there's a player within the building. The DPS doesn't strike out first, but trying to go for the confusion tactics. Playing on either side. This is not a semi-detached. Only one can own this one.
Oh, he wants to go for the molly, but it was a bait and switch. Goes back to the DBS and lands the uppercut. This compound has changed hands more than a set of bowling shoes.
NHP bahaya.
This is madness. How many
NHP udah 5 ya?
wanted to own that compound.
Last game lagi, late game lagi.
It is insane, dude. You know, team after team roaming in, hitting it with the air freshener, and then another team comes in, takes it off their hand too. It is a very deadly compound down there on the southeast. Real cursed hours over in that side of the map. Over towards the western edge, though, you've got N-Hyper, Influence Rage, and Enigma Galaxy all still going strong here. Brute Force still in the game too. That's over on the eastern edge. They're a team that certainly needs to do well in this game, but it's N-Hyper. A lot of the eyes are on currently. 23rd place with 5 eliminations found on this map. This needs to be a big one for them. They've lost a player in the process, but Chicken Dinner almost certainly would be very much desired at this point in time, you know, to give them, take a lot of the pressure off, allowing them to play a little bit more loose in their coming games. But I don't know, man, with Enigma Galaxy looking how strong they are here, alongside with Influence Rage, just down towards your south side, N-Hyper is a big task ahead of them here.
They really do. Tall order here, Blank. It's such an aggressive game as well. We've seen so many firefights, so many crashes, and this has actually been fantastic. I was thinking maybe teams would play a little bit more respectful today, be a bit more timid, right? Instead, it's kind of gone the other way. Everyone's just scrapping, game in, game out, knowing that they need those elims, and we're seeing big elims. Look at the way Enigma Galaxy have been able to play this. Look at them now, though, taking bullets potentially here, as they are looking to edge a little bit further forward. All 4 still alive. Some of the squads can't say the same, as they're down to at least 3 across Influence Rage. And the rest of the remaining teams, one of them being N-Hyper, that here look to instigate the pickup versus Influence Rage. They're taking a ton of damage now. You're looking at about 5 HP between them, as those nades are just barreling onto them. They reply in kind, throwing some back over. But I don't know if that's going to connect on Enigma just yet.
Yeah, I think for Enigma Galaxy, they couldn't really let up there on the nade barrage, but great nade from Kioski certainly does slow down the team of Enigma Galaxy, and they just send it in here. Good shots, but not quite enough just yet. Enigma Galaxy down to 2, but there are shots coming through from the side, and Coops will finish off the final player. Now it's time for Enigma Galaxy to get these two players back up on their feet before NHyper knew what hit them and can start to move up towards their position on the map. Coops, though, holding behind the tree. He is the sentry here for the rest of the squad from the Galactic team themselves.
The Galactic Rangers controlling the space at the minute. NHyper. What can they do? Can they upset the balance on this one? Hedging a little bit further forward, somewhat spread, so at least a well-placed nade won't be able to deal damage to the entire squad, just the overall land.
Iya, poinnya direset.
This one didn't read that peak though. They get wide swung on by the last man left standing for Brute Force in a position to punish. Actually, he's got the rest of the boys there. I thought they were in a worse spot. But Brute Force actually have a bit of a viable position on this one to try and make a play out of it in terms of the final circle. If you look at the head count for the squad, not too bad. Taking the swing from the tree, hitting their shots, even assaulting them onto pusher.
Alah, apa sih Allah me, tolol. Nggak nyambung komen lu.
Maybe there's room for a break. Brute Force could be forming a fist that could actually pack a pretty powerful punch on this game.
I mean, for Brute Force, they'd be really loving these points. I mean, coming off 3rd place with a couple of eliminations into a 1st on this map. Again, removing that pressure from yourself early in the day is so useful. It's something that you want to see happen for yourself. Brute Force though, why?
Enggak, gila loh, Stestron NHP juga masih hidup, cu. BF-nya naik, cu. Wah.
They've shifted into this game. It's likely them to be taking this chicken dinner away from both NHyper and Brute Force unless something absolutely miraculous.
Wah, BF-nya makin naik ini, cu.
Looking confident with the way they're playing it at the minute.
NHP sih masih so-so ya. BF-nya nih progress banget, cu. Dari match sebelumnya.
Quite close response in Koi. He gets slapped in the face. She fans down to his back as well. So NHyper slowly losing their last leg, slowly falling into a position where they might not be able to clamber back up again.
Wah, dia bisa chicken ini. Orang ini perang. Tuh, NHP-nya dikunci. Sama NGX. Tapi dia bertiga ya? Nikma menang main power ya? Oh, kena 1. Gila, masih bisa fokus ke 2 arah loh.
That was a great pickup from YDD. I think he understands exactly where Enigma Galaxy is currently playing. They had that player up towards that top side to prevent them from peeking over on the top.
Dapat satu lagi, bisa 1 NHP.
A bit too loose of it there. Ralph and Coops though, they do pick up
nggak bisa ngebet dong, banget cok, udah di close lah betnya.
NHyper Koi slowly edges his way down. Currently playing alongside with the ghillie suit, keeping himself nice and protected, camouflaged away, which is not what you can say for Enigma Galaxy have been loud and proud in this match.
Mas lu tantangan Anang tinju ini Anang butuh. Mati.
Oh, eats the nade. Fishing with dynamite. As they're able to get that one right on target, and this has instigated the final fight, knowing that at worst it's a guaranteed 2nd place.
Dapat knock 1 ya nih, BF bisa chicken cok.
Further forward, Coops takes a heavy hit, backs up, nice throw on it, good lift on the nade. We'll see if that one decimate because
chicken deh, apa BF nih?
They're losing their grip on this. Brute Force looking like maybe they've got brains to back up the Brawn.
Really nice nade though, and then we'll finish off Ralph at least. Coops is there alongside with Freaks, able to pick up YDD. Another elimination comes through for Coops there. Now just pre-pod, last remaining from the 1st game, last remaining again here. What can he do versus these 2 players from Enigma Galaxy? Swings on the top side, by Freak. Enigma Galaxy take themselves a massive chicken dinner with a huge amount of elimination points, which again just relieves that pressure.
Capek banget gua nge-lag gini Indonya.
Ya dibilangin kan gua rasain aja nonton di Indo, coba bilang.
Today is where they make their stand here, Jackie.
It's beautiful to see as well, Blank.
Saya yang suruh gua nonton di Indo, lu lihat nih.
Nonton sendiri aja, Cok, anjing.
Apa tiba-tiba nikmat chicken, Cok?
Kan, udah lu bilang lah circle-nya. Lu bikin klub jadi percuma. Apa lu dengerin orang, Cok?
Aduh.
Gua mah bodo amat, Cok. Nonton di gue ya, silakan gitu.
Didn't really look that lively.
Lu ngetik yang benar dulu, Naju. Tantang. Bilangin Mimin nggak penting Mimin gitu.
Back in there as well. I mean, this guy is such a great addition to the team. I mean, Ralph and Freak been playing together for a very, very long time now. And I mean, they've had to make some significant adjustments from the past where like.
Sabar ya, harusnya BTR cair.
Came from placements. They played the heel off over in Sandhawk, but they have really rallied around Coops. And you're right, it's so nice to see them looking less deflated, much happier with themselves. And I think that they've sort of locked in on the problems that we saw from them
Emang di YT aman?
and really cleaned it all up. For Enigma Galaxy, this is the type of game.
Ntar YT lebih sakit hati lagi ntar. Kurang gambarnya.
Really quite bad time for both of them to start stepping up.
Kalau di handphone puas, kalau kita yang streaming kurang.
Looking so fresh into this one because you know that N-Hyper and Brute Force are just desperate for points at this point in time.
They're just trying to get something out of it. At the very least, it was a game for them. But
selalu masalah lagi,
to be able to get enough points, you got to do it consistently, time in, time out. And there's only one man I know that's consistent.
Sama. Tetap di Gateron sama infoin ya.
I'm not gonna lie, I was very confused there if you're actually gonna say me or say someone else. You just keep toying with me. But look, they came out the good way this time. I'm so happy to hear that, Jackie. And as Blank was saying, Enigma Galaxy, the performance they put on in this match pretty much just secured them a place into the last chance kicking off tomorrow. A really well played out match for Enigma Galaxy. A ton of eliminations, securing the victory as well. They have to be very proud about this considering how they really went about their first 6 matches.
Yeah, this is, as you said, right, it's going to be the game that qualifies them into the last chance. And this
sekali-kali belajar bahasa Inggris. Enggak, nge-lag-nya guys. Kita tuh pengen dengerin teman-teman kita nge-cast, Cok. Nge-lag-nya nggak tahan. Gue kan selalu bilang sama Pasta sama yang lain juga.
Kenapa ya dia harus nge-lag ya?
Sama Ojan kemarin sama Eldogi lagi. Gue tuh pengen nonton, gue bilang gitu. Cuman kalau nge-lag ya sorry gue bilang gitu. Better chat. Udah gue cairin.
But this is so dangerous, right, Clars? Because again, brute force.
Yang nonton mah enak, yang streaming, Cok, anjing sakit hati.
And Hyper get 10 points, and you look at BTR, Influence, Rook, you do Alliance. Like these teams are already qualified through pretty much. Most likely qualified into the last chance. These teams are starting to make some moves here.
NG kali guys ya, saat lagi NG.
Yeah, absolutely. And considering that
let's go, bet baru
dibuka.
PUBG
Mobile Sports ID pakai Java Mifi, Cok.
Wah, pakai punya lu dong anjing. Udah.
Transition probably towards that east side. That could have given Brute Force a little bit more of a run for them.
Kemarin 13. Kemarin Persija yang main match kedua lag gua ada 500 nih, berat banget nih BTR main 500 lag-nya nih.
For them, but they've moved themselves up to 14th place here with that 15 points going there.
AE udah pasti ente.
Berat ya AE. Itu BF-nya makin naik. Gue tadi bilang BF-nya naik. Gue bilang HP-nya so-so sih.
3 tahun ya, tapi kalau nih 4 match bisa yang lain di bawahnya.
Nah, makanya
sekarang nggak mungkin gak sih, tapi
soalnya nih, kecuali nih bro, fazenya bener-bener turun, paling yang naik doang Inko dah. Kalau fazenya bener-bener turun dah, Deka nggak mungkin nggak naik.
Sekali dapat momen aja, NBase, NSR, kayak dapat momen aja udah bisa balap AE coy. PJV udah ke-8 ya guys ya.
PJP mentok-mentok ketarik 13 paling.
Kayaknya PJV aja ngeri.
Iya, tapi mentok-mentok ketarik masih mepet lah bro. Masih ada harapan kalau PJP. AE yang real hopeless tuh.
Harus kalian update sekarang juga supaya kalian
tuh pas caster pas analis aja nge-lag begini
dan pastikan juga kalian mendukung para pro player yang beberapa kesempatan ini atau beberapa hari ini nguploadin
Ngeleknya itu ngelek mandek gitu loh, Bro. Berbet gitu.
galangan pendukung gitu ya untuk 2023 Popularity Annual Gala yang dimana
Gue kalau
akan
ngelek geser langsung.
dilakukan sampai dengan 15 Desember nantinya.
Astaga, iya gue buat
Pastikan juga
video
diri
ya
kalian
lupa ya.
untuk mengamankan skin kolaborasi terbaru antara PUBG Mobile dan juga Pagani yang hanya available sampai tanggal 7 Januari 2024 aja. Alright, sebelum kita break untuk bisa menuju ke arah game yang selanjutnya, gue juga pengen ngingetin kepada kalian semuanya kalau ada all new RP yang dimana di RP ini ada Victory Dance emote yang terbaru kalau misalnya kalian mendapatkan winner chicken dinner plus ada PMGC statue-nya. Terus abis ini, abis break, mungkin
gue niatnya kan promosi anjing.
Jangan dong,
lupa. Kayak kalian lihat story gue kemarin ya guys. Nah,
yang keduanya.
Habis belum anjing gara-gara gacha Pagani, Cok.
Lewat sabar gue.
Gacha Pagani.
Iya.
Jangan lupa lagi ya.
Emang beli berapa?
Pas momennya gue gitu, selalu ada.
Lupa beli berapa?
Sebentar.
Lah emang settingannya.
Setelah ini kita kemana?
Ke caster.
Tidur aja lah gue ya. Good night guys.
Ya, good night guys. Tapi buat kalian semua jangan tidur dulu. Jangan kemana-mana juga karena sesaat lagi kita akan menuju ke arah game yang ketiga.
Lagi cari prize pool aja nih BTR, Cok.
Kedua. Jadi, Eldoge yang masih melek. Masih stay tune terus bersama kita juga ya. Buat teman-teman semuanya juga sekali lagi jangan kemana-mana.
Jadi kita nonton di mana guys?
Di sini di PMGC 2023. Bye bye.
Oh break ya?
3 menit doang.
Bentar. Gila, AE 13, PJP 8. PJP aja deg-degan banget ya.
Mepet parah.
Masalahnya sekali dapat momen gak langsung ngebalap sekarang.
Gak ada rencana Gotna diturunin Miramar kali kalau mau BTR mau eksperimen.
Udah pasti lolos sih, boleh sih, coba sih. Emang Miramarnya masih jelek BTR? Tadi pada bilang masih jelek sih, masih kurang banget.
Kurang parah.
Berarti selama ini bagusnya di Rangel.
Di Rangel? Di Rangel masih oke lah. Lagunya copyright kok, lupa gua butuh. Udah nge-lag copyright. Bedieng dulu kemarin. Video gua semuanya dolar kuning katanya.
Ini mah gara-gara beda.
Apa ya? Enggak, video nobar. PJP dibilang sedikit aman. Ya, tapi harus pegangan. Takut bawahnya cu.
Nggak yakin PJP.
Kalau ini udah doanya udah kenceng guys, udah tunggang tangging, udah pokoknya udah doa segala bentuk dah.
Ayo udah nggak doa sih. Menurut gua Ayo udah saling menguatkan, tepuk-tepukan.
Ya, bisa ya gitu. Ya udah beres-beres barang, yang pasti udah beres-beres barang Ayo. Kalau PJP nonton sambil ngelipet baju tadi katanya.
Itu akan terjadi terus-menerus sampai di match terakhir pokoknya ya, karena kita
tawa terus
lagi belum ganti roster guys ya.
Survival stage
yang di depan siapa nih?
Yang crucial.
Depan mana?
Stage terakhir menuju
yang di depan.
Gantian harusnya BTR NGX
harus. Jadi buat teman-teman yang masih belum paham.
Enggak. PJ apa ini Sem9 sama BTR nih?
Oh Sem9 malah.
Dari 24 tim.
Iyalah, ini kan ada berempat depan nih Sem9 nama ini. Tuan rumah bos.
Tim-tim asal masing-masing grup. Dari peringkat keempat.
Berdoanya untuk tahun depan bisa.
Semua ini punya peta kekuatan yang sama.
Hikmah juga lolos
Saya
ya.
lanjutkan pembahasan tentang KUPS tadi.
Seperti
yang sempat dibahas. Sebenarnya tahun lalu kita sudah mengenal nama.
Tuh NGX NGX BTR.
Kita akan menuju ke Irangel dan di Irangel nanti KUPS juga masih akan.
Yang di depan.
Jadi dari studio kita mengucapkan
dari mana,
selamat.
Itu di layar aja.
Dulu.
Melek nge-lag gua tadi.
Walah.
Dan
Lu udah geser kemana?
Juga ya pembicaraan
Udah
udah mulai kayak junior.
E-sport.
Kalau pas caster baru dah.
Emang zodiak Leo.
Udah geser ke PUBG Mobile e-sport.
Jadi masih belum
Udah
kelihatan.
mulai jir di ini.
Iya, udah gue bilang.
Now, they saying Enigma Galaxy off the back.
Gua nyerah guys, nyerah gua guys.
72.
Udah nggak usah turutin, Cok. Orang emang nge-lag mau gimana?
44 eliminations total. This is
Stream lu jadi lag.
extremely good.
Gua close bet ya, guys.
Extremely good.
Anjay, yang megang Paje sih kalinya seger guys ya. Coba my bet dulu yang pegang Paje guys.
That's what we've been seeing the whole day. Especially that compound
Close.
crash, that actually was kind of hardcore parkour. That was a weird one.
Sama aja nggak bisa.
Consistently just gunning
Lah
for
betnya.
it. But it's fun. It really is
Indo
quite
pakai Java
exciting
Mifi,
considering the sort of games we've been getting. Survival stage has been delivering. Teams are playing.
Nggak bisa, coba dah sekali lagi dah.
Level of confidence because they know what
Coba,
is
coba.
riding on this.
Coba Raditya,
Just
buru.
around the corner. If they can keep up these plays. Let's see what we get out of this.
Lihat dia nge-backnya bener nggak?
Paje kok ada yang jauh. Gila normal dorong mobil, Cok.
Buru. Raditya. Langsung my bet, langsung my bet. Habis nge-bet itu langsung my bet, memastikan bet lu masuk.
Let's see what we get here.
Yeah, I mean, so many teams just trying to get things done early
Oh.
in the game. I mean, IHC have been popping off in terms of the hot drops. Look like they're going to go for something similar again over towards the western side of South George, surrounded by
tapi dapat
FaZe as well
zona.
as Key Sports.
Udah gitu kok, bener kok.
Pop-offs happening around that side of the map shortly. FaZe were wanting to do a little bit more. And
Tuh
again,
kamu
that
udah
might
ngebet
give them
tadi.
opportunity to go for something,
Kamu udah
but
ngebet,
just not
Cok.
quite able to
Tadi
make
ke
it
NZXT
happen.
tuh.
Once again, with a bit of an awkward 2-2 split they had
Ya
going on, but they just got completely
ampun.
overwhelmed by N-Hyper's
Itu telat berapa
push,
detik emang ya?
who ended up getting themselves
Rambut
a third
baru.
place.
Detik berapa emang, Dok?
But that could have been somewhere that
42,
FaZe ended up themselves
dikit.
able to hang on to those four
Sabar.
players.
40, 39.
That FaZe ended up able to hang on
37,
to points. They're
36.
right on the
45.
line now. Very right now at the moment. Those 16th place at risk of dropping out towards
Lu TikTok kan,
play.
bukan Twitch kan?
Hopefully they can rally
Twitch.
back into this
Oh,
one
iyalah.
stronger.
Pantas, nggak apa-apa.
Malam lo akhirnya kangen. Halo. Kangen ya?
Ya, Twitch guys.
It's been pretty fun
Pantes,
watching some of the
Cok.
compound crashes. They've
Dah,
been
dah, dah.
Si cowok enak nontonnya, anjay gurinjay.
aggressive. When it feels like they see an
Pantes duluan dia berapa
opportunity
detik buat
to run some
cepet-cepetin
respect
kagak
to
bakal
go in
ngejar
for a
anjoy.
swoop. They will stick to it.
Nikmat ya,
Udah.
Nikmat udah dapat berapa poin ini? 2 match.
Brothers in arms as well.
Ya
in
Allah
backside
si
a few
Inkorata
times
masih di sini,
today.
cowok masih ngambang.
It is
Weh,
quite
perang,
fun
Bang.
actually how with this mix of the two group you get a pretty good nationality clash in terms of, you know,
Sumpah bet BTR nggak bisa karena lu udah ngebet yang lain
having a
tadi.
bit of infighting, which results in some cool storylines, especially over the Brazilian region as well, with how much we've seen them going for strength over the course of BMGC so far. It's cool to see that there is still
Enggak nih, soalnya BTR
viable
lolos guys, jadi nggak jadi ke
runnings
Turki
for
guys.
both of these teams. They want things to try and get a little bit more as well. Obviously a little bit lower down the standings at the minute compared to Influence Rage. Good solid amount of points away from that one, but never easy to
Lagi
catch
ngulah
up. Just gotta
internet
keep
dari
playing
kemarin.
to the best of your abilities. BTR bangers all day, looking pretty good again. Even into the last game, it felt like they were just so ready for the battle. You know, taking on multiple teams at once.
Semoga
Good
BTR juara
decision
grand
making
final.
from
Amin.
BTR
Lolos
today.
final dulu ya kan?
Yeah, very good decision.
Juara grand final nggak ngaruh sih. Grand final ngaruh lah.
They've been just
Kalau
consistently
juara ya,
harassing some of the teams around
champion
them,
dong.
making some good runs. I think they're one of the more
Kalau di survival
intelligent
stage ini
looking
nggak
teams,
guna
I'd
sih
say, in the
sebenarnya guys.
lobby,
Ya
just in
gunanya
terms of their
viewer rame
rotations,
aja
how they
cok,
play it
sama
out.
naikin boosting
I think
mental.
you see some of these other teams who are just absolutely
Menempa ya.
LCQ sih yang penting sih
other
ntar
squads out of the
25-26
water with
ya.
firepower alone. But I think BTR, although they're not exactly known for just having that absolute killer instinct in them.
Ini match keberapa? Match
I do think
ketiga.
that the moves that they're making, the plays that they're going for, some of these rotates is just leading more and more
Gimana
to
menurut
success
Bang Pablo?
for
Inko
this
jadi gacor.
squad.
Apanya
And
gacor?
I
Cuma
think
satu
that
game
can
doang
go a
gacor, habis itu
very,
tusun
very
kok.
long way. At the end of the day, this game is just a lot about the macro, about those rotations, about how you want to take a fight, the
Chill,
splits that
man,
you go
chill.
for later on, the positions you end up, and I think BTR looks like a team that they're handling that quite well indeed. You talked about the regional
bunyinya apa
clashes,
lah
you
ini?
know, I think with the clashes happening as well, there's some camaraderie as well. It would be lovely to see 4 Brazilian teams through to PMGC. I mean, last year, Inco was able to make it in by the skin of their teeth in the last chance in 5th place. if we see this continue,
Itu Anang live Nang, tuh ada tuh.
Day where
ada di Discord,
able
guys.
to just go for those central positions in last chance.
Ada yang nanya Anang mana?
A lot of points off the back of it. They've done it before. They could probably do it again. And we have 4 Brazilians.
Berarti besok langsung main top 16. Iya, besok langsung main ke Nang top 16 Nang.
Siapa?
Cari 5.
Iya. Langsung. Sabtu Minggu, guys.
You know, it would definitely bring an awful lot of hype.
Gue satu lagi mana?
Give them a spectacle to behold, seeing just how far some of these Brazilian rosters can go, because they're looking undeniably like we have so much talent pound for pound there right now. I can't wait to see what they get up to the longer it goes on, with so many other high
Buat survival stage nih Peter udah pasti lolos. LCQ ini udah kedekser nih. Tapi kalau ngelihat Better main kayak gini, Better meyakinkan sih buat lolos ke Grand Final sih.
Quick handbrake turn on that one to catch contact towards Sem9. Are they going to want to bite on this potential
Indo yang lolos MRPX doang.
To what depth
Diam
Delta them over. Doesn't seem like they really fancy their chances. Won't be reeled into the fishing rod on this one.
Yeah, kind of pulled away at this point. Rage realizes that they need to get a little bit further in here. We're getting a very eastern shift on the circle.
Oh, dia bertiga anjir.
Really barreling themselves in towards this eastern side and cramming themselves as much
ambil
as
ke GF
possible.
sampai stack berapa besok 5 besar.
You know, this is a position you want to take early on. You don't want to head up too far over towards that western side and get cramped in, because you know there's going to be a lot of teams heading in from that west
Besok
side
besar,
where
guys,
they're going to be
sekarang.
stuck on those outer edges. So the
Ini
further
belum ke
you can
GF.
be in, the
Habis
more
ini
you can
baru ke
manipulate that
LCQ,
center of the circle.
teman-teman.
Anyway, Influence Rage do take a little bit of a knock here though.
Gimana Nang? Coba jelasin
It's
Nang.
quickly brought back up to speed. And they're going to be
sehat-sehat.
up over towards
Anang guys, tanya Anang guys. Ke live-nya langsung Lila Anang ya.
Early on, nice Influence Rage, a position that I'm assuming they'll be able to hang on to for quite some time.
Awalnya udah dikasih tahu coba Mas sama caster.
Perhaps holding over towards the outer edges of Yasnaya Fields just in case they have to move into there later. But we'll wait and see. We can speculate all we want about that team. Sometimes they just make some crazy maneuvers and it works out.
Kapan last stage? Last stage besok coy.
Honestly, it feels like
Liburnya itu habis LCQ guys. Finalnya itu 8 sampai tanggal 10.
Gives them a bit of that.
Lama ya, tanggal 8 ke 8 10. Ada turnamen apa enggak? Anang tanpa lu marah-marah terus belum. Emang iya, Cok.
Bang lu enggak capek apa pertanyaan diambil berapa tim yang lolos? Itu tahu. Mungkin enggak dijawab salah, dijawab.
Lekan nobar PMGC, emang iya.
Here, a little bit smarter, a little bit slower. You know, you're rotating slowly in through
belum sempet tuh main sama Valeska.
Potentially on some of the squads that are ahead of you. Zone's going to start to clamp
oh
on
iya
down
bener
well.
ada
So
lo
we'll
Leka
see
lo.
just how badly this betrays
Nobar
some of our
PMGC lo.
teams.
Yeah, because I think that these
Tulis di
circles can
deskripsi
be a
aja,
little bit
halah,
iffy
halah.
here and there, especially with this one, which once again heads out
Mending
over
gua nulis
towards the
Saweria
top.
gua
We saw
walaupun
this
nggak
one on day
kering-kering.
one, in fact, where it was a Mad Bulls victory at the end of things.
Prediksi Anang rungkat terus. Emang lu prediksi apa Nang?
Kenapa prediksi rungkat?
Just playing on top of a rock.
Ini katanya prediksi Anang rungkat terus.
Gua nggak prediksi stats ya, survival stats.
Still in play, just purely with the way that the coast lines up. Does really create a lack of
prediksi Anang Mad Bulls-nya bagus lo guys.
Off early, potentially teams heading back over towards
Gua bilang LCQ baru prediksi.
LCQ siapa lo 5?
Belum, lihat ini dong. Lihat ini.
Oh iya belum tahu yang lolos siapa
belum
ya.
tahu makanya gua bilang. Ntar dulu gua bilang. Nggak bisa. Ada yang tiba-tiba lolos, ntar bahaya anjing. Welcome Gam.
Gua nggak pick AE, sama sekali gua nggak pick AE dari group stage juga.
Nah kalau group stage gua pick.
Lu pick AE ya? Gua memang enggak. Dari awal enggak, gua bilang gua PJP.
It's good that some of our squads that were
PJP
ya, Nang ya.
AE PJP.
little bit of extra.
Karena saya tidak yakin.
Sama bro.
Down a pack, you got to get things done quickly. Quickly being the key word here for you to alliance.
Menang nih, menang nih.
Trying to close the distance,
Coops
looking
kenapa,
for the
Cok?
attack, but Coops, the young gun, looks to assault with the DBS and blows them away one
Better
after
terpati sih majuin si
another.
tabrak sih.
Iya, timing nih.
In his veins, blank. That's a cleanup.
Oh, Yudunya kena nasar juga di sini.
He even tried to get the vehicle, did if
Tusun lagi dong Yudu dong.
Ketahuan ya.
One of the players there on Enigma Galaxy, Nasa. That's just a straight execution of Cluck there.
Better pernah bagus di Mama.
Nah
kan gua
didn't expect this one. I thought it died down, and once again,
ampun.
Coops has to hold the line.
Lah, gue telat kah? Itu better kenok.
Oh boy.
Lah,
no easy
menang
ones.
ini lawan
No calm
Nikma.
moments here, it seems, as everyone is just swinging into the fight.
Sampai nggak
It's
dapet
like
tiga
a
tuh.
metronome with how back and forth it's
Belum
been.
ke N aman rumah.
Have a connection across
Bagus,
BTR with 2 players knocked, looking to hold
Lu
from the
berapa?
angles they've got.
Apa?
NB Esports a little bit further back.
Berapa nih?
as well.
39, 38.
Hearing all this, and they want to line up the
Tuh kenok
nades.
lagi,
That
bro.
one was almost right on the money as Mondo dashes a follow-up, hoping that the second will be able
Ditabrak
to
ini baru
inflict the
ditabrak nang
necessary
ini baru
damage.
ditabrak tadi
Wiping
aman
past
cok
KP
menang.
off of him, tries to go for the getaway.
Jelek
being
posisinya.
connected onto, and they're going to shut them down. So BTR looking to make a quick buck on the points, instead give up everything on the secondary gap.
Yeah, I mean, for BTR, they tends to get back in towards that little
Nasar,
trap there,
Nasar.
like you said, go for third party.
Benar-benar
But
guys.
I think that's one of the
Rugi
more
nggak?
questionable plays we've seen from BTR so far. I think when you see this circle, you realize
tapi
there's
udah
going
lolos
to
dia,
be a
udahlah.
huge amount of teams in this area. You can't really afford to be going for those third parties. You
Influence
sort of
enak banget
got
ya.
to leave sleeping dogs. Let sleeping dogs lie in this situation. So
ngapain?
for BTR, maybe it was a case of just trying to play a little bit more quietly on this south side, but eventually would have to push in anyway. It's a difficult decision to make. It's a very, very difficult decision.
Soalnya dikenokinnya bukan satu orang toh tadi.
Right one.
Apa?
Ya dikenokinnya bukan sama satu tim doang toh soalnya.
Team KSO
Dikenokinnya sama si itu tadi.
Big Milo earlier on, which is always a big dent to the old.
Satu lagi tadi ada NB kan?
Bukan NB,
kok NB?
ditabrak sama si Nasar.
Oh Nasar.
Habis itu.
Saya kan bilang ada faktor kesengajaan. Waduh, kenapa mafia?
Ya elah
info deh.
Capek-capeknya lu ngambang ke Nopo, guys. Masuk nabrak Lipov.
So Nasa looking good to get some extra points, Blank, because that is now their 6th elimination of the game this far.
I think as well, it plays into a big part of the storyline, which is a case of Inco can't just rely on that big game on Sanhok to give themselves a point
Nasar
they need.
naik. Oh iya,
And that's
Nasar dapat
twice in a
6.
row that they've gone down with very little points, basically
Ya emang
0-0.
gak tau sih, gue sih udah gak berharap di AE. Soalnya guys, udah gak mungkin.
Now as more and more teams
Susah, anjir.
start to rise up above them.
Nah itu udah gak mungkin.
NB Esports only 1 point behind with the 3 eliminations they've currently found. They're looking for a little bit more.
Oh ini dia nih mau ngelawan Mongol nih.
Boy comes up against Zio.
Sakit banget
A lot of
anjir.
damage taken, but no knock there, and that feels really bad. Tries to finish it up with a Molotov. The little bit of spread there will be enough to get him back up on his feet, and Zio immediately takes him down. Very nice plays.
Big moves. You got to maintain this. You got to see what else could be done.
Galang nggak rugi, guys.
Collapsing down
Pasti
a hill
lolos
and
aman
looking
aja
to
tuh tadi BTR.
attack the man on the
Tadi juga
getaway
bagus.
mission. Barely getting out of there, leaving some
Wah,
marks
jagoan
on the
Miseri punya
ground as he burns
SLR,
the
guys.
rubber, getting back onto the road and trying to find a pathway towards his teammate. Quick pit
Welcome
stop
home,
to
AE.
grab him. And that duo can now look to just clear the gap.
Sisa Nasar doang nih ya, udah naik 40 ya.
And hopefully
Udah
find
goodbye si
somewhere
AE.
to rest, as you have just had to fight through hell and back on that
Gue
one.
kecil bentar.
Yo.
Yeah, for NB Esports,
Sebentar, guys.
down to just 3 players now. 3 eliminations on the side of Mondo so far. Duxan off the distance, pretty open to a bit of a spray there. More crates on the floor, a little bit of a resupply perhaps here for NB Esports after there was just absolute carnage in this location.
Anjing Bang Plewer ungkat tuh.
It's nice to see Influence Rage as well, currently in their position on that northern side. You can see them there. And almost a little bit of respect to the Mad Bulls, because it's the exact position that they took on their win from this map. Influence Rage, that respect coming through, or potentially...
Buset, gak enak banget nih.
Which it is now.
Oh yeah. Now it's just gone up in price even more. Like DJ Khaled, the price has gone up and they're going to be holding it. All right then. Who dares to defy the current rulers of this city? We will find out. Moves coming in. So rotate, start to adjust. Sem9 could be in the path to potentially detect that one and have a bit of a fight versus NHyper. They're also bypassing the one man that's been lurking in the trees, but it's brute force previously coming hot off the back of a good game that looked to assault somewhat. Couple bullets into the vehicles. They're going to head straight on over towards Nasa. And now you're all on top of one another. Nasa ready for the contact as well. Uh-oh, this is all going a little bit wrong now. Damage being done. Nasa starting to get the pickups. NHyper crumbling under the pressure. FS not really in a spot to help his teammates. And they know where he is, Blank. Easy damage done from the distance. First thing onto the down players. Oh, hello. Someone else comes into the mix. They're not giving up on this one, as now NBEs are here.
NB Esports coming hot and fast. The DBS once again to hold it down. Lock down the fort here. Drops a little bit of a bandage at him. I think he meant to drop the Molotov. That should burn him out. Here's a bit of bandies for the burns you're about to take from this. I'm not sure if he'll take him down. Spec comes in from the side as well. Nakaze is allowed to heal. FS coming in with the nades. Looking to capitalize off the back of this one, but immediately sit down, lad. You're not part of this fight.
What on earth? Akaze there, blessed with the bandage.
Kalau kayak gini guys, PJV bisa bahaya guys.
Iya bener kena duksan.
A trickle of HP, but that's all he needed. Star though, he's got the power of Maxman on his side with a Bizon in his hands, looking for the contact. Throws the Molotov, ignites the pathway in, so at least it's not an easy push through the one choke point. Has to worry about both of these entryways. Smokes on either side right now. You can see how paranoid Star is. He knows he's going to be tested.
Duksan 31, NB 38.
Finish out its engagement between them and NB Esports. Feel bad for NASA in a way. They keep getting themselves into these horrible conundrums.
Wah, NASR-nya udah 42,
crashing onto compounds, followed up very shortly
by
another team. That look just is drawing very thin for them at the moment. But what a great play from J7 into a bit of a
BF mati, tapi BF di atas.
It felt like a friendly unit on the other side. Have this bandage. There you go. Oh,
quick, let me heal you.
No. I meant Molotov.
My bad.
Pajay mati sekarang.
The difference it could have made as well. Like it was a really smart.
Di bawah stack 8 dah. Di bawah stack 8.
Trigo sudah berjuang di PMGC. Nice try.
Oh, in a game like PUBG Mobile makes all the
Sampai jumpa, udah goodbye kan?
Can cost you your life.
Belum.
That's one that's going to haunt them.
Stack 15 dia.
I actually haven't cleared the shot.
Mata kau.
Hah?
Ya udah pasti 16 itu Nasar udah naik itu.
Iya, Nasarnya naik
Udah pasti goodbye sih.
Still keeping himself tucked in and they don't know.
Terima kasih Alter Ego sudah berjuang.
They thought he might have seen him on the jump
spot. Siapa nih? NGK mati ya. Cuma di atas dia.
Influence udah najis ya, ini pasti cair guys. Influence paling menang ini.
I mean, Ralph, he knew the jig was up as soon as the jump spot came through. Had to jump out, only had the Bizon in
PJEP
really good enough for you.
Hasil ini dengan zona yang begini PJEP deg-degan sih.
Deg-degan bawahnya progress naik.
Soalnya yang middle-middle naik semua loh.
We may as well say NHyper as well.
IHC udah lewatin PJEP.
Rooknya bisa naik ini.
It was
Iya, Rook udah pasti naik sih menurut gue ini.
Rook naik ini, masih berapa match dia? 3.
If you have a general idea, if you want to go further, maybe take the back sides of the warehouse in that situation.
Menurut Pablo better main sniper kita 3 orang benar bersalah. Mending tempat dari jarak jauh ngasih zona open gitu. Kalah menurut gue. Hal yang tadi kita nggak usah komenin udah terjadi, dapat 3 poin juga, mereka main juga udah bagus. Gak usah di ini lagi sih menurut gue. Gak salah sih, tapi biar aja. Buat mereka juga PD-nya lagi dapet kan.
And obviously the percentage play there for MBEs was a little bit higher, a little bit more achievable of a goal. Especially when you get bandages thrown at your face, it makes your life a little bit simpler. For Ducksam, they've been trying to keep their noses clean into this one. They've had a few backstab opportunities and have farmed themselves 4 eliminations to this point. So not too bad in terms of the eliminations, but you've got to be thinking about the longevity of the game and wanting to double or potentially even triple this if you're going to start to accrue enough points to lift yourself up from the depths.
INF udah pasti nyayur ya Nang ya.
INF udah tinggal nge-defense tempat dia doang.
Have been doing bits relatively consistently. They've actually looked pretty damn good today in the way that they've been playing, and this kind of represents that as well. Confident enough to
Nggak
focus
percayaan
on the
pasti lolos
buddy
itu
system, go
PJP.
for the 2-duo setups. You can
PJP
play the
ini udah
2-2
peringkat
split
9 loh
and
sekarang,
work
guys.
off one another. Alex wants to join the pack though.
Kalau
Goes for the
Rook
quick
naik
drive
aja
in,
PJP
team
berarti udah di
onto IHC. So this
yang
will
atas
just be a
lihat
raw
dulu deh, sabar.
setup from the three-pronged players as they are in position to defend themselves. Nades are raining in though, and you can't protect from those. So much
Ini di
damage
mana,
done
Cok?
together.
Oh, di atas
He's weak
gunung ya?
flank, and Juni will knock him.
Siapa?
Juni's happy to pick up the
ini
points on this
Juni.
one. I mean, you talk about Duxan and the
Anjing.
favorability of how they're going to go into this game. I really like the way they've done this because they leave Juni behind. They know equally, just as much as anyone, that they need points desperately. They're currently in 21st place, so leave Juni behind. They notice there's a massive amount of commotion going on this side of the map. Juni
Anjir juga si
picks
Juni di
up
atas
some
itu.
points. The three other players, Zipian, Binny, as well as Hoxie, are going to move forward into the proper and try and get themselves placements and eliminations.
Better nih Miramar ya tinggal ya.
It's one of those game
Ayo
plans
better
where it's
masih
like,
di
we're
atas,
not
aman.
likely to get ourselves a chicken dinner off the back of this, but we can rack up
BTR
some
kalau
big
mau
elimination
nyoba-nyoba mau
points
benerin
and
Miramar ya ini
hopefully
saatnya lah.
maybe
Ya, waktunya
get
mainin
ourselves
Gortan
like a
dah.
second or a third place,
Kalian
because
aja.
it was Duxan
Besok
who
udah
needed to
jangan
take away
coba-coba,
second
Cok.
place in
Besok
that
bener-bener
last
pintu
time
terakhir.
that came exactly on this circle, so it very much feels like deja vu just a little bit for Group Red.
Jadi udah Valdi nih guys ya, grup Yellow grup paling keras ya.
Apa?
Paling banyak wakilnya siapa?
Yang paling banyak wakilnya?
Duxan
Ya.
now. Still
Katanya
looking
Yellow
on
di
this
atas-atas
one.
semua.
Yang di atas-atas maksudnya ya Yellow.
Towards that northern edge, Jackie.
Yellow.
Some pot shots over towards Sem now.
Yellow katanya nih.
Oh man, it's looking worrying like on some of these setups.
BTR atas sama siapa kok? Tadi sama Asar.
Oh, it's rough. Talking of shaving, there's the bullet.
Temen nggak mati-mati lagi tuh.
Aduh, Sam9 lagi nge-push konku lagi kayak itu Sam9.
Rook at least in a relatively comfortable position for the meantime. Something that cannot be said for Sem9. This is worst case Ontario, just trapped behind the burned of cars in a position where you're going to start taking damage, but they want to
Ini
deal
posisi kampretnya tuh masalahnya apa aja guys?
It should be where they
Bottom line-nya apa aja, Cok?
Yeah, for Sem9 it was only a matter of time, especially with this
STF 17 ya.
pressing that ridge side.
Cair.
Realistically, we saw how Gladiators played it. They
Ngarepin
had to
Paje
push down
susah.
towards the south if they wanted to make anything happen. But with IHC, NBE Sports,
Bisa
as well as the
meledak-ledak
rest of the
dia.
team, all just chilling there in the meantime.
BTR,
That is
INF,
just
Paje,
such a
NZXT.
difficult push.
BTR,
This was an
Paje,
amazing little
NZXT.
play coming through from Duxan.
R
With Juni
tiga.
over towards that southern
NF.
side, I thought he was
Oh, NF
basically
udah
lost
3
in
nih,
the
udah
sauce
placement
as soon
4
as the
poin.
circle came in, but
NZ
they kept hold
2.
of a boat. They bolted it back into the mix with the rest of the
Cari
team. So
NF.
they had a game plan. Maybe I was wrong in
Cair.
terms of the way they were playing this out, looking for more and more eliminations.
INF
INF.
nggak bergerak player
Chicken
anjir.
dinner, but
Seger
great
bener
little
nih.
maneuver there coming through from Duxan
Tapi
to
paling
keep
seger
all
kalau
4
megang
players still
Paje.
in the game, and NBE Sports, they're
Lanjut,
gonna
match
dash
4.
in, but it will be Zipian to pick that one up, but Akaze keeps on moving.
He's been so good at getting
Gas,
his head
yes.
down and staying alive in positions where he
Udah
should
gua
have
buka.
Siapa
got
ya?
out
BTR influence lagi ya?
so long ago.
Masih ngelawan nih.
Kazi, just how much longer can he survive?
Oh,
di sini ngapain, Nang?
Annoying can
Maksudnya?
he be? Alex taking
Habis
damage
kelar
here,
PMGC.
exchange of
Kenapa
nades,
emang?
Kazi wanting to drop the smokes.
Gua mau
Nades are
nonton
rolling in on top of his head.
KALO.
Half HP left on him.
Hah? Oh, Challenger ya?
Zone to reply back
Iya.
towards Duxan. Pretty good arc on it.
Bukan
Not
Challenger,
gonna
apa
be
tuh?
enough to find a heavy hit. Look like it did
Apaan?
tag on to Juni though.
Bukan
He's
Challenger.
relatively low. There's the
Apa ya, yang
repeat
ada
onto
rayak-rayak?
Alex, who thought he finally had
Apa,
a
guys?
window of opportunity to make the dash. Instead,
Garuda lawan-
he's knocked. IHC losing
Oh,
numbers.
kampus.
Backstab onto this could mean
Kampus.
Red Bull,
Iya, Red Bull. Raya kan?
Breaks
Ya,
the
Raya.
ball
Kampus.
for the audio queue. He's tucked into the corner with a DBS. You're gonna have a teammate to work
Yang
on
Raya
as
kampus.
well.
Iya, kampus.
This is
Kan
gonna
gitu.
be so hard to clear. And as he
Red
goes
Bull.
running into the doorway, he eats the buckshot, and IHC are gone.
Papi Potro holding down there, but Zol got way further into
Gueso
that
malah main
engagement than
ngendok
I
dapat
thought he
5
would have
elim
done.
guys.
Again, just the resilience coming through from IHC in these games, just a terrifying prospect.
Wah,
for
lama
these
nih.
other
12.
squads
Enggak, nomor
because they
16.
look voracious, rabid for points.
Fix
at
aja
the
nggak lolos.
moment.
Iya udah
Almost
pasti nggak bakal.
unstoppable
Nggak bakal
at
lolos.
some
Berat,
times,
berat,
but
berat.
Finally, they're put
Udah nggak bisa,
down.
udah nggak bisa anjir AE.
Back into
Udah bukan
Susah.
lagi.
Paje masalahnya, Cok. Bagus Paje, Cok. Kalau nambah-nambah poin tipis-tipis kayak gitu. 4 4 poin, 5 poin.
Razia udah 41 kan?
Iya. Bottom lane-nya di dia, bro. Nahannya yang bawa-bawanya.
Razia 41.
AE 15 sekarang, 44. 43, sorry, 43.
Sudah 38 tambah 2, udah 40 NBS.
Dan nih Badru udah ngelisin Justip nih guys.
DS kalau chicken DS kalau chicken udah 41.
Iya, naik juga.
Kill 4. Udah goodbye. AE udah goodbye. Sudah nggak perlu diomongin lagi. Udah terima kasih sudah berjuang.
Thunder game. Emang nggak bahas ya. PJP yang lagi ketar-ketir.
Kalau PJP masih menunggu match ini guys ya.
PJP bisa dibilang sampai match akhir masih kebuka harapan. Kebuka doang. Belum tentu hasilnya seperti apa nanti.
Influence kalah sama Rook.
Lah ampun, Rooknya naik cok anjing.
There's some great nades coming through here from Rook, honestly. Keeping him in check, bouncing off the windows, so the flashbang bounces and explodes just outside the door, just keeping this team under wraps. Just Kayovski as well as Law remaining. And Influence Rage looked like they had a really good shout into this game, but Rook has sort of sent that one blowing out of the water. D plus Kia as well as Duxan over on that southern and eastern edge. Not really finding too much value from these positions so far that we saw yesterday. A lot of these teams taking up these positions were just constantly peppering squads through the windows.
Kalau DK PJP kebalap.
Here with Duxan only finding 4 eliminations and DK only with 3. It's not been too valuable.
DK PJP kebalap nih.
Will be looking for themselves a second or a third place, or even hopefully at the end of it a first.
Ayo udah ngelos.
It's one of those games where it feels like it really could go either way, honestly.
Influence kalau main pasif gini dongo. Iya sih, dia mending yang nabrak-nabrak gitu ya, main 3/4 zona, main luar zona gitu ya, masuk ya, perang ya. Kalau suruh bertahan gini, dongo sih.
You've got a little bit of a move up from KEATAS as they start to advance at least somewhat. Pappy's looking for high ground so he can peek out and get a read on it. Duxan with a nade lineup wants to bank it off the window.
AF Empire juara internasional
as a Molotov to try again for the second arc, at least putting a little bit of pressure on. And some free heating to boot, but this isn't going to spread far enough.
Apinya di sebelah depan muka,
in real danger. I'm surprised he's remained alive. I mean, his hair was burnt off just slightly on the forearms. How close that one got, but Duxan absolutely obliterating DK right now. Blasting with bullets galore. DK got a little bit too close to the eliminations that I was looking for earlier on. That'll take Duxan up to 7. Much needed points for them.
Wah, DS-nya juga naik. PJP ketar-ketir dari ini guys.
They show themselves up to 4 eliminations. Fantastic play on the squad there, holding up close and personal.
Ini yang di atas cuma influence ya, sisanya tim papan tengah bisa ngejar PJP semua nih.
And it will force teams like Duxan
oh my god. Kalau match berikutnya kayak gini lagi PJP fix gak lolos sih.
Being the squad to take away that potential power position. Pressure being applied back onto them though. Rook been looking pretty mean on this one. Been doing a good job of defending the compound, but still playing 4 picks.
Aduh.
The red roof, attacking down onto Duxan.
Let's see guys.
One man out of the lobby, making it a little bit harder for them now in the final fight. Giving a quick head count, you've got Influence Rage with 2 players alive. Quaso same there with 2 up. And Duxan now with a triple threat. Rook are the only ones that have a full squad still in position. And keep in mind, they were the team that bullied Influence Rage to even be in the position they're now in. They cleaned house with the nades they were using, and it still seems like there's some utility for them to get the work done with. But a nade thrown out from Moxie here from the roof, hoping for more, but not quite enough.
Kalau nggak device juga sih pengaruh mungkin mereka.
Duxan 5 nades.
Bet baru
pretty
kok.
much equaling Rooks here. They want to be very careful with how they're using them. They have to be super valuable in the approach. Luckily for Rook, they have built
Rooknya di sini mendapatkan vision yang luas. Mendapatkan vision yang luas.
PJV dong.
Yoi. Ayo udah nice try di IG.
Gila default nih.
Enak banget.
This is madness. Default the destroyer right now. As nade after nade, he blows them away with the M4. He is absolutely slaughtering.
Wah,
and his
bisa di atas sini ya.
DBS is even armed as he will pop off with the close quarters engagement. Hoxie replies back, sick of the shenanigans. The default
ini dia nih, dua tim yang mengancam ya. Mengancam tengah dan bawah. DS dan juga Rook.
Ini sih, aduh.
Lah Allah.
We're going a little bit
Ini
further.
udah best skenario buat mereka berdua sih.
Asli. SX1, SX2.
Great molly round the side. They cannot handle the utility, Jackie. And Rami's got to come out soon.
Iya deh. Itu dapat bom ya.
Taking them apart with these nades. The shrapnel sticking out of Rook, and it will
be
that swims to safety. Bobbles in with a nade and
Opa mucikan deh. Bednya udah gue buka, Cok.
My Duxan saying Anahasayo to the chicken dinner as they will be happy to grab that one. A big pickup. Where, you know, the moments of madness we saw from them were really clean. The fight they took towards the coastline to actually take away a powerful position from D+, the way they played it in the final fight versus Rook as well, that's huge. Especially when you add the caveat of how on fire Default was looking. Man was actually playing a masterclass blank, and they were able to at least stop him and go on to pick up the chicken dinner. So they deserve the win on that one. Big game.
Root just gets too big for the damn boot. Honestly, at that end game, they go really balls to the wall at the end there, just taking shots and fights after fight. And honestly, let's put it this way, Default did a ridiculous amount of work for that team, really well. But I think they just took things a little bit too quickly at their end there, allowed the real threat in Duxan to get close enough to deal with them. Regardless, Rook racks themselves up a huge amount of eliminations, but I think there was one crucial moment in that game for Duxan in the sense that, like, you saw them try to take that fight with Team Queso. Hoxie decides, you know what, I'm going to hang on to my utility. I'm going to leave this for the late game. And they're really quiet with it. Barring their big fight with DK, they really held on to so much utility, all for that ending moment. And by God, was that utility useful.
It really was. It gave them the extra leg.
Ayo guys, hari Indopre dukung semua tim Indo. Hashtag PJP Longsor lo yang niat dong.
Just how influential it is to have those nades to play with, and have a smart idea about how you want to use.
Udah masih hujan.
Always smart though. It's Max Man. So let's get back over to the desk as he'll be making an appearance there.
Geser Indo belum? Interview.
Apa?
Interview caster.
Caster gua ke Indo tapi nge-lag.
Masih nge-lag kah?
Apalah, tapi dengar suaranya aja.
Iya.
Dapatkan chicken dinner di catatan gua, IHC udah mengejar PJV, BJV udah di hashtag yang ke-9 dan alter ego dengan memberikan performa tadi dari beberapa yang ada di bagian bawahnya. Sekarang bahkan sudah ada di hashtag ke-15, cuman beda 2 poin dengan Nasr.
Gini. Maksudnya Pablo tuh gini guys, kalau device itu kan emang semua player dapat device yang sama.
Memang sebenarnya
berarti kan si pemain Thailand ini yang nggak siap sama device-nya gitu, nah bahasanya. Gampang ya.
Maksud gua sekarang adalah
ya bukan alasan, tapi kan kalau dibilang pengaruh ada ya ada.
Ada, pasti dibilang pengaruh ada.
Dari top 3-nya itu sendiri.
Maksudnya Pablo gitu.
Karena menurut kata top 4-nya
DS 21 poin. Berarti sudah 48 poin. Sudah goodbye alter ego.
Apa sih Anggara?
Datang akan pergi.
Oleh karenanya gue tetap memberikan sebuah opsi, memberikan sebuah opsi pribadi untuk
PUBG Mobile Sports ID. Lewatkan berlalu.
YT nih.
Ya. Ada dan tiada bertemu.
PUBG Mobile Indonesia dong.
Untuk nanti bisa lebih baik di last chance itu juga menjadi salah satu opsi resiko yang boleh diambil gitu loh. Itu dari gua.
Jadi tambah
Jadi
bocil
pecat
atau
dong Blue
bocil
Eye nggak
doang?
lolos. Kayaknya
tadi
guys
ada
ini season
Kenan
terakhir
bisa-
sama Alter Ego
bisa
guys.
main atau bocil main. Cuman Kenan juga sebenarnya agak ragu kan juga bisa IG.
Kirain sampai final guys. Wah nggak jadi tahun baruan nih cok.
Bocil bisa dimainkan gitu kira-kira.
Tapi apakah lu satu suara Gus? Karena dari tadi lu terus-terusan menyuarakan Kenan terus gitu. And why Kenan juga Gus?
Iya iya.
Ini nggak searah
Kayaknya
sama gue ngeliatnya
pindah
jadi masalah.
BTR guys.
Terus satar.
Pindah BTR kah?
Kalau di game-game itu statusnya tuh naik gitu, merah gitu.
Halo Edwin
Bagus
Cia.
banget gitu. Ngapain gitu hal-hal yang
makasih kayak racun.
Kemudian juga ritmenya dapet 3 pemain karena satu player aja satar. Yang
PJP
diganti,
sekarang
yang
di
lain
10
juga.
adik-adik
Iya,
ya.
kita udah belajar dari survival
Ya,
stage,
Keong.
dari babak
Kayaknya
stage
bisa 3 tapi
yang
serem
perlu diganti itu memang lagi satar gitu dan itu
ini
perlu
PJP
diuji
nggak
coba
tahu
banget
nih.
gitu. Ya,
Itu judul
ini
lain
adalah
dari
waktunya
tadi
sebenarnya
mainnya
masukin
burik, Cok.
Kenan
Iya.
harus satar.
Cuman satu game dong tadi
Dalam
bagus.
waktu ini. Tapi ya balik lagi.
Tapi
gue
mereka
lebih-
kalau
lebih
main
ke
nggak
arah
usah
ya,
main bagus ya. Main asal
udahlah.
dapat 4 poin, 4 poin,
Masalah
4 poin aja lolos,
ganti
Cok.
player itu nanti
Ayo kehilangan
urusannya
sosok
kalau
yang
udah
Aceh,
urgent,
udah dibahas
kan
kemarin
nggak
kita.
terlalu urgent banget,
PJP
hanya
bisa
memberikan
hilang, woy.
kesempatan karena adanya total point yang sudah aman. Jadi Kenan bolehlah merasakan sedikit aja vibes dan juga melawan levelnya di internasional dan begitupun juga role-nya lagi ngepas yang dimana ya sebenarnya nggak ngepas banget sih
Bye,
tapi ya
AE.
mau siapa lagi Satar yang diganti, nggak mungkin Boy Chill gitu. Kalau misalnya Satar masukin Boy Chill, ritmenya empat-empatnya nggak ada yang covering di sisi belakang, jadi permainan estafet nggak bisa terjalan nih. Jadi bukan Boy Chill di Kenan kasih waktu.
Oh gua
Sekali aja,
meluruskan dikit ya. Jadi
silakan.
kalaupun bocil tadi yang masuk, gua nggak bilang ganti Satar. Gua tetap antara lapar or Yuhai karena menurut gua sebenarnya gini, gua nggak tahu kenapa di awal
ditarik mati dong nanti.
Gua pede permainan lapar sama bocil, tapi ternyata yang works dan memang sudah terbukti lapar Yuhai main cukup baik gitu. Tapi lagi-lagi base-nya itu adalah giving the opportunity gitu loh. Dan mungkin bisa Boychill atau Yuhai, Boychill Yuhai bermain, laparnya diganti dulu walaupun lapar lagi bagus banget ya. Dan kalau kita ngambil reverse psychology yang sudah bagus berarti dia keep performa dan mungkin bisa digantikan terlebih dahulu. Karena kemarin ketika ganti Yuhai not working quite well, apakah bisa dicoba mungkin laparin diganti gitu loh. Karena menurut gua saving point kayak gini udah saatnya bisa mengambil resiko sedikit, yaitu untuk coba permainan yang lebih berbeda gitu loh. Walaupun lagi-lagi bisa bekerja atau enggak, ya tentu yang menjawab nanti permainannya seperti itu.
Ada yang mau ditambahin Gus sebelum kita menuju ke arah game yang selanjutnya? Angel terakhir nih.
Enggak ya ini buat kalian para bocil-bocil Yakubs, menurut gue player overrated karena emang ada di Pochinki aja, di tempat-tempatan biasa aja overrated. Jadi nggak usah terlalu memuja-muja berlebihan lah, yang kups kayak gitu.
Oh, Lil Boy lagi main di PMGC. Ini masuk PMNC kagak?
Bisa apa sih player-player
Karena kelihatan kecewa banget.
Junior yang bakal
Lu udah tahu, Cok.
oleh Jessica Jelly dan
Kok sama Pablo kan udah ngomong,
Angel terakhir.
Manajer itu penting ya, Bro ya.
Ya.
Apalagi Aceh, guys.
Ini ada yang open
Gue udah bilang. Nggak ada yang marah-marahin di sana, gue bilang gitu.
Oh iya bener. Nah itu emang koreografinya begitu.
Oh emang gini. Oh ya.
Malam Irfan.
Ya itu koreografi opening kita. Karena kan kata analis host kita,
Bisa 3 match ya?
Jessica Junior dan LWG.
Waktunya ngetik di grup nggak sih, Bro?
Pemain overrated kah atau tidak kah?
Mana grup kita si AE nih?
Mendebati Kenan, Satar atau Bocil.
Mana ya AE ya? Grup AE mana ya, Bro? Anjim.
PJP.
Saya sudah sempat dirujak netizen nih.
PJP sih masih
Jadi
bisa
saya tidak akan
lolos
jumawa.
sih.
Karena
kecuali kalau match-nya kayak match 2, match 3 ada pusing ya karena
pulang ke lobby. Jadi
yang naik-naik yang tengah-tengah bawah-bawah nih.
Sudah mulai ada orang-orang yang menghitung berapa kali caster Jumawa, ada pollingnya Cijel. Jadi kita tidak boleh
Aneh, grup alter ego.
Karena menurut saya pergantian-pergantian ini termasuk dalam lingkup Jumawa ini.
Anjir.
Karena kan
nge-lag lu. Gua aman.
berarti sudah mulai merasa aman. Kalau sudah merasa aman berarti sudah mulai Jumawa. Nah, itu tidak boleh. Jadi menurut saya jangan diganti-ganti terlebih dahulu.
Nice try.
Ya udah ini aja.
Kalau AE lolos gue bunuh Anang guys.
Jangan diganti. Saya fans nomor 1 Yuhai, tidak ingin Yuhai diganti.
Oke, benar sih.
Lu jangan gitu.
Lihat dari mimin PUBG Mobile.
Gak mungkin guys.
Jumawa sih.
Wah ya, kalau tadi kan ada hashtag
caster
tidak Jumawa, caster jangan Jumawa. Yang Jumawa adalah admin sosial media PUBG Mobile. Bisa-bisanya ngide Kenan boleh kali dimainin Jumawa. Admin sosial
Udah,
media
gua udah ngetik, bro.
Jumawa harus diserang. Ayo kita serang sosial media PUBG Mobile di TikTok dan juga
jadinya di mana, Jim?
Instagram. Adminnya Jumawa.
Indo.
Iya ya, Indo gua sama.
Temen cek di Instagram pubgmobile.esports.id.
Woi, ngebet, oi. Anjay kalian nih nggak mau ngebet, cok. Nggak ada yang mau pick Paje nih, woi kalinya gede sumpah. Kepik Paje, cok.
Itu tulisannya bukan kalau aman. Pasti aman.
Baru juga naik
Gotan akan main gitu.
Gua ngetik Paje guys ya. Anjing kalian ya, gua makan poin kalian guys.
Hatinya admin PUBG Mobile tahu gua, Jumawa sekali dia.
Ayo udah susah. Ayo bukan udah susah, udah nggak mungkin lolos bang. Udah jangan dibahas lagi nih, ayo udah nggak lolos sedih nih.
Orangnya cerita sama gua. Emang orangnya ini Jumawanya
bisa dobet nggak dong.
Adminnya PUBG Mobile gitu.
Oh, baik. Sekarang kita tahu siapa dalang dan biang kerok.
Oke, kita close.
Close bet guys ya. Buru.
Ternyata itu adalah Mimin PUBG. Dan sembari
Anjay, Paje kali 10
dari pubgmobile.esports.id di IG dan
kali 10,
juga di TikTok. Kita masuk ke match terakhir Irangel. Ini
let's go guys ya.
Terakhir pada hari ini.
Ini Irangel terakhir sebelum 2 kali Mirama.
Tim Indonesia aman. Match ke
gas sih cuy.
Mati Mariade tapi grup red di Survivor bersaing.
Sisa 2 match terakhir.
Apa jangan-jangan grup red lebih besar daripada grup green guys?
Menjadi kesimpulannya.
Nanti kita lihat lah hasil dari kesimpulan.
Sekarang kita mengupdate kepada kalian keadaan dari 2 tim Indonesia. Alter Ego sedang di titik nadir istilahnya, di ujung tanduk istilahnya, karena sisa 2 match hanya beda 2 poin saja. Alter Ego ke peringkat 16. Alter Ego saat ini berada di peringkat 15 dengan 44 poin dan NASR ada di peringkat 17.
Tahu.
Oh enggak, Alter Ego udah ada di 16.
Saya lihat dulu ntar hasil akhirnya.
Sudah ada di 16 dan ini yang menjadi sangat berbahaya untuk
apakah
Alter Ego. Mereka akan dikejar
oleh Daniel ini fitness.
Nusunin NASR.
Apakah selama ini grup green yang digadang-gadang
mungkin bisa
para juara grupnya, para champion?
Karena cukup dekat ya kalau kita
ternyata
lihat
adalah grup yang paling lemah guys.
NASR dan juga Gateron karena
kalau
NASR pulang oleh Gateron, kita harus memberikan hashtag terima kasih Gateron pahlawan Indonesia itu.
Pak cowok baru lolos survival stage cowok belum LCQ.
Itu bentuk kita berterima kasih. Dengan begitu berarti Alter Ego diselamatkan.
Tapi kan lu katanya grup green pada juara.
Sebagai Evo Pride sama-sama Indonesia begitu maksudnya.
Ya, baik kalau begitu. Apakah
waduh, Pak J di sini.
Pak J-nya kena deh.
Kalau face clan
samperin sih 1 poin penting sih. Apalagi IHC udah pasti lolos. Gua samperin sih, Bos.
Kan? Face clan juga poinnya dekat. Iya, tapi
kenapa Nicil sama saya dilepas? Pertimbangan tim kali. Kalau Nicil dia mungkin ngurusin payment sih kali.
Semua cuy, sampai ke Inco, sampai ke NHP, semuanya dah.
Face Clan sekarang 41, selisihnya 3 poin menuju ke apa sih? Ya, Face Clan sekarang 41 total poinnya kan.
Tim Indo lolos.
Iya, maksud gua yang deket sama poin
3.
Gua juga cukup yakin sih sebenarnya Ayah harusnya lolos ke LCQ guys.
NASR 42, sisanya
cuma aneh aja nih mereka nggak lolos karena gua nggak nonton sih.
Tinggal kita lihat NB ini selisihnya 4. Kita akan lihat kalau NB dapat 4 elim ya sudah goodbye. Kalau Face dapat 3 elim ya sudah goodbye. Kalau NASR dapat 2 elim ya sudah goodbye itu. Maksudnya tinggal kita lihat elim dari tim-tim tersebut. Itulah keadaan terkini yang harus kita fokuskan.
Ayo PJP gimana? PJP ketar-ketir AE bendera putih kayaknya.
Mereka masih berada di
peringkat 10. Gua udah ngetik NT di grup guys.
Aman sebenarnya. Walaupun memang tidak ada aman di dunia ini. Aman kalau kita sudah.
Biasanya Pablo yang memulai kan, nah gue yang memulai sekarang.
Karena kalau misalkan kita lihat juga poin PJP.
Mas ngapain? Karena kemarin sakit gue, muka gue pucat banget. Tapi banyak temen gue ternyata perhatian orang gara-gara gue kasih muka gue yang pucat itu.
Dari selisih poin yang sekarang ya kalau kita lihat.
Anjing kan gue nanya makan bigul di mana babi.
60 tuh 57 berarti mulai dari 57 ini ke bawah.
Banyak yang ngechat gue banyak banget yang gak kebalas, maaf ya guys ya.
Kita pernah tahu apa yang akan terjadi ke depannya.
Soalnya terakhir gue lihat kan lu makan bigul, gue tanya lu makan di mana ya?
Hari ini Yudo Lions tidak sengegas hari kemarin. Itu yang membuat
soalnya muka gue kayaknya pucat banget ya di story tuh guys, makanya banyak yang ngechat.
Tidak
pada takut guys yang bikin dosa sama gue. Ini gak berebut lagi kan tuh kan?
Nggak seperti
batu
di
banget.
peringkat kedua di halaman kedua, tim yang ngejar A itu terlalu ngegas.
PJP belasan sih.
Mereka dapat elim.
Mas katanya YouTube Pablo di ban emang iya.
Itu yang akhirnya kok kelihatannya ngejarnya tuh cepet banget menuju ke AE.
Ya gimana ini udah kesempatan terakhir
Ya, kalau ada
back PMSL nih gimana?
Penekanan
Ya
dan
namanya
niatnya itu
ada hal yang
semakin
berubah guys ya.
besar.
Kadang bisa jadi baik, kadang bisa jadi buruk guys.
Ada yang
Itu
sisa
dia.
1, sisa
Masanya
2.
back to backnya situasinya berbeda ketika berangkat ke PMGC.
Udah nggak mau.
Somehow mereka tuh bisa
Lo ke
survive
Twitch.
sampai ke late game lama
Ya,
banget.
ya
Tapi
udah.
aja mereka
Kita ke Twitch ya teman-teman.
udah lumayan
Aduh,
oke
iklan,
gitu
Cok.
ketimbang kemarin ya kan dari sisa.
Premium cok.
And we just didn't see that. We didn't see that
Dah.
at all over the first few games. Whereas now,
The best solution for streaming.
Kenapa gue 2 kali kena iklan, Cok?
Yeah, fifth
Lu
place
tutup,
right now,
gua
74
buka
points.
tapi
Great.
gua
It's
muit.
really good. I'm super pleased with how things have worked out for them. Some of our Korean teams right now, 49 to 48, very similar performance. You know, I don't know if this is intentional or not. I don't think it is, but it's sort of interesting to see these two teams go hand in hand. Again, Korean squads usually do take a while to adapt.
Oh, gue lupa sama lu kemarin, Bro.
Very well over long.
Kode promonya apa, Jim?
That's where they tend to
bentar, Nang.
bust out the
Dapat
most.
saweran.
And it's where they sort of need to improve as we move further and further into this tournament ruling of just quite quick formats, quite little sprints that we have going on.
Kenapa, Nang? Sorry, Nang.
Kode promonya top up apa ngisi itu ya.
League stage as well, where you just have 3
Kode apa,
days
Sok?
to
Emang nggak ada ya?
position towards that.
Kan
top
ada
four.
tuh
Nggak
di web ada tulisannya.
But
Oh,
right
nggak
now, I do
ada.
think
Oh, emang nggak ada.
great teams, and
Nggak ada,
Duxan
itu
just
kan nanti
showed us
tunggu ada
one of
event
the
nih,
best
BTR
players coming
juara,
out from
nah.
survival stage.
Pada
So
nanya gue
far,
kemarin,
versus
gue
rookies
ngisi nggak
was
pakai
on a
promo, gue
3v4.
bilang gitu. Tanya Pablo coba.
Such a
Iya.
well-designed
buka.
play from them.
Jadi
From
penyakit
the
gue tuh
Molotovs,
aneh
the
guys
nades,
kemarin.
just the
Saya
overwhelming
bercerita
force
ambil
where they
ngeliatin
lock
federal
them in,
loncat-loncat
they
gagal
move
ya.
forward at the right time as well.
Daripada
We're
ngeliatin
starting to
orang nih
see
loncat-loncat guys.
these
Mending denger gue cerita kan.
incredible moments
Jadi
start to pour through.
secara aneh tangan gue sama kaki gue dingin gitu.
Nah, dingin terus
Udah muntah.
meriang berarti masuknya.
Iya, bukan meriang sih.
Apa?
Kalau meriang kan satu badan tuh.
Ah.
Nah, gua cuma karangan sama kaki aja. Jadi kayaknya keracunan makanan tapi di ujung-ujung badan aja gitu.
Malam dem.
Ketempelan kah? Anjir lu pada. Mau meninggal tuh kopap. Oh iya, makasih ya Muhammad Parsalpati ya. Doain kau sehat-sehat ya. Awas kalau nyusul doanya balik. Guys, ayo guys kita doain guys Muhammad Paras Alpati guys. Lumayan lu. 1000 lu yang balas lu ya. Doain lu ya.
INF. AE peringkat 16.
Kena mental nggak lu? Hah? Minta maaf nggak lu? Pada bilang kena santet lu. Di balik ngelakuin hal yang tidak-tidak nggak kau. Jadi gini guys.
Others not as much.
Nanti dah.
Struggling.
Nanti dibilang nggak fokusin game lagi. Jadi, gue sewa hotel udah ada kayak ini guys. Kayak di 365 days showernya 2 udah bisa menikmati indahnya malam ya kan.
Asli apalagi kalau untuk bikin Dede Paleri, enak banget itu di situ.
Hari pertama nginep bini gue muntaber guys.
Nggak jadi, Adek Paleri nggak jadi.
Hari kedua guanya yang muntaber.
Nggak jadi lagi Adek Paleri.
Udah nice try guys.
Looking at the circle now where we're centering
Rugi
up
bandar.
again, sort of feels like reminiscent of
Lumayan deh
first
nyewanya.
angle of the day here.
Enggak sih, murah sih.
Murah.
Lumayan, ya nggak mahal-mahal banget, nah, oke lah. Bentar, makanan gue datang.
Ya.
This time suffering on
Yang muntaber pala bawah ya, bukan. Ya kayak keracunan makanan gitu guys. Makanya gue tanya, lu terakhir makan migul ya? Gua bilang gitu. Makan di mana lu? Gue bilang.
Iya.
Gue juga nanya, Paleri makan apa emang? Okta makan apa? Gua bilang gitu.
Jadi ada kejadian juga gini guys, gue sewa villa bagus banget Nang. Kenapa dirinya pindah ke hotel, harusnya gue di villa. Udah bayar mahal-mahal, villanya mati lampu terus. 10 kali mati lampu.
Jeglek gitu.
Iya. Ya gue minta refund lah akhirnya.
Oh iya.
Ya
kena nggak tuh? Oh enggak cu. Tapi berasap mobilnya di sini cukup risky dari seorang INF. Dapat lagi kenok, hilang Federal Lil Boy juga. NB naik sih bro ini.
NB naik kah?
A lot of infighting going on as well.
Suara gamenya kurang
It's
gede
not
ya?
just a one-off scrap, it's a bit of commotion across the entire
PJP itu 10 guys. 10 apa 9? 10 harusnya.
Listriknya 10.600 watt guys. Masih nggak cukup. Genpos dapat. Wah, Gateron di sini.
Mati kau NB, sumpah. Ayo, Gateron. Gateron. Mampus. Kena yang atas. Nice. Gen.
Follow up thrown in towards Gen Force as he's gonna go for the quick adjustment. Oh mate,
kalemin boy.
No victors blank with how many players have already been knocked for either side. Looking to get out of this one cleanly is not going to be an easy task.
Aduh, kena Semnen. Apa sih Semnen ini caper, cok?
Semnen ini bener-bener nih.
Ganggu orang aja lu.
Really struggling here now. Trying to remain alive. I mean for BT.
Alah sia boy. Ganggu orang aja Semnen ini sumpah.
Sam9 also towards this northeastern edge, really
desperate
for points at this point in time.
Tapi nggak apa-apa ya, kemarin katanya ngasih pointer so BTR.
23rd place in the standings with 32 points overall.
Dapat
lucky to finish off the final.
Tapi lu perhatiin deh, BTR tuh fightnya kuat sekarang.
But it bounces off.
Banyak yang minum vitamin C. Iya.
Hello.
Ya diganti nggak tuh?
Iya anjing lah.
Observer benci BTR guys.
Anti BTR guys.
Anti BTR, sumpah.
An all-time high as they try and close the gap. Coops playing for keeps, goes for the stutter step and looks to try and hit the shot. Nice re-peek into Alex, but not quick enough on the draw. So Coops, the young guy, goes down as he's shot off by Alex. And the rest of the team is just running. They want to get out of here. Meanwhile, NVMe's are still fighting inside the building. Shotties galore as all of the barrels are going off. And everyone's taking
Astaga, Sam9 ini apa cowok?
starting to crumble now, looking like maybe they've let this one slip blank.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Cepetan nggak sih, abisnya di third party loh.
Whereas you're just sitting, you know,
itu kan Sam9 jalan bro. Ala.
and Sem9 have come to join the party.
Tai betul.
Sem9 would be a lovely bit of revenge over towards BTI who have harried them all game. Luckily BTI able to get three players back up on their feet somehow, some way. But Sem9 is just loving in the Molotovs, heating up the fire. LUPA goes down to the burning foot, and it will be 90 dep now moving in with himself, a nade in hand. Looks to toss it on towards that top side.
Astaga, tolonglah.
For a very hard amount of damage, but BTR backs things up, waits for the end game. Another nade goes through, but
gua nggak melihat ini gimana caranya Gateron bisa survive sih, jadi ya udahlah.
Feels fairly safe, not anymore.
Oh, throws a grenade right at his big toe and hopes that he will
Gimana?
stand there
Sebenarnya
and eat that bad boy.
kalau di Gateron main asa juga, cepet istirahat, cepet lebih bagus, besok langsung main kan?
Side window and blow him away. Fight isn't over
Guys,
though. You
pakai headset guys.
and that means you've still got to clean up against PTR. It's down to a dynamic duo. Good with the nades for the opening on the engagement though, as that one's gonna wipe down.
Alah, ngelim di situ.
Response back is so clinical. It's nade city blank. All of the elims
Bad situation ini bro, susah.
And we talked about how, you know, it would be nice for Sem9 to get a little bit of retribution.
Kenapa Gen? Kena Gen.
Well, gets naded out by his teammate, Kenny. We're looking for a little bit more, but Mikiao goes down.
Nice Gen.
Boss is going crazy with it. And a blind spray into the smoke there with the DBS.
Gua bilang pakai headset
Shut him
tadi.
down, but Sem9 found that a lot more difficult than I think they expected it to be.
All the vultures
Terus-terusin third party. Fuck kata gua teh.
Nggak, menurut gua bukan salahnya Sam9 sih.
Alliance just watching that one from a distance, thinking, all right, when can we
Kelamaan
come in
clearingnya.
and up the pieces?
Our turn now.
Yeah, when do we get to swoop down? But they've
Kelamaan,
actually gone for the rotate round the back. It seems like they've realized that NASA were actually setting up for this. They go for the backstab onto NASA.
Kenapa kita guys ya?
Ooh, okay. This could be sick blank. You've got so many squads that are right on top of each other, and Sem9 want to move as well. They want to actually just get stuck into the fight after getting that first knock. So Kenny plays for the info, going for the quick roam up. IHC still here, still looking for a piece of the pie as well. What on earth is going on?
Babi mas. Babi kah? Gak enak cok malam-malam cok.
Job of holding these teams back at arm's length, but to be honest with you, it's kind of surprising. We can even see it here, the amount of teams that are actually towards that central arena of the map. There are so many on this northeastern side, all trying to hold each other out. Udo Alliance, Sem9, IHC, NISA as well as Ducksam in a difficult spot. And what a horrid circle here on our final angle. I said it was reliable points. I take it back. I put it away in the backpack there because I have lied to you all. I have lied to you terribly.
Foto lagi enggak?
Oh boy.
Di malam udah soto.
Oh dear, blank.
Sama sate.
Sem9. I'm surprised they've been able to survive through so many of these awkward encounters and keep the team in a good position. They've been playing a very slow, methodical, just lurking.
Tim bawah makin naik. Iya, ini yang atas tusun lagi guys ya.
They dive into a compound or run the
berarti
risk of
kemungkinan
even
makin
really
mengejar lagi.
for a trap card.
Habis ini Miramar 2 kali guys. Mirangle terakhir baru.
Instead, they've kept their cards close to their chest and are still holding for this fight to be instigated from someone else. Let another squad make the first mistake. Brute Force seem to be pitching as well as they're going in versus Zen Hyper. And able to pick up a couple of pieces here and there. IHC close in the forest. Going to be assaulted now as Mikhail's close.
NB nggak nambah poin. Peki naik tuh. 43 poin. 1 poin lagi. Nyamain AE.
This is when the other teams that are hearing all the gunshots are going to be thinking about the third party potential.
Mate, Alex has no clue where Tam was shooting from. Finally finds his number. And IHC hanging on at the moment versus Sem9, who have tried to get the beat. Mikhail tried to move away the vehicle. Some great team shots coming through. Won't finish him off in the time being. Kenny as well off in the distance. And it will now only be one final player of Sem9 to make it through. It's so unlikely that Kenny will get much further.
Thank you kontribusi gift-nya, appreciate it. Semoga dibalas berlipat. Ya.
Thank you El. Enggak, mata gue udah aman.
Spamming across, Kenny.
Berkas lalu rezeki
He's
lancar.
going to go down as the headshot will hit. It's YHC surviving in their awkward encounter towards the forest. Meanwhile, Udo Alliance, they've got a scrap. They've got a clash up close and personal.
Obat pilek. Oh, enggak. Ini Meller biasa
well, and Godless, how is he alive, Blank? Man's on a sliver of HP. It's tiny. A speck of dust there for the health bar, but he does back off and stays in the fight.
Alex brings Demo in the vehicle. He's battered and bruised.
NNSR butuh 2 poin lagi cuman tuh.
We'll go for the res here and IHC continue onwards. I mean, you can say one thing about this team is that they are resilient, right?
Tinggal nungguin Teki doang itu.
Able to hold on in some of the most brutal of scenarios. TK Plus down towards the south side, just outside Lighthouse at the moment, but definitely not in it. They've crashed upon the rocks here. The light was not on when they came to port. Obviously, this circle is not a good one. There is so little landmass to play in it. No one's going to be playing down towards the southeast edge in Sosnovka. Lighthouse, a big old focus point for Rook at the moment. If you've got Team KSO holding over towards the western compound and the gas station that sits just towards that north side, which no team has sort of claimed just yet.
Info kacikan ini guys.
So many squads.
Yeah.
Ini kalau zonanya ke tengah lagi nih.
With just how close they are.
PROSESOR, Rook, Info naik semua. Nah, udah goodbye.
Bye, AE.
Bukan AE, goodbye. PJP bisa goodbye ini, nah.
PJP juga lagi. Have a great time.
Kalau sampai ini take you, ya kan? Terus si Info.
The map geometry they actually have
Rook udah di atas PJP emang.
Udo Alliance, spelunking
Rook mah di tengah, dia udah di atas.
Looking to try and climb their way up.
Teki.
Star eats a big connection from the nade. Meanwhile, IHC are going in, clearing out. They found the South Korean squad and they want to attack for control of the compound.
Nah, ini harus menang sih.
Godless, similar mindset. Remember, this man survived.
Di bawah dia.
Now he's trying to kick off another fight, but IHC do lose an opening man as Alex is dropped, and they've got good positions to peek from. Ducksang can keep on applying damage.
Sinyo sama Doni udah mulai buka Traveloka.
Nyari tanggal balik. Holding on right now versus so many different teams all in the same same area, playing around yellows here over towards that south side. Zipian tosses a nade over the top, spots the players from NASA just sprinting around the side. Joel goes down, and Duxan just looks like a different kind of beast now.
This isn't a duck. This is an absolute behemoth with how they're playing. Getting their wings clipped now, though. Shots coming back in as Godless tries to stay alive for IHC's hopes and dreams. M9 as well, even getting stuck into the mix with the last man, the solo dolo, dealing a bit of damage. Quick getaway for Godless as he goes full James Bond. Takes the car.
Tumbles it in, not a hover car though for the time being, will hit down towards the depths of the Mariana Trench there, and there will stay for quite some time, you'd imagine.
Kontribusi gift-nya, appreciate it.
From the great visibility for this squad over towards a lot of different teams, and with the circle panning the way it does, they just have a lot of protection going forward here. You got DK underneath, but it is Duxan to be taking a lot of damage here. Will lose another in Hoxie. He did so much good work for the team before, and now they just have to send it over open ground into rocky terrain. They missed the jump into the water. Have to give it another go and hope they don't get sprayed out as they tumble in.
Paling nggak makin gede peluangnya di LCQ maksudnya Pablo.
They're in shallow water, Blank. They've beached themselves. Oh, this is not what you want.
Pindah aja sambil.
Oh, mate, Junie. Just swing the wheel, my brother.
That's so rough, bud. The second attempt to get into the water, and even then you hit the shallow bank and eat bullets. They're gone. Absolutely wiped away. Look at the moves from Mela, man. How's he doing it so quickly? Start stepping left and right. Finally falls to Rook.
This just feels like a desperation from so many squads. Fair play to Mela, man. The fact that he was getting in like that is crazy.
Man, this is absolutely outrageous at the minute. Okay, zone's gonna move. So much more.
Masih bisa nggak? Bisa pulang ke Indo.
Restrict in terms of the actual landmass you're gonna have to play with. Inco as well. You've got the blessing of the fact you're already inside of the big deep blue. You're set up in there to make it uncomfortable to actually have a full squad wipe against you and have bridge control.
Ayo udah ke Balatek yuk.
You still got a little bit of the lighthouse in the zone as well.
Mati sekarang udah 4-4.
Rook have been hitting their shots, so that's always gonna help. But this is looking so rough, Blank. These circles have been unforgiving today.
Iya bener kan, Ayo masih bisa pulang ke Indo kan?
Honestly, just disgusting to play around with. It's been very, very difficult for so many squads. Pre-Paul doing his best to try and get his way into the circle, but he'll just be edging along the beach, pretending to be a crab at this rate, because that's the best he can do. Hopefully he has a hard shell on him as well, because getting out from this situation is requiring him to wear a lot of bullets on the
Cair bro.
Team KSO, strong spot still.
Alliance balap PJP ya.
Bit of high ground with the rooftops available to them.
Peter cair kan?
Belum sih, masih sama. Tapi
Peter cair kan?
Position where they came in from the eastern side of Sosnovka, swarming from the coastal edge, and it's kept the bridge in for such a long time. They basically haven't had to do anything in this match, which is very fortunate for them, considering that they've got to jump up quite a few placements in this game if they want to set themselves up for a good chance to get in towards that top 16.
Sudah dibuka bed baru guys.
This has been one of the most cruel games to other teams and one of the most fortunate teams to win.
Udah gue cairin kok.
Just so many miraculous things inside of this game that have made it pan out the way it
PJP sih masih aman ya, tapi deg-degan banget
tuh. Territory here. They formed an alliance, it seems, with D+, at least for now. If you expose yourself, if you make yourself visible, I think that alliance will very quickly start to crumble.
Ini cuma tinggal nunggu salah satu mati dan stek 16 nya harusnya.
Fireworks show, Blank. They're just throwing the grenades down at them.
Atau nunggu teki mati dah, baru dinaikin steknya.
It will finish off Udo Alliance first. They're now out of the equation. D+ stuck in the same spot as well.
PJP juara PMPL, Ayo juara PMSL, Betel juara PMRC. Apakah MRP akan juara?
Points from these teams underneath.
Biasanya sih bisa gitu ya.
Triple champion ya kan, MRP.
Like it was fairly on target. Mikiel solo HP and Pusher will find that one. The nade took him down so low. Mikiel able to get those final couple of bullets in to do the rest of the job.
Puan, makasih Puan.
Over towards this side from Inco. Vitali still towards the bridge end of things, actually, and Inco desperately want to win this game. Regardless of what happens, they will get somewhat of a decent placement point. I would imagine
bet itu langsung mebet,
the bridge itself. Brute Force, though, able to actually move themselves up towards that northern side to start facing off against Team KESO, which the circle most likely in this next one will push them further down towards that south side. So you've got to respect the plays coming through from Brute Force here.
Udah kebalap, iya udah kebalap
in a position they might just be able to do well in this game.
Inco finally getting an opportunity to put the bridge control to good use as well as they spam shots onto the players lurking in the water and finally finish off D+. New zone acquired though, and even more land gets stripped away from our competitors here. The battleground getting smaller and smaller, and with so many squads inhabiting it, it's not going to be easy. You're going to have to fight for that room to breathe, fight for some sort of control of the map now.
Targetnya 60 poin guys, semuanya dekat-dekat ke 60 loh, masih 2 match. Aduh.
Haven't overly been tested by Rook though.
Udah thank you I udah. Itu udah 16 di thank you.
In the sense that they can hold on to their high ground position for a little bit longer, and that might just be enough to get them into a spot to shut this one down. They've had 7 eliminations in the game so far. They're looking pretty damn mean with how they're playing it, and they're going to want to take it all the way to the bank and secure the finish. Squash, meanwhile, looking for the lurker in Rami, playing under the bridge, and the nade is absolutely spot on. That is beautiful.
Bang in there from Squash there. I think that just comes out from the fact that he has a little bit of an inkling of whether we play against though. It's Arthur.
Klik dikit nggak ngaruh, klik dikit nggak ngaruh. Klik dikit nggak ngaruh deh.
To finish up the job over towards Brute Force, and Team KESO should now be able to get all 3 players back up. But
Inkonsisten guys ya.
Threads a couple of bullets with the mini puts Team KESO to rest.
Okay, here we go. This is what they've been waiting for. The battle of the bridge has been going their way, and even finding countless opportunities to third party and first onto Nox players. They are adding to that.
Inco 2 kali chicken ke hari ini. Dia ketiban zona terus nih kalau laki-laki kayak gini terus cok.
Dapat keberuntungan terus ya anjir.
Iya.
Asli Inco nih didukung semesta banget cok.
Ingat gak tahun lalu dia kayak gini guys. Ini tahun ini kayaknya kayak gini lagi nih cok.
Majisnya lah circle banget cok.
Wonders for them won't exist for too much longer.
Enggak lolos yoi.
Ya lu udah malas main udah aman. Itu 1 poin juga sih. Mereka ngapain capek-capek? Mereka sementara besok main lagi gitu kan.
Butuh reset istirahat.
Versus Inco. 1 nade left remaining here for Rafa and a Molotov, but overall Inco's supplies are looking pretty healthy. Default though moves up, makes it to the bridge.
Iya, Rook pelonnya pada habis
his way through, get something done off the back of this one. If Default can find at least a good nade over to one of these players, but once again it's Squash with a killer grenade from the top side. Default dropped everything, tried to keep himself minimalistic and hidden. It doesn't matter though, because Squash has got the X-ray vision in this game apparently.
Squash, more like swish, as that's the noise he's making
every
time he throws out these nades. Countless 3-pointers, Blank.
It's
so good from him. I don't know how he's so calculated, but the trigonometry from this man is perfection. Every time he lines up a nade, you know it is going to be an absolute banger. And that's an impact frag player that he takes down with it as well. Default today looks unbelievable. His gun skills have been through the roof. His mechanics have been on point. So the fact you take him out, you remove that chance of a potential upset clutch from Rook massively. You've left them down to just a duo now, Blank. Chances of this one being an upset are slim to none. Inco are licking their lips at the idea of the chicken dinner now.
Tapi Rook ini juga udah aman sih. Bisa jadi mereka coba fight.
Done it single-handedly from this position underneath the bridge. He has been so influential on this map.
Rook ini udah balap PJV belum?
4 players, then Abenche wants a little bit of the money too. Sends a nade over the top here.
Oh,
udah dong.
Ya?
Udah. Rook udah. Kalau Rook udah.
Udah dikasih poin ini infonya, Cok.
The bullets though are hitting. Play zone coming on in, and with the tag that was already inflicted onto Eugene, the zone was enough to finish him. Pusher will be getting pushed away as he goes down, giving up the chicken dinner to Inko.
Double chicken dinners on the day for Inko. We said that one wasn't enough, so they gave us two. For Inko, this is much needed points, but sort of gifted as well to the
biasakan nonton AS sampai selesai adik-adik. Biasakan nonton AS sampai pulang Indonesia adik-adik.
Udah pulang. For just nailing each and every one of his nades that he sent through. Some great vision. Even I think the teammates a little bit confused as how on point his nades were there.
Berarti itu Cok, nggak bisa track pendek dia Cok.
So massive for them in their long run.
Bencana, it's the thing as well, especially over the course of the tournament, Black, we've seen just how much of a blessing it is if a team has got some fantastic grenadiers on their side. If you're hitting those big nades, if you're being able to come across for the double nade perfectly, it just sets you so far apart from the other squad. So the fact that Squash is able to land two blinders all off the skin of his own back, perfect damage dealt on him, you got to give him props for that. Nade usage on screen as well. A lot of roaming.
Terima kasih Alter Ego.
You can see with miles traveled.
Alter Ego.
By the side of brute force. But wow, that's a big game for him, Blank. And honestly, towards the end, I'm kind of glad they just played smart. They didn't get stuck into the game until they absolutely had force in the issue.
I mean, it started on Sosnovka, right? It's quite amusing because they must have rotated up towards the east of the bridge. The circle was for like themselves. This is a horrid circle. Let's re-rotate back here. In the meantime, we're gonna rotate on over back to the deck.
Enggak, punya gua headsetnya bluetoothnya udah hilang. Udah nggak connect lagi. Harus beli headset makanya.
That seemed like an impact for rotate right there, to be honest, Blank. But we did see Inko closing out the game yet again. Their second chicken dinner on the day. And going into this match, they were in 21st place. Where they've ended up after, well, that will be left to be determined when we get to our overalls. But again, a much-needed game to make them feel so much safer and have a little bit of wiggle room if they have a bad Final 2 match.
Kumenahan rasa sakit.
So small. One thing like that, you can jump up significantly high and be safe in top 16. So, Inko, glad to see him get a win like that. But Rook here, man, again, we've seen so many good games from Rook, able to reach the late game stage. Default's been doing fantastic. Rami's got some amazing nades, especially from that spot, because they read the lobby so well, right? Mad Balls don't play this location. They're not in this lobby. We're just going to full send it on to Lighthouse and just survive into a podium position and get a second. Really trying to reach now a podium position at the end.
Are you calling them an ALT here, Max?
No, it's not an Avenger level threat. No, they're good. They're good. I like them. It's cool.
They're good. Team Queso as well, though. Kalaris obviously getting 12 points. Brute Force getting another 9. Again, teams who desperately need these points have been able to do so consistently today.
Yeah, these teams at the bottom zooming up the leaderboard like a Zonda are really fast here up towards the top. It's impressive to see. I do think when we get to the overall leaderboards, though, that our theorized procedure and gladiators potentially being under threat. I think by the end of the day, I think they'll be 15th and 16th. That's my prediction here as we take a look at it.
Yeah, it's getting close. You can see
PJP tuh di 10 masih Cok, 60 poin
but
ya.
two teams who unfortunately will have to just watch from home and not have a chance in the last chance stage. It's going to be
BFDS itu gila aduh. Inko lagi.
Inko 55 Cok. Inko lolos nih naik ke atas PJP.
We knew they were going to slip, right? But that's
Nah, ini tinggal tim papan bawah nih.
Rankings here, and we can still see some big upsets like teams such as FaZe, NB Esports, and 9 can also catch up. Got some decent elims for Sen 9 because that gap is so small that anyone can really make it up there. Even South Korea here and Polaris have slipped a little bit that previous game, so they could also lose 2 teams after this.
Melis tetap ke Turki kok, guys.
Okay.
It's getting close though. I mean, if you're obviously talking about procedures in the gladiators, you still have you do Alliance as well, just right around the 60-point mark. So they're still not safe whatsoever. But it is getting tough here for everyone, and obviously as we're about to head into our mirror matches,
Dari
I
channel
remind you guys
Kobe ada yang
once
spoiler
again
katanya PJP
about
ente
Infinix
mas
GT10
nggak
Pro
tahu.
official smartphone here at
Beda
PMGC.
15
You guys can
menit.
check it out. It was born for professional esports players, and you guys can pick one up and dominate the lobbies.
Gamenya
Not
belum
to
kelar
mention, you
soalnya.
can head over to TikTok and check out everything's behind the scenes, some clips and some videos being uploaded for you guys. Just make sure you look for the tag PMGC 2023. I'm really putting production on this few here, so I'm going to keep churning through these ones. Cross festivals will happen. You guys can pick up the game and download it and play in the new update. Oh, he's catch up. He's keeping with me on this one. And glide down a slope with a snowboard, hide behind a snowball mound, the size of Max Man's head, and potentially turn people into snowmen.
Lupa guys.
I mean, Jackie said you were big brain, the
Like-nya
smartest one on the
dipencet.
desk.
Sama jangan lupa buat yang suka hobi daftar turnamen bisa langsung ke situ. Rocks.gg di bawah. Gratis.
Kok tadi
Oh
pesawatnya delay
man,
ya?
okay, alright, well beyond that we do have the popular annual gala happening for 2023 from November 15th to December
Udah mulai
19th.
tegang
You
ya
guys can
guys ya,
participate in
mulai
10
berpikir
1v1
nih gue nih
matches and
PJP
potentially earn
gimana
yourself
nih?
Nih ini mulai
some
mikirin
rewards that you
PJP
show
nih
off
2
to your
match
friends,
lagi nih.
to your family,
BTR
to your
udah aman,
teammates,
BTR mah
but also you still have
aman
items to show off
sentosa
to
di
your
atas,
community.
duitnya aja yang nggak aman.
Hope you guys have been able to pick up for yourselves the
Price
emblems
pool.
onto our models and you can show them off. Maybe not be able to get one in real life, but at least you can get one
Semoga
in
lolos
the
sih
game.
PJP.
And then
Iya
when
biar
you win your
Batkin buka
matches,
peluang
something
cok di
that
LCQ.
is too optional. You can
Indo nggak
show
cuma
off
satu
your
gitu.
new victory
9
decks as well, while
poin.
supporting your favorite PMGC
6 tim di
teams.
bawahnya, 5 tim
We're
lah.
gonna head to a
5
short
tim,
break
5
where we get
tim.
things ready to go for what are you
Karena
doing,
Yudo
Carlos?
lain
Stay
udah pasti
dancing?
naik.
Yep.
Inko
I mean, to
lagi.
be fair, that's probably what I would do in the club. Okay,
Inko udah
guys,
pasti
let's
naik
head to a
4
break. Let's
tim.
get him off screen. It's gonna be Miramar come up next back to
Sisa.
back. We'll see you in a few.
Inko lagi dapat momen soalnya guys. Sisa brute force beda 6. Tapi kemungkinan besar nih
Apa ya?
PJV ini kan ada WWCD.
Ya, tiebreaker tinggal kalau poin sama.
Bisa jadi ini penolong buat mereka si PJV ini.
Mister Indo lah ya.
WWCD-nya bisa jadi penentu nih.
Gue heran kalian suka nonton stream yang nge-lag ya?
Aduh, gak tau dah. Pusing guys. Dipikir-pikir terus pusing guys. Tunggu aja guys. 2 match terakhir, Miramar terakhir ya. Ya Miramar nih harus yang atas bantai-bantai. Pokoknya yang bawah hilang duluan dah. Tengah ke bawah hilang duluan. Ih, cing lu ah, deg-degan.
Ya, Bocil sudah posting. Thank you
Aman
and sorry
PJP
for the
Pada yakin
experience.
ya.
Heads up chill. Kamu cuma YouTube sama sosmed 48 mega, nonton Netflix juga. Apa sih Pak Komenko? Lihat postingan yang baru gua repost guys. Internet. Malam-malam. PJP lagi buka Traveloka. Masih ngelipetin baju guys. Sambil gosok, sambil nonton. Belas buat betul. Besok poinnya direset nggak? Angin spam. Reset. Apakah Godnan akan bermain? Let's see, bro. Punya experience gak sih, Cap? Yang di LCQ experience, Cap ya? Ini sih experience, Cap. Oh, tidak, guys. Tim Sam.
I think coming into
silakan troopers
as the lads on the desk.
Boycil main.
We do have Malise and
oke. Boycil masih di experience.
Not to be going. Maxman was
Experiment
talking about flights been
kan sama kan sih?
Come on, man. They only just
itu tadi barusan disorot.
Come on.
Alan diganti.
Give him a second, give him a minute.
Nah nih, kita
Satar yang namanya ya.
Ini variabel yang seharusnya dicoba kemarin ya, Satar yang ditarik ya. Kita lihat ya. Close bet, cok, anjay, hampir lupa ya. Pegangan. Aman PJP, dek ser masih.
It's very silly. It's not a good system.
Are those Nikes?
Peter mana power grid?
You're not coming in.
Bocil turun lag-nya parah banget, nggak nge-lag nih, oh ya. Jir.
Turun
mana veteran?
Monte kan? Power grid.
Into the club here, but into the survival stage in the last chance club, we have 16 teams.
Beter kan? Lu nanya Beter tadi kan?
Just yet. We have esports who honestly been doing fantastically well, despite losing out on 2 angles now. They still got themselves second place in both, really playing very well.
4 kali, 3 kali, apa 5 kali itu.
Which we know they're good at taking earlier on, but penultimate match here of the entirety of the survival stage. We head in towards Miramar. The dusty deserts here in front of us. We'll see once all that does, who exactly will be in that bottom 8.
Enak ini.
It's going to be painful, man. It is going to
bisa nih guys, ke bawah nih.
State of affairs for our teams that don't make it through. But
tim saya gimana? Titel mah tetap titel, Cok. Apa kabar VP, Cok? Tim PMWI, Cok.
Soldier forward
titel mah tetap titel, Cok.
And the preceding
hasilnya aja yang
we'll have that last chance, those last few moments of madness to decide which teams move on out of it. So this is really
soalnya 6 tim harus dapat 10 poin. Enggak lah, enggak 6 tim weh.
Little bit of a shift,
4 tim.
Potential still remaining
5 tim ya, 5 tim.
Some of the placements for these teams, so accruing an extra
Yudo Lion sudah sama.
PJP 60 poin guys.
Inco 6 poin. BF 7 poin. DS 8 poin.
Pak J kena sama Teki. Hilang 1.
They look completely different to what we saw when they came out swinging into last round. Survival stage rather.
Iya, dan yang tim kayak Inco, Yudo, BF, DS, TQ ini tim dari bawah, coy, ini ke atas, coy.
Iya, Cok.
And they give quite a free opening elim.
Better kelasnya enggak lah, ini lagi better nih. Apa ya bahasanya? Press pull aja, press pull. Placement press pull aja.
23rd, it looks terrifying.
Yang bedain duitnya tuh posisinya, guys.
Struggling to get any points on the board despite trying to live towards those end points of the game. Even on that last match, just swimming in the water for an extended period of time.
Berat kayaknya kecuali chicken ya. Tergantung sini, kita nggak tahu sini ngasih arahnya kemana nih.
Over towards on that top side, trying to get in towards the water himself. It's just not happening for these squads.
PJP itu sama dengan Yal sekarang di posisi 10, 60 poin.
The days are numbered, or at least the matches are numbered. Just too late.
Nyari duit jajan tambahan, betul. Nyari duit ini, Cok. Ganti handphone latihan, Cok.
Inco feeling much more secure now. 12 plays, 55 points. Happy days for them. We do have that spread teams towards the top differentiating themselves from everyone else with Enigma Galaxy, VCR, IHC.
8.
Really doing well today to get themselves in. You do Alliance really haven't accumulated a lot of points on the day. I don't believe. I think started the day around 59 if I'm not mistaken.
Kalau 16 DK-nya naik,
masanya 17-18 itu tim udah nggak main, Melis sama si AE.
Still, that first day was enough. But
tapi harusnya sih ya, sebenarnya kalau secara kita ngomong ya harusnya sih nggak mungkin sih mereka naik barengan semua. Harusnya sih ya.
Soalnya sekarang kalau match ini ya NASR nih sampai ke 16 nih, Bro. Anggap dapat 50 something lah, lewati DK lah. Nah, itu baru deg-deg tuh.
Inco's on our screen at the moment. Squash, as we said, the right arm a god on this guy, honestly, Jackie.
Yeah.
Incredible nade plays from him. Nick Galaxy off in the distance. Another team that I'd honestly like to see go out with
13 ya, PJP ya.
At the end of the day, maybe get some more points towards the top side of the tables.
Coba apa?
PJV di 16.
You'd hope so, because it's definitely
Yakin ya?
a lot better from them.
Masih lolos berarti ya?
Kalau 16, ya tergantung NXR. Match ini nambah poin apa enggak? Kalau NXR match ini nambah poin lo sampai 55 dah.
The big focal
last match-nya baru deg-deg.
Times they made a mistake that could have been avoided today. It's been a lot cleaner. Seems like the heads are screwed on more. And they've been performing well, especially on the Erangel. So will that translate into the Miramars?
Para Bociltron berharap PJP nggak lolos tuh. Ini udah Indo konsepnya.
It is an interesting point you raise as well. You do alliance.
Berjuang bersama,
right, in the sense, you know, that they did win those games, sure. But like you say, there was a lot of setup in external factors in terms of the zone.
Ya, banyak-banyak berdoa. Ya sini guys, kan juga anjing.
Outside of that, in the raw head-to-heads, in the raw games,
beda itu King Nasar.
It's still not looked exactly picture perfect, but hey, I mean, however you gain those points, however it goes, you're just going to be happy you're getting them.
Kami lagi disalahin
able to keep themselves afloat and
ini Bociltron nggak ada ngapa-ngapain loh. Kalian nyala-nyalain Bociltron aja.
I don't think it'll be as easy as that though. When we get into the next 2 days, definitely.
Kasih tahu Bociltron. Nah, debat lah kalian tuh.
Really going to want to make sure if there is any jitters, you
Peter yang main siapa? Tadi kayaknya Lapar, Genpos, Yohai,
Bocil
as well, man. Some of the crashes we've seen from today, Blank, have been
sakit
interesting
because
it feels like in terms of confidence in their own gun skill today, and sort of, you know, sticking to a game plan from the minute they decided, it's a lot better. But things working out for them, or the
pokoknya 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19 susun aja.
Kenapa sih marah-marah aja nih bocil PJP anjing kalian.
And then everyone else just turns up with it, and you have about 6 teams in a compound, and everyone.
PJP masa bawahnya dapat poin semua. Tapi yang terjadi tadi tuh match 2 match 3 tuh. Bahkan match 4 bawahnya naik guys.
Bawahnya naik.
Mereka infonya chicken 2 kali.
DS-nya naik. Tekinya naik. BF naik.
Tekinya naik. Memang sih kalau secara ngomong gue juga tadi bilang guys.
Apa tuh?
Gak mungkin semuanya naik barengan. Tapi ini PUBG Mobile bro. Ada yang tahu.
Ternyata ya kita lihat lah hashtag 16 nanti barometernya berapa ya? 60 atau di bawah 60.
Nasar nih, lihat Nasar aja sini. Nasar kalau tusur udah aman sih.
Ya.
Kalau 3 map lagi baru bahaya. Iya sih sebenarnya 2 map ya. Makanya ini map penentuan nih.
Bikin momen apa kehilangan momen tim bawahnya itu doang. Maklum lagi gemeter makanya emosi. Jangan dong. Santai.
Defines a lot going forward.
Yang paling benar harap Nasar, ya betul. Harap Nasar aja nih. Nasar goodbye. Assalamualaikum LCQ buat PJP guys. Gak juga bro, tanya chicken salmon 20 poin. Nah itu tadi gue bilang gak mungkin lah. Harusnya kecil kemungkinannya buat
menang kor bilang King saya back to back PMSL pas kalah minta respect. Gak ada. Emang ada kita minta respect aja guys? Gak ada, ngapain gue ngemis
apa better lolos GF belum, better lolos last chance doang.
Mana ada di stream yang gue ngemis?
Ada yang di tengah-tengah tapi bukan Pulau Jawa tampaknya.
Biji kau kontol.
Transfer dulu bentar nih.
Lah, titel mah titel, cok. Lu nggak bisa ngubah PJP juara PMPL. Lu nggak bisa ngubah AE juara PMSL 2 kali. Lu nggak bisa ngubah Vampire juara PMUI. Tolol. Lu tolol nggak? Dongo. Literasi makanya dibenerin. Dongo. Tanya kalau Wifi masih numpang gak usah ngomong. Emang siapa yang bilang AE King saya lah? PMSL itu saya dongo. Gimana konsepnya? Dongo.
as Freak and Co are right on top of the hill.
Tolol.
Down towards DK. They spotted
Di mana-mana yang juara saya, King saya, dongo. Susah diskusi sama orang dongo nih, guys.
You've got nades you could throw in if you want to deal
Dongo.
with damage. Instead, it's just Lord bursting off a few bullets.
Kontol. Dongo lagi.
Nah,
lu bisa ngerubah Argentina. Gua bocil Ronaldo emang bisa ngerubah juara Piala Dunia itu bukan Argentina. Dongo. Makanya sekolah yang bener, jangan cabut. Tolol. Lu nggak bisa ngerubah better juara dunia PMCO, cok. Dongo.
Over towards this western side,
Goblok.
Leonis, a lot of open ground,
Banyak
a
yang
lot of
goblok.
compounds too to be playing in. It's just slightly awkward on this south side where you've got to now clear a lot of that high ground terrain.
Tahun dulu mas, pakai headset guys.
Downwards, just awkward valleys.
Orang kontol ini.
Tahu
kok.
Any team that they can
Goblok
really
dibanyakin.
crunch down on the south side will make their approach towards the circle later on much easier. So I think for Enigma Galaxy, it's not a bad idea whatsoever to
NGX.
go for this play right now. Ralph does
Dari
take a
atas.
bit of a shot here. DK, no pushovers in their own rights, but question is, when does Enigma Galaxy decide that long enough is long enough?
Dongo lu jadiin soundboard nggak bisa. Gua emang nggak pakai stream deck.
We'll find out. We'll see how quickly they decide to move away from this one.
Coba lah analogi dasar itu, analogi dasar anjing tuh anak SD juga tahu, cok. Siapa juara Piala Dunia 2022, Mas? Argentina. Terus karena Argentina lagi menurun performanya, terus tiba-tiba cocoknya yang pantas juara Prancis, Mas, segala macam. Nggak bisa, cok. Juara dunianya juga tetap Argentina anjing.
Going for slightly more risky maneuvers. Inco have been on a bit
juara PMWI
as well.
Nggak perform ya, tetap aja juara PMWI 2 kali. Vampire anjing.
A little bit of cover to work with, each of them with a building to play off of, so no easy lineups for the rest of the squad.
Lu nggak bisa, gimana konsepnya juara tuh gimana sih, yang dapat piala nggak sih, guys? Sama juga lu ngomong PJP habis PMPL nggak perform nih, ya tetap juaranya PMPL yang terakhir ya PJP, rajanya ID. Nggak ada yang suruh respect aja, ngapain?
Nasar, inko, let's go.
Urusan kalian nih. Malah dia yang kenok, pakai mini, cok.
Menang nih.
Tapi yang Vitalinya dari jauh nih. Nah, NASR pulang nih. Oke, harapan pertama pulang nih.
Nice. One last chance now. At the end of the day, 19th place at the moment, 43 points, very much in danger going forward. But you can see just how close
Waktunya congrats kan?
is towards 16th to 12th place. It's 50
Waktunya congrats sih.
to 55.
Bisa
Just
sih.
3 points between those 4
Ya,
places.
sorry bininya Bang Klewe,
Ripped to
anjing.
pieces by their Brazilian brethren. On the other side of things, Influence Rage, who are looking to increase their points margin towards that top side, started the day in 3rd place. We expected them to end the day in 1st place, and not quite reached it just yet, with teams above them still.
Congrats lolos jadi juru kunci, belum tentu ya. Bisa lah, tadi gue bilang dari awal 13 gue nang.
Gue dari kemarin 13.
Lo 13 juga?
Iya, belasan pokoknya, 11 sampai 13 gue bilang.
Ya satu aja, nggak usah 11 sampai 13.
Nggak, gue bilang gitu karena nggak main ya paling dia mentok-mentok di 13 keseret.
Looking to go back and save the man that's been separated. As Fabian's on the hillside towards MBEs, the rest of them have arrived. This was their mass migration that went on.
Udah gue pindah dah.
The whole way outside.
Lu mau ke 15 ya? Tekinya naik.
Gua ke 14 dah.
Semoga nggak jumawa guys ya. Semoga nggak jumawa nih ya.
Will this be another one of them? Looking for the peak up here, a bit of damage done, so instantly
Bro.
opening with an altercation against.
Lu kalau gua tanya King saya 2023 siapa, Bro?
DK, it's pretty important on
King
this fight because they're out of one frying pan
Ya udah.
into another.
Gara-gara apa? Juara dua kali PMSL kan?
Push their way through
Iyalah.
MBE sports.
Even dia performnya jelek ya, lu suka nggak suka titelnya udah didapat dari trofi kan?
Iyalah.
Iya, tadi ada orang dongo.
Galaxy as well, keep taking shots towards them.
Ya nggak bisa.
Down there with the rest
PJP
of the
juga
team.
walaupun di
Juara Indo.
dia juara PMPL toh.
Iya.
Galaxy realizes that MBE sports are also in this location, or they're just chasing onto where DK is currently playing.
Sangat pas.
Either way,
Thank you,
it could
Sya.
be a very, very bad
Sama juga
engagement for all
juara
three of
dunia
these teams
2019
coming up
siapa?
shortly when no
Gateron.
one comes out the winner. DK realizes that they've sort of baited Enigma Galaxy in, so maybe it's time to
Faktor
just
lah.
rotate back.
Waduh,
Again,
berat.
moving up towards that northern edge.
Dapat orang udah hilang dari chat.
Ini kan namanya Irfan kah?
Enggak.
Bukan, beda. Tapi ada di tengah zona nih guys ya. Mau bilang hoki juga, tetap ya AE yang menang sih, pialanya di AE sih 2 biji.
So you really are struggling now. Here comes IHC with a compound crash as well. Haven't seen this for a few moments, but it looks like they wound themselves back up.
Tapi dia PMRC itu paling kecil guys.
Going in for the swing towards the top floor. FaZe Clan holding on the ground as well, as they will hit with the shotty strike against the first. And leaves them sunk down on the deck. Alex clearing the building.
Tuh, nggak usah jauh-jauh. Nova aja yang 2 kali juara dunia nggak lolos, ya tetap aja back to back champion. Tuh, tenang. Tadi siapa bilang khawatir Paje Mas Anang? Turu Paje deh. Tenang aja deh. Sani.
Genfos dapat Simline lagi. Tuh, Simline torpoin terus cowok ke BTR.
Makasih loh.
One last game for a big
Pazenya roto guys.
Phases in playing today just does not seem likely. For IHC on the other hand,
jadi tinggian PMRC apa tinggian PMSL?
PMRC emang dari official tapi nggak ada di timeline official.
Jadi tinggian mana kalau secara pangkat? PMSL lebih tinggi lah.
PMRC itu exhibition match.
Iya. Pride lebih gede PMSL daripada PMRC coy.
Udah gampangnya gini, di Wikipedia tuh ada tier listing cok, tinggal dilihat aja PMRC listingnya apa tiernya.
Heading over towards where Rook is currently playing. Duxan were able to take them down on our second angle of the day.
Jangan denial.
Looking bruised here, seriously wounded.
Sama juga menang PMWI sama PMGC, event PMWI hadiahnya lebih gede. Ya, PMGC
lah cuy ada PL. Lah, itu kan kebetulan ada PL doang. Tapi kan
lah, nggak gini dah. PMRC tahun ini 2 kali, Cok. Satu lagi lawan South Asia kita nggak ada ngobrol banyak, Cok. Nggak bisa bicara banyak. Udah lah.
Yang ini PSB Gateron ini berarti Dinang. Mau dijelasin juga nggak bisa ya.
Susah. Denial kan.
Apa PMRC?
Udah, jelasinnya paling bener exhibition match.
Trying to keep the pressure on as much as possible
tetap pride-nya PL bos.
Comfortable for
ya kan guys.
Default is playing a blinder of a day. Overall,
udah
he's been
guys.
hitting so many shots and looking really crisp. But here, you're up against the chance that if your teammates start falling, you got to do
PMRC, Cok.
That could be a very achievable.
Yang salah dibiasakan bener yuk. Sering-sering.
Kalau gue sih tetap juara PMPL lah ya di Indonesia.
Gue sih tetap pegang PMPL. Junie goes down, not the play you want to fall here considering the amount of work.
Ngejelasinnya gimana ya? PMRC itu exhibition match dari official.
Jelasinnya gini, dari PMSL bisa ke PMGC, dari PMRC nggak bisa ke PMBT, dari PMRC nggak bisa ke PMGC, udah gitu. Jadi ngerti gak tingkatnya?
Is it? That's the big question, and right now the proof is
berat kalau udah pakai hati ngetiknya udah berat cok, udah nggak bisa kita lawan cok. Nggak apa.
Itu fakta guys, lu udah nggak bisa guys. Gue tadi nggak mau ngomong, cuma karena mungkin udah terlalu ribut nih, jadi harus terima fakta ya. Kalau ke PMGC ngebadut gimana bro?
Yeah, another real explosion on the vehicle from Duxan, but the blue pushing them in, and IHC looks for an absolute
dapat sampahan IHC nyayur Duxan.
Gets obliterated, torn full of holes from IHC.
BTR dapat NHP.
Duxan able to weather the storm, get themselves 2 points.
Nice boy.
Tapi buktinya PMRC bisa bertahan di PMGC, tapi daripada PMSL nggak bertahan di PMGC. Oke. Nanti kita lihat ya, yang lolos banyak kan tim PMSL apa tim PEL nih? Ke PMGC.
PEL kan udah di final.
54 and 55.
Kan ada STE 1 dari Liga.
Oh katanya PEL tadi kata kau.
Ya PEL ya kan itu invited anjir, nggak main. Ini kan
enggak itu WBG STE kan final.
Oh iya WBG ya 2 ya sama STE ya.
Di final PMGC udah 3 PEL.
Udah 3 PEL ya. Kalau ini berapa?
Aduh kena Semen. Apa? Yanba doang nggak lolos. Saya baru MRP di final.
Najis berarti tinggal PMRC tinggal PEL guys. Mana cok? PMSL saya cuma MRPX cok.
Baru MRP kalau saya final kan.
PEL number 1 guys. China number 1 cok. Bisa guys.
Lu ngomong final kan belum?
Iya final.
Gak usah dijelasin mas, capek ya udah ya. Nggak kesel aja gitu.
As they've broken off into two squads, the duos on either
Singan
side
domba.
slowly
Enggak,
clearing
gua
out the
lagi
lower ground
mencoba
and pushing
mencerna
up
gitu.
towards the compound.
Capek.
Meanwhile, IHC begin their rotate. They've jumped in the vehicles and set their focus up towards where BTR are playing. So this has changed from a raw one-on-one
Halah
team
bangsat
fight to a
ditanyain
potential
lagi anjing
coming
apalagi.
for a quick assist on their vehicles. Influence rate,
Udah anjing.
a side that has surprised us so many times. We haven't seen too much of them into this game. They've been
Let's
playing
go,
smart.
BTR
They've
juara
been playing
PMRC,
slow.
cok.
They
Let's
know
go,
they're only
buktikan.
a few points away from breaking that 100 cap, and they don't want to throw that chance away. With one
Tinggian martabat
healer
BTR,
in the
iya
back
sih.
pocket, they're looking to just scare other teams.
Mau GD juara 2 kali
Utility
PMP
used
juga nggak ada
uphill to
hasilnya,
force
cok.
back the
Ungkat, cok.
contact and make them
Harus
think
di
twice
Gateron.
about fighting versus influence right now.
Absolutely.
Tinggian M
Keeping
series.
them held back
Tapi
as far as
bagusan Ruthless sih
possible at this
kayaknya.
point in time. Influence rage, like you
Prempi
say,
dong.
looking to break that
Ya,
100
soalnya kalau
point
Ruthless
cap.
tuh
You're
seru
just 1
guys.
point away from it now.
Nontonnya liga doang,
Looking
kalau
to
grand
take
final
that
nggak boleh
first
nonton.
place away from the Mad Bulls.
Aduh.
Ended their spree at 104
Lidoma kah?
points. Not
Oh,
too
Lidoma
far
lebih
away
tinggi
for
lagi.
Influence Rage to pick up. It feels like the pressure somewhat got to them today. In terms of being able to get that many points, no pressure in terms of getting to the last chance. That's already finished. But being the number one squad coming out from the survival
tapi udah nggak dikasih juga.
stage, that's the real
Di Doma
question.
kah guys
Still,
turnamen
2
yang
games
itu?
dirt in, already
Yang
won
nggak,
the
yang
match.
HD banget itu.
To that boundary.
Delik tetap terbaik. Nah, itu.
Another team that we need to keep talking
Oh, kalau
about
Del teman
here.
gua guys
Team
nggak bisa
that
guys.
Tetap terbaik,
pushed
cowok.
themselves further, but their arch nemesis, BTR,
DG.
over towards the
Oh,
western
DG.
side, giving them the
Yang itu kan
evils.
guys. Yang kita boleh nonton
Kualifikasi doang.
liganya doang juga nggak boleh nonton grand finalnya itu kan.
3 points.
Astagfirullah. Nggak boleh deh nonton sehari.
Ya, saya kenok. Temen di situ. Enggak dari kiri harusnya. Mau bahas sejarah kah? Gua megang BTR. Apa lagi sih? Udah. Bang, udah bang.
Liga BTR paling gacor. Apaan tuh?
Udah bang.
Malah nggak tahu gua.
Kenok lagi, ay di push bro.
Ini nabrakin BTR terus ya.
Niat kok ya. Oh kenok kok kan dek. Sabar Sep.
Sikat Sep.
Damage from both
Dia
sides
nggak
of
aware
these
kiri.
players
Hati-hati.
Belakang,
on
Sep.
BTR. 2 nades, 2 successful knocks. One outside, trying to raise him up, gets him back into position. LUPA on the edge here, scouting around the side.
Orang timnya
Dia
belum.
nggak tahu ya ada orang di kanannya ya. Tadi habis
Too much here
ngenokin.
as 90 Depth takes down Superboy. Will finish him off here, but Sem9 certainly struggling on this push versus BTR once again, seeming sort of like
Bukan,
their
kita ngomongin
kryptonite.
BTR terus sih, guys.
Last
Jadi
player
kata- jadi
remaining.
tusun.
Tuh kan. Siapa ngomongin BTR tadi? Hashtag berapa tuh? Hashtag 9 kan anjim kalian.
Kan.
Hashtag 9 jadinya cowok. Siapa ada disuruh bahas BTR anjir? Ayo, maju IHC. IHC we believe on you.
And clean house. Now they're suffering from success. IHC, they were waiting to finish off BTR.
Ya, match saya tabrakin terus,
They'll
Cok.
take
Diklik pasti
7-9
nih.
on. They fancy their chances on
Biarin
this
aja,
one.
Cok.
Godless loves an
Jadi
engagement
intinya
where
PMRC apa
possible.
PMSL,
And the
guys?
nades are ready.
Bikin vote
Kenny
dulu,
looking
bikin
to
vote,
line
bikin
that
vote
one
dulu.
up. Had the pin pulled, hoping for the quick detonation, but it goes straight by Godless. He doesn't hard commit
Ini yang
though.
tersingkir
Doesn't
siapa,
wanna
Ay?
push in and get taken down by a close range angle.
Intex lolos.
Instead trying
Intex
to
apa?
play with the distance here
Intex apa?
and look for a peak that he feels favored in.
Realizing that
Entex apa,
Blue is
Cok?
pushing him out of this compound. You got Zol on the side as well. Alex Sorry, who's been able to hold down this
Apa ya, Entex?
position. Smoke's been dropped down, preventing the push coming through from the rest of Sem9. He's in a bad spot, he's Godless, completely
Ayolah.
exposed, and now it's down to Alex, the one-man
Kok nggak
army
ada mana
himself
sih potnya?
versus Sem9, the 3 players. Great flashbang over the top side, tries to get a lot done with the DBS,
Bentar,
will quickly
komen
swing
gua
back
error
into
nih.
cover. This is unbelievable
Refresh,
stuff coming
refresh.
through from Alex. The fact that he's able to step up tall, Versity squad, maneuvers the vehicle out the way, looks to go for the crash onto him, won't find it, but you can
Apa ya,
see
Entex
the
apa?
thought process.
Intinya lolos. Ya ampun, ngetik yang bener.
Something else. Sem9
Gua yang
finally
bingung.
Keluar
put the
pollnya,
beats
guys.
down.
You can't contain him, man. You can't control this guy.
Siapa yang
So
cair
confident
nih?
the way that he plays it. Now though, we switch our attention to Namiga, and that is a beautiful name.
Harusnya.
Parah anjir nih PSP Gateron pada doain Sam9 Chicken lah anjir.
Hah? Emang ya?
Iya biar PJP nggak lolos anjir memang cok.
Waduh. Apa iya Sam9 Chicken guys? Waduh. Pantas di sini ayo Sam9 cok. Babi kalian ya.
Woi yang bener lah anjir.
Masa iya cok?
Coops, armed with a shotgun or nades. That's all he needs, it seems, as he will
Kami percaya Sam9 dasmu.
Okay, quick detonate on the minivan, so at least that can't be used against you.
Woi, stop lah. Masa Sam9 Chicken sih?
The fight, so at least the Amiga still have more to fight with.
Mas Dean, parah nih.
Okay, Sam9 as well.
Kami Indopret tapi tidak dengan PJP. Gimana konsepnya?
Iya katanya Besti.
Besti itu harus bareng-bareng berdua guys, 2 biji guys.
Cair ya.
Whilst the rest of the teams are just scrapping amongst one another, and we're losing a lot of players. Squads now starting to dwindle down.
Kami menaruh harapan ke Sam9. Sam9 sih udah 50 poin ya guys, terpantau sejauh ini guys ya.
50 poin betul sama placement. Kami bersama Sam9 babi kalian. Anak-anak Dajjal mulai keluar gue lihat ya.
We see from this squad all survival stage, so they need to take this just a little bit further, you know, because if they can secure themselves a chicken dinner with the 8 eliminations, maybe a few more.
Kenapa Indopris apaan cok? Wah, Influence pulang.
Bet gue PJP lolos apa enggak? Nah.
Match terakhir.
Ya, match terakhir.
Ngikut gue nanti. Nih gue belum cair nih.
Couple of placement points, but not above map balls just yet. One more game
salam
to make that
serumpun.
happen.
Lu jangan salam serumpun, Indopret dulu anjim.
Peeks over the top side, and Nick Megalics just aren't finished yet. NBE Sports
beneran Chicken nih bro.
To paces by this team, torn apart like
3 paling enggak nih.
9 tambah 10 6 5 4. Udah 13 poin cok.
Through the shredder blank, leaving it down to just these 4
salam
squads
serumpun
now.
ya
So,
tetangga belum harus didukung itu Sam9. Pala lu yang ini satu negara anjir.
Points from the chicken dinner.
Wah bener-bener.
On Miramar.
BF juga naik iya.
BF naik.
Tuh kan.
Lord with the mini 14.
Lagi kan emang udah naik tadi di 16.
Ya enggak, tapi kan sekarang udah
sekarang ya makin naik.
Slows down a little bit and won't re-peak just yet.
Salam serumpun bangsat.
Lu jangan gitulah anjir viewer woi. Parah cok.
Kami butuh wakil Malay. Astaga. Anak-anak Dajjal.
Keki. Will explode 2 of the players from Brute Force and Neo's only last player alive to try and fend off against his squad, but
PJP sih lagi kicep ya, lagi nggak bisa ngomong nih fans PJP nih.
Sam9 also take this opportunity to send down the hill.
Tekinya udah ngebalap PJP kali ini. Belum. Coba tambah 5 9.
But they need to go further.
Otherwise,
this last game still.
Ya ini 10 elim. Nih Chicken dia 20 kan naik tuh 60 something. 62.
Anjir mulut gue sih jahat nang. Jangan-jangan Sam9 Chicken inget gak tadi gue ngomong pas awal.
Apa?
Gue bilang Sam9 jangan-jangan Chicken cowok 10 elim.
Bisa.
Lebih dari 10 nih.
Ya jatuh astagfirullahaladzim.
Still playing so crazy, so ridiculous with some of the rotates we see from them, some of the moves they've been making throughout this game. Even here, where they're in a final fight between 3 squads, they're still willing to be loud and audacious on their moves. Team Queso, they're just holding. They're just defending. All they've had to do is throw nades onto brute force. Outside of that, they've just been sitting
Pablo anti PJP.
towards them.
Palalu anti PJP.
The less space between them.
Gue lagi dukung dari tadi suruh dukung PJP. Lu pada cok Sam9 let's go Sam9.
Top side, not allowing anyone an easy breezy path towards that last chance. Tam sends a grenade over. Kenny gets out the vehicle a little bit too early.
Kelas saya nggak lolos guys. Asal PJP sama BTR lolos.
To that damage. But Enigma Galaxy, what a game from them. So far, going up against Influence.
Wah, dapat timing dia sumpah nih. Senok tuh.
In the lobby. Took a while for Enigma Galaxy to
come. Oh, nggak deh, kanannya masih ada orang ya?
All systems firing.
Culik satu udah, ente. Nggak jadi. Rupanya masih ada orang di kanan.
Nah iya lah ya pasang lah, ini udah gua pasang nih. Gua udah buka nih, Pak, lolos apa enggak PJP nih.
Dia cair ya, guys. Harusnya.
Instead they just absolutely blow him to bits. Perfect placement on the nades. We thought Nigma Galaxy's nades were sick. Apparently both of these teams can drop.
Ini siapa yang chicken yang bagus ya? Sama aja sih. Kalau bisa sih BF sih. NGX sih.
Big Milo up front and personal.
Sam9 udah mati
Keeping
Sam9.
himself in the doorway here, barring all entrances. Enigma Galaxy, Molotov's thrown, denying those sight lines, whilst Coops attempts to get his buddy back up on his feet, but Big Milo's up front with the S12K. Unlikely that Coops will get back in towards position, but the blue is pushing in Team KSO now. The barrage of flames. They'll have to push on through.
Sam9 tuh.
Lord spots a player, Arta instantly hits the
55.
deck. What a timing from him.
Nih PJP.
Anjing yang masang.
It's rough, man. You were in a raw 3-on-3, but they hard committed to the res and left themselves exposed. So now it's up to the individuals. Lord, he's got to have a clutch, and it cannot happen. Hold on. They will defend the compound. Perfect placement of the nades. And a much-deserved chicken dinner in the final fight there. They overcome the odds and beat out Enigma Galaxy to take that chicken dinner on Miramar.
They do not melt under the hot sun. The team
Last
KSO,
match,
what a game from them. Big sigh of relief coming through from them as well, because those points they're able to accrue on that game are absolutely massive for
Last
them.
match
So Team KSO will be very, very pleased of how this one panned out at the end of the day. Pack with an unbelievable nade that got sent through from that doorway towards Brute Force, also on towards Sem9. Really needed those points too, but Enigma Galaxy try to get away with some funky moves at the end.
Anjing, ini orang-orang ini pada bet. Gak lolos so PJP.
The idea of hard committing to the res in that spot where he was so far up and you knew there was multiple windows and all they were doing is throwing nades at you.
Ini gue baru buka.
It's risky to waste Coops.
Sekarang ngebet gimana? Anda seru bet pasti betnya sama jumlahnya.
What he had on him, he would have been more beneficial just playing the raw 3-on-3 using a utility blank. But hindsight's 20/20 at the end of the day.
Cara nggak ngelolos gimana? Nggak lolos. Nggaknya gabung sama nggak lolos.
When you're in the moment of it, in the thick of it, trying to make those snap decisions. So it is what it is. Enigma Galaxy playing a blinder of a game, but they lose out in the end. And KEATAS with a nice pickup. I do wonder as well, with them actually stealing some of the extra points away from Enigma, if that makes any difference in the standings.
Killnya ditutup biasanya bro.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it will
make
kalau
senang PJP nggak lolos bilang aja. Lah lebih senang lolos cok. Ada lawannya jadinya. Gua ngebet cok.
Jelas besok betnya udah jelas tuh. BTR PJP cok.
Iya anjir.
Besok udah jelas cok. Bet kita udah jelas banget besok tuh.
Gila Randi. Bet 3.000 lolos. Gila muncul. Gila kayak gini dia muncul cok.
Dapat kalau yang banyak nanya mulu ini.
Great game by them, great game by Enigma Galaxy as well.
Itu di next udah dikasih tahu juga.
Guys, kalau PJP lolos, gue lebih senang kenapa? Yang nonton pasti lebih rame, ada BTR, ada PJP. Satu besok, ya kan? Terus bet gue gampang.
BTR PJP, jelas.
BTR PJP dari match 1 sampai match 6, match 1 match 6.
Iya.
Selesai.
Tapi last match-nya cuma beda 6 poin ini.
You saw Arta there on the low ground. He was just making sure that the entirety of Enigma.
Yang ribut juga rame. Oh, kalau ribut saya kan nggak ikut-ikutan. Kalau saya kan berusaha mendamaikan. Alhamdulillah nggak lolos. Tai topik ini, Jo.
Big Milo. Oh yeah, loving it.
Wah, gila dia pakai Eiko gitu.
He is colossal, that's for sure.
Dan juga kemarin cuma grup yellow cuma beta doang rame kan bro. Iya lagi, anjir lah. Tapi rame cuma sehari guys, karena gue streaming cuma sehari.
They were here for a little while and able to hold it off successfully again.
Bet nggak lolos anjing kalau dia. Gue lihat bettingan dulu
I
lah.
have to agree with your guys' sentiments on how
berapa nih kaliannya?
that approach happen, but
tapi ada PJP lah wakil karena makin banyak kan chance makin besar.
Dan makin gede, Cok.
1069.
Look at him.
Nice.
Teki nambah 20 poin, Teki naik loncat.
I mean, 15
Sam9
points for
beda
Sam9.
5.
They were a team not really
BF
safe at all,
nambah
and they were a team
6.
still trying to fight to get into top
BF
16.
udah sama
That
sama
might have actually
PJP.
been enough to potentially push one
DS
of our, or potentially
nambah
two of
2
our
kurang
South
5.
Korean teams out of
Wow.
top 16. But
DK
obviously find out
nambah
who's a
2
little bit higher,
kurang
but things are
6.
getting
Kurang
very
6.
tough now as you take
Nih, 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 nih.
Brawls, and there we go. D plus has
Buset, buset, buset.
Kok gua belum ya? Gua udah di ID.
Just winning
Lah, lu
the
pindah
tiebreaker
ID ya?
because of the chicken dinner they had. But going to this last game, I mean, obviously with Melise out
Guys,
in
poinnya
18th
guys.
place, NB Esports has to pull off a cracker of a match if they want to build a break through the top 16.
Look, they sent it to us saying, you know, break down this game or whatever. If both South Korean
Ketar-ketir deh ya. Itu dia deh.
I'm gonna put it that way. All right, that's it.
I don't want to say it's,
belum ada poinnya guys, sabar.
Guys,
I don't
guys
think it's
lagi.
gonna be possible though. I
Kalau
think
yang
Tidak, cek
sudah
sampai
ada.
10 poin
I
coba.
think Procedure though is the team I'm
Nah,
focused
ini
on
dia.
because they're in 60
Anjing,
points
PJP
in
di 13,
13th
Cok.
place. If D plus gets 7 points
60
on this
lagi
match,
poinnya
if
sama
Sam9
lagi sama
gets
BF.
6 points, if Duckside get 6
Wih,
points,
bisa nggak lolos
Procedures
anjir?
could be knocked out.
The stars have to
Gapnya
align,
dikit
right,
banget
for
lo,
all
anjing,
the stars
6-5
to do
poin.
well, but it is possible, yeah. We
Berarti
alluded to it
BF
earlier on in
butuh
the
1
day
poin
that
aja.
60 points.
Ini DK doang sih
no
harapin
means safe. I mean, look at
bad
Brute
move.
Force, right? They've been able to jump up to those kind of closer positions with them
Woi.
after starting off.
The real ketar-ketir nih guys. Ini the real ketar-ketir nih. Kencengin doa dah.
It's possible. Whether or not it occurs though is
Gua
kind of a
pede
long
tadi
shot.
PJP
We'll
lolos,
see.
Cok.
They will need to reach pretty much top 5 locations if top 5 positions on this next last game if they want to maybe overtake Procedure Evos. But I don't
Bisa
expect
cancel
it
back
to
ya?
happen.
Enggak
It
dong.
need to happen exactly as you said, right? All the stars need to align. But man, what a comeback from Sem9 though that match. So many
Beda 6 poin kayak better kemarin emang ya.
partied by IHC while breaching on BTR. They had amazing opening nades. Sem9
Feeling
just
gue jelek
brought
nggak
it
lolos.
back from the brink
Berdoa
of
dimulai.
this match. So they can make it happen. It's such a
Bocil
small
kurang
gap,
kita
right?
dukung
So
DK.
many teams still
Anak anjing.
And now what we need to see from some teams that are outside of the top 16 is not to try and play passive and play your own game. You need to get a ton of eliminations here. You need to start fragging out, popping off.
Adu doa dong, adu doa dong.
It's just not
Adu
gonna be
doa
enough to
dong.
make in top 16 to
Doa
really
ya.
DK
get the draw. So,
butuh
we need to see some
7
big
poin.
performances here at the bottom.
And this goes into something we discussed
Kayak better
Sam9
mau final
butuh.
ya.
we were, obviously off air, is that obviously depending on how many points you're behind, how many matches you have left determines how big you have to go. And Claris, we were talking about this in particular for NB Esports. You just have to go crazy. You have to hunt for those eliminations. You have to put the fate in your own hands. It's going to be really tough considering what we've seen so far. But if they want to have any chance, they've got to go for it.
Yang diambil tuh 1
Yeah,
sampai
especially
16.
when their podium finishes throughout the majority of these 2 days when they've been playing have been small.
Lolos GF besok.
as well, right?
Yang
They were
Sabtu
able to
Minggu
sometimes get to
teman-teman.
the late game,
Top 5-nya diambil.
not
Ini
getting
dia
the
diambil
eliminated,
16
so
dulu.
they've got to
Besok
go really
namanya
big.
itu Last Chance Qualifier, kualifikasi terakhir menuju final, pintu terakhir menuju final. Itu dicari 5 tim lagi.
Teams can hold on to position, or if we see some
Ayat
teams
kursi buat
push them
DK.
out. Claris hopefully won't be too sad at the end of this game. Let's throw it to our casters of Jackie and Blank to take it away.
Setting up the big one then, the last game, the last hurrah, Blank, to decide where all of the chips are going to
Lo gue ngambil
lie.
makan bentar.
And then tomorrow we know who we're going to be seeing here in that last chance stage. It's good. It's so damn good how the game's been going so far already. So I'm living for it, but I'm excited for this one, Blank.
I mean, it's the fact that all these
Ya
teams
ampun,
on the
nggak
bottom
nyampe
side
kali
of the
2.
rankings have just absolutely worked
Kali
their
1,5
socks
doang.
off to be here at the end of the day.
Yang
Like,
pilih
what
BJP nggak lulus
is
kali
this?
3, Cok.
Jesus, that guy's moving quick on the old finger tap in there. Looks like we got a bit of a rehost coming through very quickly. I'm assuming we'll get back into the game as fast
Okay,
as
last
possible.
match.
But in the meantime, let's set the stage. We've got currently a couple of teams down towards the bottom of the rankings. We've got DK,
Last match.
NB Esports, FaZe,
Survival stage.
Massa, and Hyper.
Nyawanya
all
PJP
attempted to make
di
their
ujung
way
tanduk,
in.
guys.
And honestly, it's all doable. Right off the back of a big game, you look at 16 places,
Di ujung tanduk karena hanya
points for
sangat-sangat tipis bisa dibilang ya.
That is just
Sangat-sangat tipis sekali poin.
right? A chicken dinner, 5 limbs. That's all it takes. So
Poinnya
every single one of
seperti
these
ini,
teams,
PJP di
it's more than
13.
doable. It's not a fat chance. It is very, very likely.
Des hanya
that
butuh
if one of
1
these teams
poin.
does extremely well, they'll
Poin
make their
saja.
way in towards that last chance. It's not a pipe dream for a lot of these guys. This is going to be one of the most
DS
exciting
butuh 6
final
poin,
games we
Sam9
see.
butuh 6 poin.
Sam9 look happy after the back of that last
DK
match.
butuh
There's a little bit of
7 poin.
sweating,
7 poin.
I imagine,
Berarti
going on for them,
pandangan
but they
kita
just
hanya
need
akan
to
ke DK, Sam9 dan
okay
juga DS,
in
guys.
this last mirror map. That's what they've afforded
Oh
themselves,
my
Jackie.
god.
It's true, man.
Buat gue kagak masuk. Nggak lolosnya GA bang. Nggak lolos. Lolos dan nggak lolos.
Ngapain lagi pakai nggak lolos, tinggal GA doang aja.
Lupa tadi udah lanjut ke bikin, lanjut ke start.
PJP nggak boleh tusun bro. PJP udah nggak ada, udah nggak main.
PJP 0 poin ini match ini.
Mati lu, gua kira tadi PJP bakal aman, Jo.
You can see from that human element of things, the teams that obviously the real situation probably now starting to creep in, knowing that no matter what, their likelihood of really changing the outcome
sebenarnya gini sih guys,
slim to non-existent.
Ini gua kasih tau sesuatu nih ya.
Apa
Kalau
tuh?
gua jadi fans Gateron, ya. Misalkan gue fans Gateron, gue kecil suara dulu. Gue bakal pilih yang lolos PJV sih, bukan Sam9.
Kenapa tuh?
Ya dari tadi Sam9 nabrakin BTR terus. Kalau LCQ gimana kalau Sam9 lolos?
Guys, pembelaan itu guys, nggak ada tuh guys, nggak ada tuh guys.
Coba.
Nggak ada tuh guys, itu pembelaan tuh guys. Jangan mau digiring Pablo guys, pembelaan tuh guys.
Gimana coba?
Pembelaan guys.
Kalian pilih bela-belain PJP nggak lolos, tapi LCQ kalian susah karena Sam9 lolos. Atau mendingan PJP lolos, Sam9 nggak lolos, tapi LCQ-nya enak bisa ke grand final.
Pablo muka dua, iya cok.
Yang penting PJP nggak lolos ya.
Lu udah nggak bisa, lu udah ngegiring tadi udah beda anjing. Udah nggak bisa, udah nggak tertolong cok. Sekarang teman, besok musuh.
Akui dulu PMRC lebih besar dari PMSL. Sumpah PMRC cowok. PMRC bisa ke PMGC, bisa ke PMWI, serius gua.
Atur.
Makanya cowok, PMSL lebih tinggi.
Makan ya.
I'd love to see it as well, I
Ayo,
think
makan,
it would be really cool to see that potential.
1 menit terakhir, penentuan. Persija EVOS bijinya kembang kempis guys, tampaknya di sini guys. Buat kalian pendukung ataupun fansnya Persija EVOS, doakan yang terbaik, semoga poin mereka cukup ya.
Semoga Miseri nggak buka just tip.
Whereas both of these teams in D+ and Duxan have kept
Jangan
a
bang,
strong mindset the whole way through.
Main bocil nanti percaya bang.
What's been the difference maker for them?
Lanjut tuh ambil Kirata. Iya kayak tadi aja kan naik tuh TQ-nya bareng naik sama si BF-nya.
Yang gitu
bisa
bang.
aja. Dan 3 tim masih oke lah. Dari yang awalnya kayak 5 tim tadi, sekarang tiba-tiba tinggal 3 tim.
Lu geser Indo.
Anjir.
Lu geser Indo.
Who's making it through? Who doesn't
Mulai,
make
Cak.
the
Let's
cut
go.
and gets removed from the
Cross
tournament?
bet.
It'll all be decided at the end of this one.
Pesawatnya ya.
Make sure you've got
Kita ngomong
yourself some
pesawat dulu nih,
H2O.
guys.
Di gua sih imbang ya betnya ya.
It's gonna take the wind
Anjir
out
12.000 cok gua.
Di gua imbang
Banyak yang
betnya.
pilih nggak lolos cok. Anjing emang kalian weh.
Di gua banyak yang lolos.
Yang mau Deka lolos ketik 1 adik-adik. Pablo dukung Semen. Pala lupa ya. Kagak, gue lebih dukung DK yang lolos sih.
Enggak, beda dikit dong.
Satunya banyak banget anjing. Yang setuju PJP lolos ketik 2 adik-adik.
DK, standard gameplay, but a little bit painful towards that late game. NASA, as we said before, extremely
Satu.
dua, on most of their plays today in terms of the Crash Kings followed up by the rest of the players hitting onto them afterwards.
Wah parah sih kalian, najis sih guys, sumpah sih. Lu pada jahat sih.
In towards that top 16.
Jahat lu guys.
Which teams will get pushed out?
Lu pikirin cok, karir pro player tuh, mereka ada keluarga, karir.
Ah, Jeka juga ada keluarga anjing.
Okay then.
Ya gak kenal cowok kalau dia kenal. Anjing, ada emaknya Miseri gua kenal cowok.
Nah, gua juga kenal.
Any commotion that you decide to go for
Oh
here,
DS di tengah-tengah tapi tampaknya guys ya. Deka di mana? Deka di Impala.
of these squads. Fanning out early on though, as they spread themselves across the map and look to get the looting element.
Berat nih.
Brute Force are quite close by to MBE. A stone's throw away, but plenty of room.
Oke, serius guys, jangan Cok. Kita seru-seruan aja ya.
You're not going to be too worried about forcing the issue.
Ini dapat zona ya sama DS ya.
If we see someone gathering themselves.
Semnen kah guys? Semesta mendukung Semnen kah guys?
Whiff of brute force as they're going from building
like
to building.
Like dulu dong. Anjir lu pada ngetiknya cepet lu. Hei. Buruan.
You got MB, like you said, close to brute force, and it is the idea that right now MB are desperate for those points. So eventually, brute force is either going to have to make a southern rotate or a north rotate.
Udah, satu-duanya udah, kelar, udah cukup.
Very easy rotation for them to go for here and try and take precedent over some of the higher ground positions on the northern side of the map.
Cukup bertahan sampai SC 8 0 kill.
To go for a little bit of a gatekeep, maybe hold these players out, but do you want to risk getting 4 eliminations?
Pablo anti PJP, Pablo anti Semnen. Suka-suka lu.
Then these are the sort of
coba deh
decisions
kompakan
you have
dulu.
to make towards this final game. If you're in the danger zone, right? If you're in the red, have to take risks sometimes.
Biar satu suara
Sometimes you
gitu.
gotta give up those risks in favor of
15, 16, 17 deketan. Parah sih.
But it's difficult. It makes those decisions feel very, very horrible. And something that might have been an easy and quick
smart decision for you to
make before becomes really
23,
tricky.
22, 17, 16.
Clean, dry, smooth decisions.
Makan apa nasi kulit?
12, 11.
Sama-sama.
Menurut lu aja belum lolos gak? Tadinya sih guys, sejujurnya gue yakin banget, gue pede banget PJV lolos guys. Jujur ya.
Sebelum lihat poinnya.
Iya, sebelum lihat poin gitu hitungan gue. Soalnya kalau sekarang deg-degan, tapi gue yakin lolos tuh BJP. Yakin gue.
Lu tau kampretnya apa nih bro? MB atau chicken jing? Chicken killnya di atas 5.
Faze sih ini, Faze sih.
Atau Pak aja dah.
And calm this across. So if there is an opportunity for a fight for MBEs, once they've grouped up, go for it together. At this point, it's a two-pronged attack.
NB tapi menabrak Gateron. Dukung siapa nih guys? Dukung siapa guys?
Going in on the lower levels. Lepar's in a great spot for this.
Baru dibilang.
You've got cover, you've got high ground and a nade to work with.
Baru dibilang ketemu.
You couldn't account
for. Oh gila hebat banget
Lapar. Set ablaze and forced out of position. He's burning. And all it takes is a few shots to finish him. How is he still alive? I think he's provided.
Mana follow-up-nya?
Yes, they will be able to take him out, but MBE starting to get a little bit surrounded here. Superboy sends a nade in, won't fire too much. I think BTR might leaving this one alone. It's better off that they just take off with this one, leave it out of this. Gem Force off in the distance will take a couple of pot shots over towards Mondo.
Let's go NB. Parah banget.
Closer to the top.
Ini Gateron kalian, Cok.
Parah banget, Cok.
Over towards the western side. Nice position there from Akaze. Influence Rage. Move up towards N Hyper. It's GK first.
Masa mau diratain tim adik-adik, Cok? Kalian ini lucu, Cok.
Little boy tries to throw
sumpah guys, orang yang baru datang nih nonton di gua nih.
Leap away.
Dibilang kita streamer ini, ntar kena klip lagi nih.
Anti BTR.
Streamer anti BTR, streamer gak Indopret kena nih gua guys. Sumpah. Lihat aja tuh viewer-viewernya digiring tuh. Semuanya kayak gitu, Cok. Babi kalian, weh.
Big PUBG Mobile over the past couple of days, so shutting him down from what looks to be quite a substantial distance.
Dapat duit kagak?
Actually pretty damn nice.
Dapat hujatan nih.
Udah ada belum di TikTok? Iya kan?
By that, I just mean the points on the E, which will be quite easy for him there in the final.
Masalahnya kayak gitu tuh pasti FYP, Cok, anjing.
100% theirs. Go back and join the rest of Income.
Dia blocking, lu kan dukung PJP.
As soon as I saw it, because you're talking 400 meters plus on that, because started to be where the render distances wasn't.
Juara PMSL mana, bro?
The player from Influence Rage. So
besok
really nice shot.
Ke KLIA.
Ke KLIA.
Kuala Lumpur International
Airport. Looking at the circle though, and you are just assuming that teams are going to take the high grounds early. risk coming off.
Lanjut besok lagi Mas buatnya toples betul. Tapi poinnya di reset. Yang main 16
now and potentially having a very strong spot.
Nggak tahu lah, yang penting PJP lolos lah gue pokoknya bodo amat.
Where you remain on the top side for a long time. N-Hyper's gone for that.
Wah, pakai disorot-sorot lagi Sam nih, biasa nggak pernah disorot juga. Gimana nih, Nang?
Ada hasil bagus kah disorot nih?
Control of something that they know if the circle comes to them guarantees them at least 10 points, right? Which isn't enough, but then they have to push it a bit further after that with the eliminations.
Kalau BF,
we will see
nggak
exactly
dapet
where
satu
that
poin,
stage 2 ends up.
PJV tetap lolos karena PJV di chicken guys.
Themselves for strong positions, and it's mainly the teams that are on that bottom side of the lobby that are going for it.
SM9 DK DS Tusun nih, Bro. Mudah-mudahan ya. Gua sih hanya bisa berharap yang terbaik aja lah. Pokoknya kalau memang masih boleh sih PJV gue pengennya lolos sih.
Enggak. Hati Pablo bisa diubah guys. Keren aja dulu.
Ya bisa guys, tergantung Sawiri aja gua sih.
Maju tak gentar membela yang bayar.
Gak ada gua bela Malaysia, so gue Indo Pride. Viewer gua yang bela Malaysia. Bukan gua.
As they are close by, you've got a bit of a backup. Again, fragmented into a 2-2 split.
Coba kita lihat ya. SM9 oke di tengah.
Going in ahead of them as well.
Faze, Nikma, IHC.
Rock di atas.
Ketemu BTR.
BF ada BTR tuh.
DS tengah speed kematian. DK mana? DK late rotation banget, so.
Pretty damn ideal for an awful lot of our squads here. Sizing
Kita
themselves up dead center towards water
serumpun.
treatment and being happy with that. Influence Rage actually right in the middle there.
Nggak. Kayaknya DK nggak lolos guys. DK kena mental, cok. Lihat rotasinya takut banget dia.
Nah, hilang kan Vino? Nggak kenal
Apakah
ngecek.
Gateron akan terculik satu oleh Prepot ini kan? Oleh BF Brute Force? Oh enggak, lari.
Apalagi mau jebel.
Yohai biasa suka setor nyawa guys. Gak mau setor nyawa tuh.
Vino. Gak pernah nonton, datang ngoceh. Hilang. NBK, nice.
My God, Alex is a good shot on IHC.
Jelasin bro sistemnya gimana. Ini survival stage dari 24 tim diambil 16 tim. 16 tim bakal main di last chance qualifier, diambil 5 tim ke grand final. Bertemu dengan yang lain.
They might expose themselves a bit too much though on this cleave around the corner flank.
Ya, NB-nya rata guys.
This is all starting to go wrong now in the way they're playing it.
This is really bad news for MBE. If IHC can continue to press the issue here, MBE Sports, that's their run done.
Makan nasi kulit.
Holding on to this is only going to get harder.
Aman. NB nggak bakal aman.
Come swinging around the corner.
Yang ngebak bukan Luxi.
Godless was instantly knocked, but they've reset from that position. They've got the smokes down. Keeps has found the back door. He's third-partied on the sec as well. This is not what you want, NBE, and I don't think they can really course correct. IHC though, now Scrap versus them as they try and take the fight back. Enigma Galaxy making their move up the side of the hill as well. Blank. This is carnage.
MBE down to just 2 players, and this might just be it for MBE at this point in time. Only one elimination found, and we might have just confirmed another one of those spots to be going home. What a horrible sandwich to be between there for MBE. IHC and Enigma Galaxy, 2 teams that have been on the up and up today.
Nasi kuning nggak tahu.
Sakit betul.
Lord. Good tracking, good tracing. Keeping the damage distribution going.
Fokus.
Wow. This wasn't the clash I expected to see in Miramar this early between these 2 squads, but it's been a pretty influential one on how they've played it so far. And at least you can still cut your losses, right? It's not an overcommitment in the sense that it's really both for their runs, and they can't just back off from it. So falling back as they cascade down to at least to play around, finding a moment to breathe. IHC as well, relatively split up still on the hillside, but not overcommitting, have somewhat slowed this one
BTR hilang.
Dark Signer in the middle of it.
Zona.
And they're quite fragmented as well. Zone's going to push you further.
BTR emang hilang lapar kan NB tadi.
It could be an old
Oh
wound
iya
that
ya
gets
emang ya.
opened
Oh
up
iya
again.
lupa cok.
Yeah, I
Nggak
mean,
nggak.
I
Nggak
diingat.
diingat. Fokus gak sih anjir?
Nggak diinget-inget, Cok.
Tadi
Parah,
ditabrak di
Cok.
gudang.
safe, and it's just so
Oh, gimana?
unfortunate that two teams have
Astagfirullah
realistically nothing
guys.
left to lose on their
Bangun.
side. Just barrel their way into MBE and they get caught between it. I mean, this is just a sad state of affairs.
Wah, DS dapat lagi cool. Sini tampaknya.
Right now, because you know that making
DS kena NZXT
is going to be really
Ayo udah
difficult
ratain aja yuk
for them.
NGX, ratain DS.
I believe they took a shot backwards there, but not before
Dah,
they
Cok,
were
biar
able to
selesai,
knock
Cok.
Coops down. Juni's able to flush him as well. So for Duxan, they are accumulating points, which is great news for their position currently in 15th place behind Brute Force. DK, our other South Korean
Wah, DK
squad,
mati guys.
moving in.
DK mati guys. Serius.
Underneath.
DK mati guys. DK mati fix. Fix lolos VJP Cok.
Osal doesn't have the
Bilang satu. Bilang satu. Ya ampun ruknya kena. Oh, INF.
Influence Rage is there with a
Ayo,
damage,
Ingo.
but DK in such a horrible spot now, Jackie.
You are trapped between
Mati,
a rock
DK nih, nggak
and a
bisa ini,
hard
guys.
place. Smokes on either side to at least give them a little bit of a visual barrier, some kind of line of sight break between them and the other teams. But leaving this area doesn't seem like it's a possibility.
cabut dia, bro.
For the riskiest of the maneuvers, jumping into the one vehicle.
Udah gila,
barreling
Cok,
their
DK.
way
Wah,
through.
DK-nya nggak niat, Cok.
Blanca, they are being fed into the meat grinder. This is turning into an abattoir quite quickly.
Enggak,
As
pulang.
Magma Galaxy are able to
Pulangin.
at least do a bit of damage
Pulangin.
before they go down.
Ayo.
DK
Biar lolos,
trapped in
anjing.
position
Satu lagi,
for a
Cok.
while. Influence Rage sat on the perch looking at bombard.
Gua udah
hands
bilang
down
DK ini kena
onto him.
mental guys.
Oh,
Kelihatan
this is
dari
so many of
rotasinya
our top
guys.
squads in a close position to one another.
Satu lagi, Cok.
DK at least are able to find the res on
Di
the
revive tapi.
forest.
DK 17th place at the moment, 54
Paje?
points.
Paje?
They get the first res off, yes. And that might just keep them alive. What a risky maneuver
Lah DS
from
kok 3
them.
elim.
You wonder how
Dapat
many
NZXT.
days Influence Rage and
Oh,
Inco
rata.
is willing to bet towards that position. It's one of the worst places to go to as well, is water treatment. Just in the sense that there's so much high
Paje
ground that
ikut-ikutan kali
surrounds
ini
it.
naik
You
juga,
look
kan?
down towards, and I mean, DK just cuts the losses early, says that we believe it's going to end towards water treatment. Let's get a pick up there. FaZe up to 2 eliminations. Again, another team that's on the chase right
Paje 2
now.
elim.
They've had
45 poin.
hurtful day after hurtful day. Finally get a little bit of retribution for themselves, but on the southwest side, so much space towards the north, with Brute Force currently just littered alongside it.
Keringat panas, keringat dingin, keringat panas.
BTR chicken gak sih? BTR chicken gak sih?
It's a pretty good time to be on
Bisa,
Brute
bisa.
Force, at least in this game alone. Overall, though, still gonna need to do some obscene things to thrust yourself further up the
Rook ini
standings.
bagus juga ya, guys, ya?
Halo, guys.
Not
Hah?
as crisp as he has
Apa, Rook?
been.
Rook, kenapa?
His gun skills been through the
Iya,
roof
bagus juga
today,
di atas
just
BTR ternyata
peppering
si Rook
bullets
ini.
downhill on this one. Looks for the
Naik dia, kan?
kick behind the steering wheel and wants to join the rest of his team.
Jangan chicken
further
better kasih DS aja,
uphill,
kasih
rotating
Fazi
off
aja
and keeping both
chickennya.
of those vehicles
No,
in
face
a
aja yang
position
chicken,
where
face
they
chicken
can
yuk,
play
nggak perlu
with
chicken
them.
bro better.
You're
Anjir
somewhat
kalian
surrounded
cok.
as well in terms of the squads, but the high ground will be a bit of a blessing for you, at least when it comes to contact early. Quaso come driving on by, and Pusher sees it. Ooh, Influence Rage as well. They've gone quiet for a few moments, but given another opportunity to strike as the connections are
dapat
there.
dua kah?
Nasa as well. Third partying onto Rook whilst they take damage from Inco.
Wah.
Okay, Blank. Scraps all across the place.
Inco and
Rame banget ini cuy.
Influence Rage on either side of water treatment. The Brazilian pincer is in for DK and the teams that surround this position like Team K. So Eugene gets cleaned up here by Nasa. So many teams here towards the bottom 8 seem like they're getting themselves into fairly decent positions. Some 9 look to make their rotate up towards the northern edge, and it's Tam that already instantly sees Nasa, but they'll be able to hold them out now. Sem 9 in a dangerous position. They're right on the bubble, right on the cusp with 55 points.
Rukia, kenapa Rukia? Rook.
Rukia.
Rukia.
90 depth guts.
Sisa satu, sisa 2, satunya lo tuh.
Oh, Deb with the damage hits the head, has to
Yes,
fall
I'm in.
further back and pop the meds
Pulang
so
yuk.
he can stay alive here. NXZT right now are causing problems, and the nade will force you further back as well. 2 of them, to be precise, to cause some issues. Shotgun level maneuvers being called for now as well as they close the gap, turning long range into close. Mikhail, what do you do? Quick flick, had the read on the spec, but can't quite take him out of commission. Response back with the shot.
Defense. Oh, nice.
It's not enough though.
Nice.
Comes into orbit, and both of those are meeting.
Let's go. Nasar.
Kalah Sam9. Nice try.
And close down on Sam9.
Yeah, Star's going absolutely supernova at this point in time. A crazy nade over the top of a Sem9, down to just 1 player now, 55 points, like we said, right on the barrier. NXZT on the chase themselves, up to 3 points. A dastardly and terrifying case of a fight there. Sem9 is out.
Kalaupun balap, DK balap Sem9, Cok.
Points. They would require DK not to get a single elimination, and NXZT.
Tapi nggak tahu Paje ya, bro ya. Kalau Paje chicken bahaya, Cok.
In the meantime, it is FaZe taking it face to face with Duxan.
Harusnya lolos ya, tapi tunggu dah.
Thickening the longer this one goes on. The fight
harusnya
occurring
lolos sih,
before our
Congrats sih
very
harusnya
eyes
sih.
could affect those standings quite a lot, and Mela.
Paje sama Nasar nge-kill ya.
With a nade blows away Juni.
Lolos dong pasti dong.
Wah, BF split brutal, Cok.
The pressure, as this is really getting quite rough for him now. You're not in a position to
Pasti
do too
lolos
much
gak sih
against
ini
FaZe.
DS Rata sama Paze?
A formality, and these aren't the only fights that are going on.
DS tinggal 1.
NXZT still trying to push their way back into a playable space, and they've got to fight tooth and nail for it, doing a good job versus NHyper, as they are at least able to cleave their way through the front men, start to push into the zone a little bit here, restock on the utility as well, but they're eating the grenades blank. This is not ideal. Quick response back, that one bounces and
DS baru 58 kan?
Smokes up at least.
Try and deny this information.
Mau kalau DS Rata sekarang Paze chicken pun Nasar naik pun nggak ngaruh.
PJP mentok di 15 berarti.
NHyper just down to 2.
Tapi harus ini harus DS-nya mati dulu.
Xenox holding his own by himself, but he's so incredibly low. GK first decides it's not worth his time. He's going to move out of there. Binny from Duxan moves on forward.
HP dapat Nasar.
Nasar knock 1
towards the shack, but he can't get in towards the front side. NXZT desperately trying to continue on their journey, but it's
Gak bisa Nasar mati, Cok. Nasar mati, Cok.
NHyper equally in a horrid situation, and it looks like it might be the final curtain being drawn here for NXZT.
Nasar mati.
NXZT 1 by 1 are finished off. Out of the runnings now, as they are hard taken out of commission.
DK 1 poin lagi, ayo. Biar Sam9 nggak lolos tuh.
Expire on this one. Finally starting to whittle down the large list of teams then. The storylines also developing with some of the plays that we've already seen here. And Miramar has still got a lot more left to give.
DS-nya masih 58. Lolos
8th place, NXZT.
Kecuali DS-nya ini dapat 2 elim, 3 elim lagi.
Journey finished. A strong run towards the end, but not strong enough. Some greedy and aggressive plays that just didn't work out for NXZT. They displayed some
sekarang
incredible
posisi di
performances
STEC 13
throughout
masih,
the
guys.
entirety of their survival stage, but they do not make it here. FaZe, on the other hand, in a last stroke of glory here, 7 eliminations of their own, but they've got all 4 players still up and running on this southwest edge, looking like they're in a decent position. They knew they didn't have to go too far, and it will be DK taking a knock as Influence Rage.
Lolos.
Pieces. DK in 17th place. They need more points, Jackie.
They can't go down like this. If this is where it ends.
DK masih mainin di situ ya dari tadi. Mati DK. Enggak belum.
DK-nya rata. Aman.
Aman nggak sih?
Blocking the bullets and at least keeping one of them alive for a second. But Forest is in position. Immense as well. Blank, but his entire squad is gone. It's all on him. The hatchet pulled out from
Goodbye, DK.
Goodbye, DK.
Will fall, claim that one, and shut him down.
Ayo Paje, waktunya ngebalap Sam9 Paje.
The rest in the bottom 8 there. Duxan will
DS nggak boleh hashtag.
As the South
3 elim aja lagi, 3 elim.
They can make it further into this
10, 6,
game.
5, 4, 3. DS nggak boleh stack 5. Paze nggak boleh chicken.
Elimination.
Ya, budget 3 LM 25 aja lagi. Babat Semnen.
Two eliminations off the back of it, and it might have been a very different story. But that will be the end.
Belum tentu guys, Faze udah 7 LM coy.
Currently central.
Kalau Faze Chicken Faze lolos nih. Tuh, lihat nggak?
Makanya ngerinya kalau Faze Chicken, kalau nggak Chicken aman harusnya.
Ya. DS harus mati dulu karena dia sudah 59 poin sekarang posisi. Kalau dia sampai stack 6 aja, 60 poin. Kalau dia stack 5, dia yang lolos PJV ke bawah guys, ke 15. Iya.
No, it's doable now. It feels like it's a lot more of an achievable prospect.
Faze Chicken ya.
Tapi dia tabrak Yudu lain kayaknya deh.
Tuh Yudu mati.
Ini.
Faze dapet tuh. Wah,
Wah,
Yudunya mati kayaknya. Woi. Menang. Lolos sih. DS mati soalnya. Lolos ini guys.
Tadi kalau sampai DS nge-clutch, goodbye PJP.
Lolos sih.
Hold the phone a minute.
Nah, DK-nya nyalip Semnen ya. Ini tinggal Paje mau nyalip Semnen apa enggak nih? Nyalip DK apa enggak nih? Sekarang Paje tuh 9 LM.
52 tambah 1, 53 poin.
Ya.
Ngebalap dia nang Faze nang.
Butuh 2 poin, bener 3 LM.
Very soon if DK wanted to remain in
Fix
that
lolos, fix
16th
harusnya.
position. But the game that currently
Kalau
FaZe
tadi
is
DS stack
having,
2 Faze
DS-nya tadi Paje itu concernnya di DS. Kalau DS dapat LM lagi naik peringkat, DS yang lolos kok.
there's still a hope.
Kalau sekarang udah nggak ngaruh. Tadi kalau DS
Ya.
dapat nge-clutch, ya, dia lolos 61 poin.
Ya, tambah poin. Flashman.
Nah, terus Faze Chicken turun loh. PJV ini udah lolos sekarang. Sekarang udah lolos, udah pasti. Sekarang udah pasti.
Better belum LM ya, masih 0 ya.
Playing far better here on Miramar right now. And with the other squads looking a bit timid,
Cair gak sih?
FaZe playing confidently, that might just be enough. They're still gunning for those elims and spotting out brute force. So at least 2 of the members up on a hillside. They've got a read on what they want to do here, trying to see if they overextend, if they peak for too long, they want to take the top off.
Tetap 16 bener-bener, tetap 16. Udah lolos, udah pasti lolos, bener-bener.
Staying far back, playing squad-based PUBG right now, rather than pushing in and forcing any issues.
Nah, kalau sekarang udah pasti lolos memang. Tadi juga salah hitungan ternyata. Iya.
Lolos nih, cair nih guys.
Cair.
Lolos.
Right now, FaZe is on the ridge side.
Dah.
The circle moves even a little bit towards the north here. They're forced to run down the
Hashtag
hill.
3 tuh 100 poin, BTR butuh 17 poin. Nggak bisa dong.
FaZe have done so much this game to try and secure their position towards 16th place. The question is whether they can make it happen here. The next circle will decide everything here for them. Will it give them more time to stake their claim into last chance?
Iya, nyalip Semnen sama DK.
Peppering shots constantly, brute force,
Tapi nggak
not
chicken
pulling
nih.
any punches now.
Gila, Faze masih lolos guys, anjing.
They want to go full aggro, jump shot through the back of the shack, goes in for the quick cleave round the corner.
Sekarang
The
kita lihat
burst
Faze nih guys,
connects.
Faze lolos
Info
nggak?
dapet.
Taken off.
BTR udah dapat zona nih. Kena nggak sih?
Horrid
Ini
circle
nggak sih?
Faze
here
udah
now.
50.
They have to move down
Satu.
the hill.
Faze
52.
anjir.
Apa?
Held by BTR.
Faze
They
udah
have to have
lolos.
a hell of a
Udah.
push here.
Ini tinggal tunggu dia
They're
mati,
towards
plasmanya
top
ganti.
five. Currently sat
Belum 55 sama.
Enggak lah, 55
at
sama.
It's not a
Itu
lot of
sama,
plus
sama.
1 ternyata
I
ya.
don't think that
Plus
they actually
LM.
need here. I think
Iya.
a fourth or a third would absolutely do it.
Faze butuh 1 elim lagi
FaZe,
lolos
they
guys.
first need to make this crossing, or a team needs to go out before them. Mormon's taking hit after
Giliran
hit, and
gini
this
baru
is what
dapat
I'm
zona
talking
terus,
about. Getting
sabar.
off this
Siapa tahu
ridge
zonanya
side is
ntar
gonna
untuk
be so incredibly difficult.
Reaksi Pablo kelihatan kalau defense PJV guys. Bener, Cok.
It's not going to come easy.
Lolos
You're so
lumayan lah.
exposed as you go for the push down. We've got
Jadi
brute
kita
force that
betnya
will be
enak
taking
besok
pot
ya.
shots.
BTR PJP
The
ya.
BTR
Full match ya.
are waiting to assault
Full match.
Inco. In the meantime, still finding more opportunities to pad those stats.
10 elim, lolos fix. Welcome Paje to LCQ. Welcome. Welcome. Bapak Semnan nggak lolos kode deh. Sama aja.
They're going straight into the face of BTR. Superboy ready with a shotgun as he blows away their hopes and dreams on the
Better nih bos. Kecil. Cil, kenapa kau gitu Cil?
Looking to shut this one down if possible. BTR
Aduh, banget lagi tuh.
broken, bruised, and cleaved on the getaway.
Aduh boy
Last one
Cil.
remaining. here. They've not cleaned up any of the eliminations on that bottom side. They sort of needed to confirm onto these points. Vintoris is down. Just Mela alive left remaining. There's a spray from Gemfos. And Mela's done it. That should be it there for FaZe. Mela comes in clutch again.
Gila Mela, cok, lu lihat cok. Mela udah di buff lagi guys, udah nggak di nerf guys.
DK, despite everything, will have been pushed out now. What a game from FaZe right at the last minute here, Jackie.
Saya tidak mau berbicara banyak, tapi yang dilakukan Bocil tadi teman-teman lihat sendiri lah ya.
Kolom komentar udah cukup berbicara lah. Iya, kolom komentar udah bisa ngomong lah.
But Mela with some momentous play, huge clutch from him, huge gun skill.
Game keberapa? Terakhir?
In a situation that required there to be ice in his veins, he kept a level head and hit some very important shots.
Soalnya dia udah ngebelakangin tadi. Ya udahlah ya, itu suatu sudah lewat juga.
Any bonus on top of the game they played, and we're left with a final four
ternyata dapat zona begitu guys.
on the last game of the survival stage.
Ya guys, emang nggak boleh dapat zona guys.
Udo Alliance, Brute Force and FaZe.
Kalian kasih support cok ke Bocil cok.
At least 3 of these teams.
Udah nggak apa-apa nih, dia kan eksperimen di ini si kayak Last Day juga udah pasti lolos juga tuh ini.
Udah pasti lolos.
Ya nggak apa-apa lah.
Brute Force
kasih kesempatan jam terbang juga.
Berarti DK nggak lolos, M9 nggak lolos ya. Yang lolos Paze ya.
Siapa?
Yang lolos Paze ya, DK nggak lolos. Terus si M9 nggak lolos, DK sama M9. Oh sengaja biar Paze lolos. Oh. Bisa. Kalian so tahu cok.
Bisa.
Bocil sengaja guys.
With the game they've already played,
Inko and chicken kayak ini guys.
Would be the Cinderella storyline.
Tembak sampai ke belah.
To what has been a fantastic, not only past few minutes from FaZe, but overall a blinder of a Miramar. They've got names to work with. They've got a rough idea of where the Udo Alliance is coming in from as well. Exchange of nades.
Tuh, saya tuh garis thank you Van Quilin.
Getting shaken
saya
by the
bos.
reverberation from these
PMSL bos.
detonations now.
Ini PMSL apa PMRC nih?
Anjing, masih bahas itu anjing.
Ini PMSL apa PMRC lebih tinggi nih?
Pak Bocil sih 2 kali Mr. Bombastic ya. Mr. Bombastic. Adakah yang bikin guys mention di TikTok ya?
Denying the first peak, has to extend for the cleanup and grabs that one.
In come the smokes from FaZe though, looking across the road, but it is a lovely game there.
Gimana sih nadanya guys? Ya gitu cok.
Nade goes through, it's a banger from Mela. Once again, directly on target for the
Kalau ini Faze Chicken ini bakal indah banget sih buat tajuk Thailand sih.
Menjawab sih. Mela sih balik on track ya.
Faze lolos hoki aja cok.
By the lights here is Mela, but he leaves a light show in his path as well, with his nades been sent through like fireworks.
Itu kelihatan sih harusnya. Nah,
starting to get closer and closer. Good damage.
Bagus banget cara angle-nya Mela.
Pre-pod forced to play on the ankle now, scared about what could be going down as he's waiting for the heal to come through. He resets his HP and sets himself up for the final fight, one that's going to be intense. Mind meanwhile goes for the wide swing, looking for the info play. That's right, get yourself down on the ground blank, because they can't afford to expose themselves like this. You don't want to be seen on any of the angles right now. A mistake for FaZe this late into the game would be costly. This is a chicken
dinner. Let's go BF, Brute Force, let's go. Jangan kasih Thailand, cok.
FaZe realizes it eventually. Mine's gonna have to leave the warehouse. Doesn't want to set himself up with a
yang benar lah.
Kelihatan dong info.
Jangan kasih Paje, cok.
But it's FaZe looking to end this.
What? 2v1 BF di sini. Apa kena DBS-nya Mela nih? Lihat nih, kelihatan nih blok. Nah kan blok Mela kalau udah DBS blok.
Bring this to an incredible finish. Zooms around the side. The plane is half HP.
Menang Mela ini.
trying to go for the wide swing, shooting in through the window. He's being chased now. Quick peek from Mind on the wayside, looking to cleave round the corner.
Gila, ini
And hit the shot onto him. Mela does damage onto the down teammate, takes him out of the equation. Wanted to go for the quick heal, instead switches to the gun, but the DBS fires out. Won't quite land on target, but he'll still finish things as FaZe are able to close this.
Akhirnya Mela, guys ya. Ini Mela yang kita tahu di PMSL anjing.
Grab themselves more than enough points to break in to the last chance.
Salut. Ini Mela yang kita tahu di PMSL anjing.
Mela pointed his teammates saying, I told you so, I told you, Kip.
8 ya? 8 apa 9 ya?
Saw Mela dancing on his first day of survival.
Ini Mela yang kita tahu, Cok.
This guy is confident
9
to win out these games.
Cheers, bro!
Game from him, 9 eliminations, 1,000 damage done, a 1v3 versus BTR, a 1v2 versus brute force.
Iya, Mela tuh.
And that is how you brute force your way in towards the top 15. What a game from
Mela jadi ini dah.
9 anjing.
9 jadi ini dia dah.
Eliminator.
Celebrating their victory.
Jadi apa?
Getting into that top 16.
Ya iyalah Mela.
One of the most unlikely teams to see do it as
Besok
well.
semua isinya Mela, Cok, sama Fazi.
Oh iya, beritanya ini mana level up tadi? Itu headline-nya, Cok. Senjata pamungkas Mela mengunci match terakhir anjing.
Nah, nonton TikTok gua, Cok, ntar ada nih judulnya. Boycil,
Nah, kenapa Boycil?
Sampai lolos.
Showing up when it mattered most, and the squad playing perfectly in this game blank had a really good set of how they wanted to approach it.
9 elim.
And honestly, props to them. You know, well deserved. You can't really
Dengan
fault
Blowface
that.
Chicken. Iya anjir.
Beneran ya, Bro kan? Tapi untungnya DS-nya mati, Bro, tadi. Yang gue khawatirin pajinya Chicken itunya juga naik. Yang di bawah PJP-nya. Beneran Chicken, guys.
Gue lihat-lihat udah banyak hatersnya Boycil nih sekarang.
Janganlah, semangatin, Cok.
Ya bisa kita nanti kalian bantu dukung aja guys.
Indo, oh iya ya.
Ini jangan gitu.
Pindah Indo, Bro.
Nah, gue udah di Indo dari tadi. Mela.
Dan lagi-lagi kita bahas Mela, bahkan dari kita bahas one of the best player kan yang kita sering bahas, dan pembuktiannya ini gokil banget. 2 clutch, 9 elim, lolos, DBS play. Wah, itu
Mela still being Mela.
Makanya gue jarang ya kita lihat Mela se-ekspresif itu, tapi tadi menurut gue itu waktu yang tepat dia bisa saya.
Biasanya Mela diam-diam aja guys, tapi
bener dan deserve juga sih.
Iya, kita udah lama nggak ngeliat performa Mela yang kayak PMSL anjing.
Langsung kan, gak cuma
Mela tapi temen-temen yang
lainnya juga.
Asik,
nambah waktu. Tadi setelah Mela
Biling. Tuh nambah lagi.
Melakukan clutch.
Dagang Mela blow si Boycil, aduh.
Boosting coy.
Enggak, ini enggak lihat.
Akhir.
Gelap.
Dan tadi Saskoy kan ngomongin miracle terus, dan ternyata miracle-nya ini berbentuk Mela coy. Mela ini
apa bikinnya yang kayak itu ya, Nang? Yang DBS Boycil lawan DBS Mela. Itu ya Boycil ya. Jangan cok, ntar Boycil musuhin. Gue di unfollow anjay.
Goblok banget lu, jangan.
Bagaimana mental orang semuanya ke pressure. Sam ini yang coba cari eliminasi karena kurang poin. Terus mungkin nggak banyak perhatian.
Dia lagi mau berjuang guys ya, nggak boleh gitu guys ya.
Dia ngebuktiin juga. Dia berusaha nebus lah main di Miramar ini, gue rasa.
Imbas dari semuanya pengen cepet securing play zone.
Ternyata masih belum bisa jadi sebuah sweet redemption aja.
Securing play zone, kelihatan banget. Semuanya kalang kabut menuju ke arah sekitar bagian water
gitu mah gampang, guys.
Sebuah terrain yang sulit.
Pasti banyak yang kegoreng ya. Jangan lah kasihan Boycil
itu dari gua sih untuk game terakhir.
Kalau misalnya tadi kan lu sedikit nyinggung soal performa dari tim Gateron Red Villains ya, Jan. Apalagi tadi setelah ditabrak oleh atau dihadapi oleh pemain-pemain dari tim Kingston.
Dan inilah hasil guys ya.
Yang membuat lu tuh sedikit terpincut. Tapi yang membuat gue terpincut adalah ternyata kita sudah melihat, sudah bisa melihat overall
15. Pablo mengubah prediksi jadi bener nih.
EVOS masih bisa
Nang,
lolos menuju ke arah last change qualifier di posisi yang ke-15.
Berapa nih? Oh, nggak sampai 60 ya. 59 poin untuk
udah segede-gede
kilometernya
jagung,
ya,
rasa
untuk
di
barometer
kepala
paling
mereka atau
rendahnya
di
ya.
jidat mereka untuk menunggu di game
Predik
yang
Taufik nanti
terakhir
abis ini
tadi.
sama Koblo.
Tapi balik lagi ini adalah last change
Apaan,
qualifier,
Bro?
mereka nggak boleh sama
Sama
sekali
lu.
menyia-nyiakan change
Apa lu ajak-ajak
tersebut.
gua anjir?
Ojan ada yang mau
Ya kan orang
ditambahkan
pasti
atau
juga
sudah
mau prediksi lu
cukup?
anjing.
Sejauh ini
TikTok
cukup
udahan dulu dah, bro.
Silakan junior dulu deh, ditanya dulu.
Belum pindah
Makan
NFC,
Gus,
ngatur-ngatur.
melihat game yang
Sawer.
terakhir, lu makanya biasa
Mana
aja
cok,
sih.
PJP gak ada yang nyawer anjing,
Enggak
makanya
sih, kalau
cok
Mela
masuk
boleh lah.
PJP.
Mela
Wih,
berarti
TikTok
mentality
lu udahan
dari
dulu.
dulu punya sih. Cuma mengingat
Kenapa
momen
ya, Bang?
mereka
Kan udah overall.
dari seorang Mela ya. Kasian dari Infinity.
Bye
tim yang
guys,
kita
ada
jago-jagokan,
TikTok.
juara
Nanti
di
jumpa
PMPL,
lagi
si
besok.
Luzi
Jam
juga
berapa jamnya sama ya?
bisa
Sama.
mengalahkan tim dari Nova.
Jamnya sama
Mereka
guys,
kita
besok yang mau
jago-jagokan,
nonton
tapi
bisa
apa?
nonton lagi di
Mereka
gua.
nggak bisa
Kalau
lolos
TikTok
ke
gua ke
babak,
Bennett, bisa nonton di
group
YouTube
stage,
gua,
survival
oke?
stage aja
Bye
enggak.
bye, thank you
Tapi
teman-teman
pindah
TikTok,
ke
thank you
Face
yang
Clan,
lagi.
ternyata satu
Yang mau
player ini
denger lanjut
mumpuni
ngobrol
gitu dibandingkan
bisa ke
rekan sejawatnya
YouTube.
dari tim Infinity,
Face Cam lu?
Nuzi. Walaupun kalian ya memantau dari siapa ya tadi ya? Mela.
Pablo TikTok gue nggak bisa
Satu player tadi Inko siapa ya? Menurut gue itu juga punya mentality yang sama gitu. Hanya saja memang tidak seberuntung Mela karena Mela masih ada takerannya satu yaitu
Mr. Bombastis.
Onsen.
Tapi sih gue rasa tuh nanti bakal muncul sih.
Onsen ya. Jadi menurut gue sebenarnya kalau masalah mental sih lebih ke arah
OBS
Inko
gua
satu
crash
player
enggak
yang
jadi.
tadi ya. Ya itu faktor nggak luck aja. Cuman masalah ketenangan
Losen poin di reset bro.
Gue harus gue akuin dia momen-momen terakhir itu sangat amat tenang, diapit dari dua player kanan kiri yang berbeda. Dia tahu gimana step yang harus dia dengarkan. Paling inti itu sebenarnya untuk close combat itu bukan lagi masalah refleks. Buat gue refleks semua sama aja lah. Tapi ketajaman dari telinga, suara step dan juga ketenangan gitu. Itu yang diperlukan dibandingkan keras refleks itu bukan hal spesial.
Lo kalau last chance malah nggak lolos
Setuju. Tapi ini bakal menjadi bahasan yang panjang. Tapi sebelum kita membahas lebih panjang lagi, kita bakal mendengarkan interview yang ada di
interview
I mean, I'm still shaking.
Woi, Pablo interview, lu gaya dong.
Till the very last minute. Joining me on stage here right now is going to be coming up from Face Clan.
Level up mana level up? Langsung upload drop shot prediction ya. Request.
19 place, 43 points. In the last minute shoot
Bocil PJP, makasih Kopat, makasih Bocil Tron.
Plus a chicken dinner.
Terima kasih Bocil PJ.
Ayo lagi kenapa? Ayo lagi hilang arah.
I mean,
Lupa
what
jadi
going
diri.
through your minds for that last Miramar map? What was the discussion? What happened to you guys?
คือตอนแรกเราได้ลำดับที่
Peter bakal
19
mampang.
ตอนนั้น
Kita
อะไร
lihat
อยู่
besok.
ใน
Gua nggak butuh banyak baca.
Gue nggak sepakat kalau
kalau
AE juara PMSL kebetulan
ada better sama PJP.
sangat tidak sepakat.
Lu buktiin aja ya. Dukungan lu sebanyak koin lu, udah selesai.
รู้สึกเซ็งอะนะครับเพราะว่าวันนี้เราทำได้ไม่ดีมากแต่ว่าเกมสุดท้ายก็พยายามบอกกับ
Iya kan Yan, Irian aja bring back
เราไม่
Ates
มีอะ
kok
ไร
pasti.
จะต้องเสียละ
Oke semangat M5 ya. Bante cok, bawa pulang piala cok.
For Face Clan, I first they feel a little bit disappointed, but then nothing to lose, so they tell everyone in the team like fight as much as you can.
Parah, gue udah gak punya temen Mobile Legends kok.
That's literally it. I mean, that was incredible play from Face Clan. Epic comeback as it is. Now, I mean, we definitely want to celebrate with you guys, but the thing is, we don't have a break in between for our last chance stage. Now, since we don't have break in between,
Ini pasti Bocil PJP nih. Dia baru
mau lu main di server PA. Maksudnya?
Welcome Fir.
Ganti server gitu berapa lama sih kalau ML-in?
เราจะมีการเตรียมตัวยังไงคะ
ก็น่าจะกลับไปคุยเรื่องข้อผิดพลาดกัน
Nggak usah denger lagi,
ให้
lu mau
มันแบ
denger.
บเข้าใจแล้วก็
Ya udah ayo ngobrol.
นอนให้พอครับ
Buka ini dah, buka yang lolos dah. Wikipedia ya?
So there will be like have enough sleep and communication in the team.
Sabar ya guys.
Like everything,
Kita buka
like,
Wikipedia dulu top 16. Level up belum upload kan?
Udah upload anjir ini.
Nggak ada tambahan poin, nggak ada bonus poin, nggak ada bonus poin, nggak ada bonus poin. Ini dia ada real top 16 ya. Bentar, gue screenshot dulu. BTR hashtag 2 guys. Enggak, itu abjad.
Mana nggak kelihatan ya?
Ganti layer dulu dah. Sabar ya, gua atur dulu guys. Mari kita membahas peluang-peluang yang akan terjadi besok. DL udah dong diupload, emang ya? Oke. Instagram.
Oh, gimana ya guys? Bingung.
Serius Dita? Nggak kebuka lagi IG ku, ente Dita. Nanti aja nanti. Atau besok. Nggak kebuka IG ku di PC. Oke, ini di sini. Hilang dulu bentar.
Boci belum siap main di PMGC. Ya, sabun 2 kali gak pengaruh apa-apa guys. Paling besok gak dimainin.
Ya kan gue bilang tadinya mungkin Miramar ini mau jadi Sweet Redemption dia. Ternyata masih bad result kan. Menurut gue jangan ambil resiko sih.
Makasih Sam9. Dan kita orang mah belum bisa buat PJF nggak lolos. Enggak lah, Cok.
Oke.
Apaan?
Iya nih. Prediksi lu.
Apaan? Lu dulu nggak mau, gua duluan. Gua aneh-aneh gua.
Hah? Satu-satu dah. Gua satu, lu satu. Baru kita lempar-lemparan.
Gampang banget tuh, gua duluan BTR.
Nah.
Si lu sama kan BTR?
Iya sama.
PJP enggak kan lu?
PJP ya?
Lu PJP? Lu BTR PJP?
Iya. Tapi PJP oke. PJP mungkin lebih ke harapan. Kalau ditanya yakin, gue cuman di bawah 50%, 40%.
Bangsat, jadi iya apa enggak? Udah gitu aja prediksi bangsat. Enggak. Tadi gue bilang enggak, lu bilang iya.
Iya, lebih ke arah harapan. Dah, enggak berarti.
Berarti enggak. Ya udah, lu siapa yang kedua?
Yang kedua gue ini si RC.
RC ya?
Mengambil ya? Anda mau ngepick RC ya?
Kak, gue Rook.
Rook menarik juga lagi anjing.
Rook.
Oke.
Rook.
Tadi siapa? BTR, Rook. Gue BTR, RC. Oke, nama ketiga.
Nama ketiga ya?
Ya.
Sebenarnya sih ini gue yakin lu pada nggak bakal pilih sih. Jadi gue pilih aja lah. Influence Rich.
Lah, gue pilih anjing. Sama, itu kita sama. Sama.
Ya, Dev gak mungkin gak pilih gak sih guys?
Gak mungkin gak pilih. Itu sama berarti.
Iya. Sama ya.
Sama.
Terus nih si anjing nih satu lagi kayaknya Faze deh.
Oke, lu Faze. Lu di Faze ya. Gua mungkin di Mad Bull.
Mad Bull.
Ya. Satu lagi nih, pikir baik-baik nih. Satu lagi nih. Pikir baik-baik nih.
Anang paling inko anjing.
Enggak.
Gua satu lagi.
Gua Arab Saudi nih.
Nikma dong. Lu Nikma ya? Gua GG deh. GG gua.
GG ya? Lu yakin mereka nggak bakal blunder kayak tahun lalu nih?
Enggak, karena menurut gua dapat momen mereka naik gitu.
Jadi Tencent nggak salah invite GG nih?
Enggak, salahnya DRS. Inko hoki blo zona mulu, emang anjing Inko.
DX?
Najis. DX kayaknya berat kali ini.
Berat ya?
Soalnya dia pindah, Rangelnya nggak bakal tabrakan sama Nikma. Jadi menurut gua kerugian besar lah buat dia.
PJP lebih ke arah harapan guys. Gua nggak begitu yakin. Di bawah 50%. Pinginnya pingin. Pinginnya pingin.
Nih anjing.
Apa?
Tadi mau PJP katanya.
Enggak, lebih ke arah harapan.
Mad Bulls keras bro. Alah. Gaya-gayaan doang dia anjing. Beban dia cowok Mad Bulls tuh. Aman itu guys.
Tapi skenarionya bakal beda kalau PJP mungkin ya. Udah bener-bener ngunci rosternya. Nggak otak-atik lagi dah.
Siapa yang main?
Kembar harus main sih.
Kenapa gitu?
Lebih bagus aja gue lihat. Secara hasil.
Link juga bagus.
Link bagus, kan gue bilang lebih bagus, bukan berarti yang satunya jelek, lebih bagus.
Jadi menurut lu siapa yang harus main PJP? Kembar.
Mungkin kalau mau switch gantinya Exaling mungkin lah. Kalau Miseri nggak mungkin diganti, Cok.
Tapi Mixeri sempet gak main kemarin tuh.
Sempet nggak main kan. Group stage beda.
Iya, SC 5. Ini SC 16 anjing.
Ya ini kan nggak main hari ininya. Linknya bagus. Kemarin kan sempet chicken juga tuh yang sama Link. Cuman maksud gue sepakat sama Eldoge, Kembar memang harus main. Kalau mau switch, mau ganti-gantian, paling antara Link Exa sih.
Kita Exa bagus loh.
Iya, kalau mau ganti-gantian, ibaratnya bau-baunya.
Mau gerakan tambahan aja kadang-kadang, so.
Kalau Exa lagi bau banget ya itu, contohnya misalnya lagi gerakan tambahan atau sesuatu yang tidak terduga lah, kita bilangnya bahasa.
Bentar, ini nonton Red Bulls di mana, guys?
Di channel Valorant tuh. Miseri kalau diganti untuk 12 match, menurut gua terlalu vital banget, Cok, situasinya, Cok. Bukan berarti nggak ada yang bisa ngelit gamenya. Bagas masih bisa ngelit gamenya, cuman resiko lah intinya kalau Miseri diganti. Kalau Bagas diganti ya sosok kayak kemarin kan gantiannya sama si Link toh. Semoga prediksi gua salah, PJP sama BTR lolos.
Ada placement point kan?
Fatal, kok vital ya, fatal salah terus. Oh jadi nih buat yang baru nonton atau nggak ngikutin nih, gue jelasin baik-baik dah. Dan itu diambil 16 besar
Gua
dari
minum.
Ya. Dari survival stats tadi itu 24 tim itu isinya siapa aja Mas Anang? 8 tim dengan posisi 4 sampai 11 masing-masing grup, yaitu dari grup green, red sama yellow. Nah, itu diadu tadi selama 3 hari dengan sistem round robin. Jadi 2 grup main setiap harinya dan setiap grup itu dapat jatah 12 match. Tadi kita udah masuk di last day, udah di last match juga, udah habis. Top 16 yang tadi main lagi itu nih yang lagi gua tampilin tuh. Ada BF, ada BTR, ada DS atau Duxan, ada DX, ada Faze, ada GG, ada IHC, ada Inco, ada Influence Rage, ada Madbull, Nikma, PJV, RC, Rook, Teki sama Yudel Lions. Nah, 16 ini dicari berapa Mas Anang? Dicari 5. Kok cuma 5 Mas Anang? Jadi Grand Final PMGC itu 16 tim. 11-nya udah ada. Yang 2 itu invited, yaitu TIC dari Cina dari PEL. Satunya S7 untuk tuan rumah sebagai PMGC poin paling tinggi. 9-nya itu top 3 masing-masing grup, yaitu yang kemarin ada MR Pack dan segala macam. Itu udah 11 tim, jadi cuma cari 5 lagi. Nah, besok 2 hari tanggal 25 sampai 26 itu perharinya main 6 match, jadi total ada 12 match. 16 tim ini memperebutkan posisi top 5 gitu. Sampai situ ada pertanyaan? Ada prize poolnya nggak? Setiap fase ada prize poolnya. Dari group stage itu ada prize pool, dari survival stage ada prize pool, dari last chance qualifier ada prize pool gitu. Sampai situ ada pertanyaan lagi? Masih soal seputar fase-fase kualifikasi segala macam? Bisa nawar nggak jadi 6 tim yang diambil? Nggak dong. 17 tim dong main di final jadinya. Poinnya direset nggak? Poinnya direset. Setiap fase, setiap qualifier itu direset. Dari group stage ke survival direset. Dari survival ke LCQ direset. Ada bonus poin kah? Tidak ada. Ada vote nggak Mas? Nggak ada.
PJP maka bagus. Ada yang pertanyaan nih Nang, tadi lu sempat bilang ya, ada yang masih mau nanya nggak? Ada yang nggak ngerti nggak gitu ya?
Iya.
Jadi tinggian PMRC apa PMSL?
Masih itu anjing, lu mau off cam kan, tahu gua. Udah hafal gua, gerak-gerik lu tuh udah hafal gua, bro. Udah hafal gua udah hafal.
Thank you kontribusi gift-nya, appreciate.
Mas Anang coba jelasin lagi dari awal, nggak
ya.
denger.
Luf.
Bentar Nang, gua mau ngemis dulu. Kayaknya lu nggak mau sawer gua kemarin rumah sakit mahal banget tau, sumpah.
Mundurin aja dah Yudi, jangan gitulah Yudi, masa ngulang lagi Yudi. Besok reset point berarti iya, tadi udah dijawab.
Gua ngeledekin Emi terus. BTR dapat berapa duit?
Apa lagi si Anton? Masih nyari kata-kata pucuk dingin deh. Waduh. Ayo pulang apa nunggu last chance? Pulang harusnya. Besok udah pada pulang itu.
BTR udah dapat peringkat berapa sih dia ininya? Survival.
Kenapa tadi cuma 23 tim? Apaan 23?
Ya soalnya si QS udah masih nggak lolos.
Lu ngetik yang bener dulu dah Anton. Press pool apa press pool gitu? Ngetik dulu dah, ngetik dulu yang benar.
Better dapat 24.000 tambah 10.000, 34.000. Kayak 15 berapa? Juta. Tapi gara-gara Anang gue gak boleh megang duit lagi anjing. Wah lu sih bener-bener Nang, tai lu Nang.
Salahinnya terus. Lu tahu nggak kemarin?
Dia jawabnya gini.
Ada, nggak jadi deh. Tapi dia ngomong kayak gitu bro. Gue buka kartu satu lagi ya. Gue kan subuh-subuh ya main sama Cia kan, di invite Cia WoW kan. Terus dia nanya kan, fullback Cia berapa juta ya kata dia. Itu fullback Cia masih mau ngeluarin cok, nggak ada alasannya itu bro.
Terus?
Ya mana dijawab Cia anjing. Gue bilang lu nanya gitu lagi ada orangnya, goblok gue bilang gitu.
Gue sih baru jujur aja nih ya, Cia sih bisa lah kalau sama gue nih.
Itu gue bilang lu ngapain nanya kayak gitu dongok, gue bilang gitu.
Jangan-jangan Fazzi bisa lolos. Tadi kan kita udah prediksi, gue udah prediksi Fazzi sih ada di gue. Tulis dulu tulis Nang, biar inget Nang.
Siapa?
Gue nggak punya ini ya. Kok gue nggak punya tulisan boker? Gue mana yang nggak ada di sini?
Ya kan tinggal nambah teks doang anjing.
Iya.
Gue yang nulisin dah. Lo tadi siapa ulang?
Ntar top 5 gue juga lupa. BTR, Faze, GG, GFR, itu lagi Ruk.
Tunggu, ganti warna tulisannya gue. Color putih.
Oke. Lihat gue isi GoPay lu pakai rekening orang anjing.
Iya. Dia top up poin kemarin. Pablo lu siapa tadi? BTR, Faze, Ruk.
GG Influence Rate.
GG INF. Tunggu. BX. Gua tadi BTR, NGX, RC.
Nikmani bakal tabrakan gak ya sama DX? Karena kan belum kejadian.
Terus siapa lagi? Dua lagi, tunggu. Bukan GG tadi Pablo. INF.
Nih, INF.
Satu lagi tuh
Matt Bulls.
Oh ya, Matt.
Pablo anti PJP, solid mata kau.
Nih. Nanti gue bikin postingan ya.
Olepin aja.
Ya. Tapi sepakat nggak kalau yang PJP-nya lebih ke arah harapan?
Enggak.
Ya berarti gua nambahin gue sendiri ya.
Apaan PJP harapan? Nggak usah lah orang prediksi anjing.
Kan di caption.
Ya kalau harapan udah
ini kan prediksi, kan gue bilang prediksi nggak
sih kalau
nggak bisa. Lu tahu sendiri banyak orang dongo, cowok nanti itu lu anti PJP anjing.
Ya emang iya.
Oh, iya
udah dianggap gitu juga bodo amat, Cok. Ya nggak sih guys? D2 kan udah ketemu.
Kan seharusnya 24 tim. Apa sih Andi? Capek banget tuh, lagi sarkas apa bener-bener nggak kelihatan tadi? Nah saya itu dia skenarionya PJP harus mateng line up-nya.
Berarti lu nggak dukung PJP bang? Gue dukung anjing. Kalau itu gue udah nggak perlu gue jelasin lagi. Kayak Indopret gue tuh udah tinggi banget di depan, Cok. Orang udah tahu itu.
Oke, mungkin pertanyaan Pablo tadi udah kejawab ya soal GG. Kenapa GG dia diambil?
Lah PMRC sama PMSL.
Kenapa lagi nih anjing?
Jawab anjing, tinggian mana?
Dongo, Cok, jelasin terus, Cok. Kayak kata Pablo dah, sebenarnya simpelnya PMRC nggak punya privilege slot apa-apa. PMSL masih ada nyambungnya kemana-mana.
Tapi AE dongo. Ngakuin
dongo, gue bilang dongo. Orang gue bilang lupa jati diri, Cok.
PJP lolos, Cok. Deg-degan sih PJP, tapi anjing sih. Kenapa ya mereka main kok jadi jelek ya? Padahal tim yang gue yakin paling lolos tuh PJP, sumpah. Awalnya.
Lo tadi enggak. Ini pertanyaan bagus nih. Tadi kan kalau GG lu udah ngejelasin kan. Gue sempet sarkas juga kan apakah Tencent salah invite atau enggak. Kalau Rook mungkin berdasarkan progres dia main beberapa hari ini atau ada alasan khusus lu ngepick Rook.
Iyalah Rook berkembang pesat anjing. Menurut gue dia dapat gameplaynya sih Rook. Dia udah ngerti cara maininnya sih kalau menurut gue ya Rook ya.
Sabar.
Mereka main di setengah circle gitu loh. Rapi, bagus, dan menurut gue itu efektif sih menurut gua.
Masih jalan lah gamenya ya.
Ya kalau ketiban zona kan ya hal yang berbeda.
Betul, ya itu beda. Itu faktor X lah.
Itu kan hal yang berbeda.
Itu faktor X
Tapi gue
lah.
ngeliat cara gameplay mereka, Rook bagus kok main di setengah dan menurut gue efektif gitu. Jadi lu mainnya bener-bener setengah circle, nunggu bouncing.
Kalau gua RC kenapa? RC bagus sih sebenarnya. Apalagi dia sempat bukan dominating sih, sempat bicara banyak di grup stage kan. Menurut gua RC reject.
Oh RC kuat bos.
Defense-nya juga setupnya bagus lah. Lebih ke arah setupnya, gue suka setupnya.
Tapi RC menurut gua cukup lah di sini udah.
Sosok lah ya kalau dari pandangan lu ya.
Ya udah cukup lah, di sini udah bagus dia masuk. Santai aja bro, serius amat.
Nggak ada, gue nggak pernah warna rambut itu gue. Nggak usah nasihatin gue yang gitu.
Thank you kontribusi gift-nya, appreciate it.
Anang ada gue juga marah-marah terus guys.
Ya, love.
Katanya lu gak ada gue marah-marah terus Nang.
Kenapa?
Bocil-bocil goblok gue banyak mampir ke lu ya.
Gue nggak bilang bocil goblok ya anjing.
Jadi marah.
Gue nggak ada bilang bocil goblok ya.
Ada cowok itu Jack. Ada Jack,
Jack itu dongo, lebih karena dongo.
Mana dia nih? Lagi ngakak dia pasti, Cok.
Lagi cari yang bisa dipinjolin poin, Cok. Lihat aja dulu udah malah poin orang belum? Di gua sih udah sih.
Banyak dia 4.500 tadi.
Lagi cair dia.
Iya. Mau naik ring sama mimin helmet Anang belum? Kalah Anang kayaknya. Anang
ngapain?
Lemah, guys, anjing.
Ngapain mendingan gue streaming daripada naik ring sama mimin. Cari kerjaan yang ada hasilnya lah, Cok.
Ya dibayar, Nang. Dibayar.
Mendingan gue streaming daripada naik ring.
Nah,
nggak rugi juga, nggak rugi tenaga.
Wah, Cok. Lawan mimin mau gua.
Lu ini makoet, Cok.
Tapi kalau disuruh kurusin badan mimin beratnya 70 apa 60, gua suruh turun 30 kilo, mati gua, guys. Belum dibuka bandnya sampai sekarang. Enggak ada Jack tadi.
Apa? Stories kayak apa? Apa sih?
Sudah meramaikan PKJ 2023. 1, 2, 3 gini ya. Dadah Semna, terima kasih. Dadah, gitu ya. Iya.
Lama Bang Pen.
Mimin FYP sih besok.
Kenapa?
Dadah Semna pakai baju BTR. Yang lain langsung off cam. Tanggapan tentang PJP dong. Itu sih skenario terbaiknya matengin line up sih, mungkin itu. Udah stories kayak udah. Thank you korek.
Nambahnya dikit.
Kapan final last chance-nya? Besok banget, Sabtu Minggu.
Nambah anjir, tadi emang nambahnya dikit tadi, orang lu ngebet itu, gua ngebet PJV lolos, banyakan PJV lolos kok.
Kasih rosternya masih baru apa? Lama. Apa lagi? Kemarin ada lu nggak ya cerita? Oh enggak deh.
Cerita apa?
Enggak. Tim baru Liquid. Bukan yang itu.
Apa, Rick? Liquid masuk mana?
Ada lah.
Bocorin dong.
Nggak tahu deal apa enggak, orang masih nego.
Kebum ya?
Nggak tahu. Nggak tahu gua.
Kebum gak sih?
Tahu.
Kata Anang Bu mau lepas 2 pemain.
Kali.
Hari-hari kena scam. Naiknya dikit anjir, tadi gua bet 500 cuma dapat 650, Cok.
Lah orang cuman dikit yang mencet lolos juga dikit aja.
Iya.
Lanjut game apa? Lanjut nge-game. Oh iya, jam subatun gua nggak gua jalanin, bodoh, habis nobar kok ya.
Iya, gua mana? Gua mau dong subaton.
Subaton
tidur sini ya.
Kemarin mata gua sama terasu. Berarti lu hari-hari di hotel dong, hotel villa?
Ya anjing.
Enak tuh.
Jadi 1.500 setelah gua cek BT. Gak tahu gua, Bang. Gua nggak tahu, Bang. Pokoknya gua udah pencet yang lain cair, cuma lu yang komplain, berarti lu bohong. Gua nggak percaya, bodo amat.
Tapi Streamlab lagi sering gangguan, Cok. Streamlab mendingan ya besok lah ya. Kalau seri lebih baik terusin aja bednya. Sekarang seri lebih jarang nggak balik.
Iya, lebih sering nggak balik kan.
Lebih sering nggak balik. Gue udah 2 kali gue bilang gue nggak mau lagi dibilang scam, Cok.
Gue mau cerita nih ya. Tahu nggak? Gue kan nginep di villa bagus banget.
Tadi lu bilang yang mati lampu 10 kali.
Mati lampu listrik. Terus gue minta refund dong. Tahu nggak? Masa udah dia yang salah, dia refund gue dipotong 20% nang anjing.
Padahal belum sehari kan masuk kan, setahu gue.
Boro-boro sehari gue dari jam 1.
Belum 12 jam kan?
Belum ada nih, gue jam 2 siang masuk. Jam 2 siang masuk. Udah mati lampu terus. Akhirnya gue tungguin sampai jam 5, Cok.
Dia yang salah lah anjing.
Sampai jam 4, setengah 5 deh, sampai setengah 5. Gue minta refund tuh setengah 5 kan. Gue bilang nggak bisa nih, udah gue mesti pindah. Sampai setengah 5, terus dia kasih kabar sampai jam 7. Terus dia mau dipotong 20%, anjing nggak? Sewa villa 20 juta mau dibalikin 16 juta. Tai ayam, Cok. Mau gue pecah-pecahin.
Menurut lu Mela cocok nggak sama roster AI? AI jangan ubah roster sih.
Komplain anjing, gue berapa?
Iya, korek gila. Prediksi top 5 ini ada itu udah gue tulis. Astagfirullah.
Ya anjing nggak balik, Cok.
Lu seri cancel?
Enggak, gua PJV lolos. Terus bednya nggak balik.
Poin reset kan? Enggak. Iya, gua kira poin koin.
Ya udah.
Poin klasemen ya.
Ngapain, Bang?
Reset.
Nggak masuk, bed gua juga hilang. Tolol anjing, sering ngetai.
Ada, gua kemarin reset lagi tuh. Hilang.
Lah gua ngebet 500 poin gua hilang. Sisa 5. Udah mau gini. Sumpah nih gua nggak bohong nih, gua kasih lihat nih. Streamlab tuh udah nggak ada bednya tuh, Cok. Udah balik begini.
Enggak bisa.
Tadi udah keluar, gua udah cairin lolos. Tuh. Ketutupan ya?
Enggak bisa sih anjing.
Tuh, udah nggak ada. Babi. Hari-hari terkena maki sama viewer, Cok. Gara-gara Streamlab scam.
Banyak yang bilang poin tergantung klasemen. Apa sih? Gak ngerti gua kata-kata lu. Ini nih berdasarkan abjad, Cok. Yang di Wikipedia.
Nobar. Gua mulai ulang live baru ya, guys, bentar ya.
Mainnya jam berapa? Ngobrol dulu anjing.
Bentar, setengah
12 masih lama anjing. Setengah 11
kalau lu
lagi.
Setengah 12.
Ada WWW enggak? Kalau Pablo nobar follow gue geser sebelah paling.
Geser sebelah? Geser mana?
Marah.
Ya udah, ayo ke Cemara.
Ada ya?
Lagi pada ngapain mereka?
Halo, live nggak? Halo?
Pablo lah Cuki.
Halo?
Woi, ya Allah, toksik banget, Cok.
Parah banget sih Sky. Toksik banget, Cok, anjing.
Benny parah banget, Cok, mulutnya, Cok, anjing.
Anjing lah sih.
Lu udah sembuh, Bro?
Udah, Bang.
Apa sih, Bro, anjing?
Wah, anjing.
Facecam lah.
Facecam dong.
Apa anjing? Kenapa, Bro?
Kita mesti lab ya.
Facecam lu nggak usah banyak bacot, Ben.
Bacot, goblok.
Kontol.
Itu belum live ini TikTok aing ini mati ini anjing.
Apa di TikTok? Apa di TikTok?
Nih, saya juga belum live ini anjing.
Rusak.
Kontol.
Cok. Sian Cok apati, Cok.
Mati aing.
WW enggak?
Enggak, lu cupu males.
Alah Sky baru 2 kali hashtag 1 di atas gua Sky.
Elah de Anang.
De Rian de Sky.
Lagi kerja dulu Benny, Cok, nemenin Benny kerja dulu.
Apa yang tadi malam?
Alice ya? Alice in Wonderland.
Iya.
Lu live hari ini Ben yang Alice.
Iya, harusnya Mimin anjing malah duluan.
Anjing Mimin, Cok.
Anjing emang.
Siang tadi Mimin anjing.
Jelekit banget. Enggak kan Nang, santai ya, Nang.
Itu siapa sih facecam bulat-bulat? Ben.
Benny. Ya Allah nyangsut ternyata.
Nyangsut di OBS cu.
Thank you guys.
Anak lu sakit apa bang?
Flu Singapura
banget
anjing.
Turunan di sekolahnya.
Sumpah jangan makan babi guling cok di Bali cok. Lagi haram anjir. Sumpah gua 10 orang 6 orang muntah-muntah cok.
Gue lihat dia kan Ben. Dia bikin story kan keracunan makanan. Gue tanya lu terakhir makan bigul dah. Gue bilang iya gara-gara bigul anjing kata dia.
Bener lu malah lagi babi guling terus. Lu masih pakai sarung kali.
Enggak, cok, muntahnya kayak ini, cok. Apa? Yang Singapura punya singa. Gitu. Gitu-gitu terus gua.
Mulainya sama jamnya.
Itu sama lambung terlalu dekat apa belum berarti itu lambung sama hidung. Pendek jalurnya pendek
sama hidung.
Jangan-jangan bigulnya kena flu babi, cok.
Hah?
Bisa jadi.
Kita butuh Mimin nih. Mimin mana ya? Bangunin dulu lah. Ada Anang nih. Seru nih.
Ada Anang, cok.
Mimin berantem.
Iya takut sama Anang.
Battle rap.
Udah disiapin ring sama Mas Ija.
Pablo sepele. Mimin.
Pak kata gua tes ke.
Nih WO
baca bismillah makannya itu. Iya lupa baca bismillah.
Gua udah enggak pernah main PUBG. Apa?
Ben ini kita jadi main kagak?
Iya lu jadi lab enggak?
Sabar. Gue lagi ngepasin facecam.
Nang lu harus lihat SGSK atau Benny udah apaan?
Ya?
Yang mana?
Ini ada Pablo seru Ben mainnya.
Main apa sih? WoW apa sih?
Seru bisa. Lagi main Alice in Winter.
Yang campaign.
Influencer Championship dulu, cowok.
Nggak main, malas.
Ayo comeback main bilang.
Bisa.
Bisa main bikin tim.
Pakai iPad boleh gak?
Boleh lah.
Boleh.
Orang influencer bukan pro player.
Iya.
Kalau emu boleh ke gue Rian gue pakai emu.
Ngomongnya santai dong. Kontol ya gitu lo pakai nanya anjing.
Ya, belum Rian pakai emu boleh.
Boleh lah. Tapi saya sama gua ya.
Curang anjing.
Curang lo anjing. Ya jangan emu lah, kalau emu berat tuh beda, Cok. Tapi boleh aja sih. Influencer.
Boleh aja, influencer.
Mana boleh anjing, PUBG Mobile emu.
Katanya influencer PUBG Mobile. Oke, emu.
Goblok siap.
Namanya mobile anjing.
Tahu.
Ya salahin lah mobilenya boleh ke PC, Cok. Masa lu salahin kitanya, kita kan pakai yang ada.
Kalau ada Pablo tuh enak banget ya.
Enak banget. Pablo katanya sakit kayak lu sakit apaan, Blo?
Gue seneng dah kalau ada dia tuh, jadi gue kayak unek-unek gue itu keluar
lepas ya?
Gitu, lepas.
Keracunan babi tadi gue bilang.
Muntah-muntah lu?
Iya muntah
ya,
berak.
Makanya jangan makan sesama, bego.
Lu gak baca bismillah makannya.
Gua seru loh pas makan, Sky. Astagfirullah. Aduh. Ayo main. Ada game baru, Cok.
Apa tuh?
PUBG Mobile lah seru, Cok. Ngapain main game baru?
PUBG Mobile, Cok, terbaik.
Kita kan mau ikut PMCC ya? PMNC ya?
SL lah.
PMSL mereka.
PMSL tuh.
Jadi Ben nih, gue ada pertanyaan Ben. PMSL
nanya
sama
mulu lu media share lah minimal.
Tahu kan bisa jawab nggak nih, lu jangan banyak komen doang. PMSL sama PMRC tinggian mana?
PMSL lah.
Sama PMRC.
RC itu apa kepanjangannya?
Regional Class.
Regional Class yang lawan PEL kemarin, Bel.
BTR menang lawan
Regional Class.
PEL. Ya, saya lawan PEL.
Oh, PMRC lah anjing kalau ada Cinanya.
Tuh kan. Sky Babi emang, Cok.
Enggak, PMRC udah tetap anjing.
Dari mana
PMRC
anjing?
karena BTR menang, Cok. Itu yang bener.
Ya kagak kan, tergantung isi dari sebuah
turnamen ya.
Iya dong.
Tergantung dari.
Tapi gini.
Nih bego.
Enggak nih objektifnya Ben. Kan kalau PMRC nggak dapat slot apa-apa tuh. Kalau PMSL bisa nyambung kemana-mana bahasanya gitu.
Jadi tinggian mana Ben?
Ya.
Anggap aja Liga Champion sama Liga biasa kan.
PMRC Piala Dunianya
tergantung isinya sih.
Piala Dunianya PMGC dong.
Piala Dunia
iya, PMGC Nang.
PMRC itu Liga Champions.
Dongo banget Anang.
PMSL-nya kan Liga Indonya kan. Liga Inggrisnya gitu ya gak sih, Blo?
Enggak, Liga Champion, Liga PMSL, Bang.
Oh ya, itu saya ya Liga Champion ya?
Iya,
Ya. Kalau PMRC ini dia jatuhnya exhibition match, Bang.
PMRC lah tetap, Cok.
Iya kan?
Iya dia.
PMRC, Cok. Ada tim Cina.
Bukan karena BTR kan?
Bukan lah.
Enggak lah, masa jawab PMRC gara-gara BTR, enggak lah.
Oh, BTR udah lolos PMRC.
Juara.
Emang ada lanjutannya itu PMRC?
Lanjutannya?
Enggak ada. Udah. Event sekali setahun doang.
Sekali kelar.
PMRC itu jatuhnya FA. Nah, gampangnya gitu.
FA.
Kayak FA Cup.
Adalah Hapsi lu.
Tapi FA bisa langsung bisa ke Europe ya, Bang ya, kalau juara.
Nggak bisa, FA Cup tuh tim Liga 1, 2, 3 Inggris doang.
Nggak ngerti Anang nih.
Di bawah naungan Liga Inggris.
Iya, di bawah satu region, Cok. Nggak bisa.
Makanya gue bilang, itu berarti lu sehat.
Ya, apa Blo?
Gua dengar lu mau nonton itu.
Asian Games.
Apa?
Tas bani perutnya lagi.
Apa?
Mau lihat itu.
Mau lihat itu
hostnya PMSL. Kangen katanya.
Si anjing.
Hostnya PMSL siapa?
Itu yang interview terus, bukan yang cucu, bukan yang cucu.
Satu lagi. Violen gitu di TikTok gara-gara si anjing pakai baju udel lo goblok.
Baju udel.
Iya. Baju udel doang.
Di grup
udel doang kelihatan tetenya udel tutup. Tetenya kelihatan. Anjing kebenet aing di TikTok bangsat.
Enggak goluan. Gua di grup bacanya ngakak, Cok. Apa tuh ngoceh? Bangsat di cewek ngapain anjing? Pakai G-string katanya. Gua jadi kena benet.
Udahlah cuma ngelihat udel kena imbas gitu ya. Nanggung
kena
kan.
benet anjing. Kagok, Bu.
Kagok anjing.
Aduh, gua ngakak banget anjing di grup baca ketawa-tawa bangsat.
Aneh banget. Kemarin di Malah itu saya acuhkan di Hai Fatiba.
Wih, Hai Fatiba. Anjing.
Malah ada main mana?
Enggak lah, ada main emang sana main aing maksudnya.
Main ke web store kan.
Main Apa? Kemarin ke Malah.
Lihat teh. Pantes dia ngajak teh.
Turki lah, gas. Mahal, mending umroh anjing tiket umroh eta.
Tapi Turki.
Nah, paket yang sama Turki juga umrohnya kan bisa.
Iya, sekalian lewat.
Nambah anjing. Ya kan sekalian bisa, Cak.
Tapi Turki enggak semahal itu loh. Apati?
Mahal, apa Blo? Aing udah cek tiket mahal lah.
PP 10 juta ya?
Mana anjing perpergian 12 juta aing cek anjing.
Enggak, 10 PP.
Dari mana eta?
4,6, 4,8 perginya, pulangnya sama kok.
Jalur darat itu, A.
Enggak anjing, ini serius.
Naik kapal laut, kapal.
Serius nih dicek ya. Dicek nih.
Tanggalnya kemarin gua mau coba pergi kok.
Cek. Gas Blo, pergi Blo.
Tak terlintas.
Baru pulang balik lagi dan lagi di sono keracunan kambing, Blo.
Udah mahalan sekarang
Udah naik
dong. Emang mahal, aing udah cek dari sebulan lalu.
Ini naik Qatar 4,7 pergi.
Qatar Airways.
Iya.
One way tiket tapi pulangnya beli lagi kan?
Iya, pulang lagi 4 juta lagi sama, Bang. Tuh 9,5 PP. Ini.
Mana Turki? Lah, Pat. Gas
transit tapi kan
itu konten.
Oh, pasti transit dong kalau naik Qatar. Lu kalau direct ya mahal lah, Bang.
Percaya anjing.
Naik Qatar,
Sabar.
Tuh Emirates 5 juta. 10 juta PP.
Cepat kembali.
Gue pikir juga bakal mahal kayak belasan 20 juta gitu.
Kemarin aing cek malah mahal pisan. Tanggal berapa sih?
Ya kan kalau lu PMGC finalnya 8 sampai 10 kan tanggal 6 jalan 12 balik lah gitu gak sih?
Aduh, ini kenapa? Ini jangan ditampilin YouTube-nya gini, ada YouTube guanya. Ih, di full screen apa kalau nge-record?
request ya kayak.
Ngeteknya jadi itu ya.
Ketahuan nanti.
Ketahuan, Cok, dari Sky, Cok.
Dah.
Lah biar rame, Cok.
Udah 5 aja ngetek di TikTok nih. Mana yang naik dan nih.
Oh, 4 juta anjing.
Iya kan, A?
Gas A, perginya aja.
Oh, sebulan.
12 2 juta sih ya Kelo, 2.900.000 anjing.
Jangan yang itu lu ngantrinya 1 hari, cowok. Berangkatnya besok.
Tanggal 6 2 juta anjing.
Tanggal 6 berangkat dari Jakarta. Tanggal 8 baru nyampe di Turki.
Sama, bayar hotel juga. Mending nambah.
Bang Rangga kerja di Semarang ya, Mas? Lagi ke Semarang, Bang, nanti besok.
Enggak.
Jadi kan lagi di Discord.
Tapi gue enggak ikut.
Oh,
Bang Rangga lagi kerja di
enggak.
Gimana caranya?
Ada event di Semarang, Bang Rangganya nggak pergi.
Iya, Pablo nih budak.
Semarang udah. Besok Makassar. Cuma gue nggak ikut.
Kasih tahu Nang, blok gitu.
Dongo.
Bubar, Cok.
Blok.
Dongo. Ih, nggak jelas Pablo anjing.
Lah mampir.
Kampus.
Lah main. Main apa, Sok?
PUBG.
Mancing.
Gak download gua, Ben.
Main alat kencing.
Mana Denny?
Ini kan lagi ngobrol dulu. Ayo pemanasannya dulu. Main 4 jari lagi. Ah, lobet baterai Dani. Enggak. Jadi gua cas tadi pas lagi nobar. Keca ini siapa ya, Cok?
Bagian iya nonton itu.
Coba invite coba.
Main lo, Nang.
Enggak, mereka ini dulu, gawain si Benny dulu.
Min 1.
Larian.
Min 1 musuh anjir.
Anjir.
Min 1 musuh.
Min 4 Sky, Min 4 Sky.
Rian power nap dulu beliau sudah.
Itu Rian istirahat Min 1 ajak Anang.
Iya, sombong dia, Bro.
Isinya ditegur sama PUBG Mobile. Anang teriak kontol gitu terus tar aja.
Mana ada.
Isinya teguran.
Enggak. Dia kalau nggak ada mimin aman dia.
Enggak ada. Dia udah hopeng deh.
Mimin hobinya mancing. Tapi dia lupa bercermin. Gimana?
Kurang multivitamin. Deg-degan enggak kok, tenang kok. Besok Godspeed kok. Semangat kok.
Umurnya kayak Ma'ruf Amin.
Woi, goblok banget anjing.
Tua. Kenapa emang umur, Cok? Coba.
Kenapa ngelibatin orang yang enggak ada di Discord, Ging? Kenapa ngelibatin orang yang ada di Discord, Ging? Babi dongo anjing.
Kan ada Cak Imin. Kamu kok ngomong Ma'ruf Amin?
Cak Imin siapa, weh? Gue nggak tahu, weh.
Mimin maksudnya.
Ini kok kata Pablo, Boycil dikunci di WC dulu aja kok Ya kan Blo?
Apa?
Ya kan?
Apaan?
Iya kan?
Iya, Cok.
Ya tuh kata Pablo iya.
Cabut satu persatu, Cok.
Udah kabur duluan. Rian langsung pindah, Jing.
Berak gua jadinya dah.
Enggak, emang AFK Rian.
Ya AFK. Bisa lah kok. Ngotot dikit lagi aja kok. Sebelum istirahat.
Koet.
Halo.
Halo.
Mau main enggak?
Iya, ini nih. Gue suka nih.
Lord,
ayo.
Cok. Lo udah bersabda, Lord. Namun kini kau menghilang.
Enggak ada. Kamu mau main enggak?
Iya sih. Ayo
mainin.
Main udah ada. Apati anjing. Babi. Si apati anjing. Tolil lu, Cok.
Gua kira cewek
Lanang.
Ya ampun, Sky.
Lanang, Mas.
Radar gua langsung gini, Sky. Main.
Aku lanang, Mas.
Ya ampun, Sky.
Si ini lagi udah download, Bang.
Fitri siapa lagi?
Mana dia?
Dia bingung, aku bingung katanya jari aku cuma main 2 jari terus tombolnya pindah-pindah dia bilang.
Tombolnya pindah-pindah.
Tombol tembaknya tuh belum yang ini loh, Nang, yang diem itu apa sih namanya, Nang?
Iya, maksudnya kalau kayak mau itu kan dia digeser ngikut gitu kan?
Iya, gitu.
Oh, itu kayak pemain sejari apa setangan itu salah namanya?
Iya.
Dewa.
Ya lu kasih tahu sekali.
Udah gua kasih tahu.
Bisa, lo
Berarti
bisa.
kita ketemu deh, aku settingin tombol-tombolnya aku.
Lah, si
Nah,
Sherlock
itu.
jadinya, anjing.
Sherlock. Anjing.
Benar.
Paling gak ribet, Cok.
Lu dicemes ntar. Kalah hati.
Aduh. Mulus lagi.
Ya.
Lu kali ya?
Gara-gara Pablo, Cok.
Oh, Paski.
Lu udah mulai sebelah, Bro.
Take my time ya.
Apa?
Udah mulai sebelah.
Guys, BRB bentar guys.
Ya.
Cinta ini.
Lu sampai jam berapa, Ben? Itu yang ngerjain Elis.
Nggak tahu, pokoknya gue mau main aja udah sekalian.
Ya udah. Kosong nggak? Kosong gue login ah.
Ayo, biar masih istirahat.
Request lagu ini yang non copyright, Cok.
Gue butuh orang yang gue betin buat lu, anjing.
Aduh, untung Rian lagi nggak ada, Cok. Anjing Benny.
Lah Pablo harusnya lah.
Nggak ngerti, Cok.
Biasa
Pablo, Cok.
triknya dia, triknya Anang kalau lagi mati. Gue betin buat lu.
Yang penting info masuk kan.
Ya, yang penting kan informasi jalan, Benny.
Lu udah pernah belum? Ben, gua cover band. Udah pernah belum?
Kok cover gua mah bener terus anjing.
Iya, anjing.
Cover lu.
Covernya bunyi tembakan doang, Cok. Penembakannya nggak kena, bangsat.
Cover lagu dia, cover lagu.
Gua cover.
Gua buatin biar lu dapat kill, anjing.
Kata gua.
Bangsat. Yang penting lu dapat kill.
Perginya kemana, Ben? Ke event.
Nanti dong.
Oh, lu belum mulai ya? Ya udah. Nggak WoW, kita ini, Cok.
WoW.
Ya WoW maksudnya.
Eventnya WoW kan?
Eventnya ada mesti main WoW soalnya.
Biar dapat itunya ya, tiketnya ya, apa-apanya?
Dapat tiketnya itu loh.
Sabar. Kamera orang lagi mati. Salah, Cok, mana ya? Oh, ini. Gelap, sabar kalau gelap. Belum mulai, Bro? Sebelah, Bro.
Lu balik kapan, Bro? Baru banget ini.
Baru banget dari kemarin nggak bisa nge-live, anjing. Terbaik Java Mivi tuh.
Lah, lu nggak bawa itu?
Iya, portable itu, Ben.
Udah bawa, Ben.
Terus dongo gitu anjing.
Sinyalnya katanya up to 20 Mbps, nggak salah sih. Cuma mentoknya di 2 Mbps, anjing.
Ente sih.
10 dia.
Iya, bangsa.
Kan up to kan dia bahasanya up to kan.
Iya, up to kan. Tergantung sinyal masing-masing katanya. Terus gue coba kalau Telkomsel bagus sama Excel bagus biasanya bagus. Gue coba Telkomsel kan sama Excel kan.
Bagus.
40 20 bagus, Cok.
Grand final kapan? 8 sampai 10 Desember, guys. Masih bulan depan, guys. King nanti main ya. Gue nemenin mereka dulu, King.
Sakit. Udah deh nggak nge-live gue makanya.
Lemah.
Ini lagi ada kerjaan.
Sebenarnya mental gue kenanya gara-gara anak bini dulu sih. Pertama anak, itu bini.
Kenapa Mas nggak bisa lo stop 16?
Main anak coba.
Hilang arah.
Jing.
Ikut WW sabar. Gue nunggu Benny dulu.
Rasain lagi gitu. Tengah 5 pagi, muntah kayak air mancur.
Nih event yang ada Elisnya gitu nah.
Iya, bener-bener dikasih air putih, keluar air putih langsung.
Lah udah kayak gue. Pagi-pagi, subuh-subuh
keluar kan. Kadang-kadang banyakan mah ketiduran kan.
Di game juga ada.
Makan bubur lu, kasih bubur coba dah.
Grand final tanggal 8 sampai 10 Desember.
Kasian anjing.
Keluar juga udah kasih bubur.
Udah iya, keluar terus apapun makan keluar. Gara-garanya
tuh nge-vote siapa nih, guys?
Engkau ipar gua, Cok.
Boleh gak sih balita kayak gitu dikasih teh hangat?
Gak boleh.
Gak boleh ya?
Belum setahun belum.
Ngevote siapa kita guys?
Lo tau gak? Engkau ipar gue tuh
lah,
bilang
siapa namanya di
anak
sini?
bule itu gak apa-apa dicemplung-cemplung di kolam renang ya kan?
BTR X Superboy RV.
Gue cemplungin anak gue makan banyak air kolam renang keracunan anjing.
Yo, kaporit semua gue.
Kaporit semua.
Superboy.
Tapi kan ada les yang gitu kan bang ya? Apa ya bang? Les apa?
Les iya itu.
Les renang.
Kok nggak temenan ya?
Dapion sama
Apa
Abizar
namanya?
juga. Aqua Babies.
Aqua Babies, tapi kayaknya nggak pakai kaporit deh bang kolamnya bang.
Iya nggak pakai sih harusnya.
Iya pakai air biasa kan. Nah ini gue salah cowok di kolam renang. Bule-bule nggak apa-apa katanya pada sehat. Iya juga ya.
Iya bule airnya bagus.
Sama si gue udah temenan.
Coba ada gue muntah-muntah.
Anjing, inilah definisi buat anak kok coba-coba ini.
Goblok bapaknya.
Oh.
Ya udah, gue cabut dulu ya. Gue mau nonton Fractal.
Yo.
Ya.
Wewe.
Salamin buat Okta.
Iya.
GGMU bro.
GG, anak gue udah gue kasih tidur pakai MU terus bang, tenang aja bang. Udah gue brainwash, walaupun gue jauh udah enak sama MU.
B-nya gede, boynya B-nya gede. Emang ya?
Good.
Oke, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Ayo bro.
Mana ya?
Enak kalau ada dia bisa ini cuy.
Puas ya hati ya?
Iya bang kayak lepas gitu.
Salah hatiku tak percaya.
Ente lagi penat, hubungi Pablo.
Langsung angkat telepon bilang
Duh, gue nggak ngerti ya ngomongnya baik-baik ya. Gue lagi nemenin Benny.
Di rumah sakit ya.
Sabar we.
Yang gue video call dia.
Gue udah ngomong dari tadi, cowok. Gue nemenin Benny kerja. Mainnya WoW, cuman nggak tahu bikin rumah atau enggak.
Puas ya?
Sabar. Kok enggak udah main gua nih? Gua nunggu Benny nih.
Iya anjing mau gimana? Udah sabar. Gitu. Udah gimana ngetot.
Dia ada kerjaan nih. Yang event Alice tuh loh di mana ya?
Ayo udah buat ini aja.
Karena gua dikasih tahu.
Lampiasin aja ke Pablo udah.
Jing lu bro.
Saya nggak ngobrol sama dia kan kagak baper dia kan.
Enak kan jadinya.
Jadi ya udah santai-santai aja udah.
Goblok emang.
Mana tadi popularity battle?
Udah gue lanjut tidur lagi kalau gitu.
Lah bang.
Anjing support
Ben.
Support your favorite player. Oh.
Ayo. Ini udah nih gue.
Gue udah siap nih, ayo.
Hati Nang.
Judul harus ya?
Alice in Wonderland aja. Winterland.
Oh Winterland ya?
Oh, gak mau.
Ada thumbnail khusus gak sih? Enggak kan?
Nggak ada thumbnail. Cuman overlay doang.
Overlay itu kan?
Emang ini?
Gue live ya?
Iya.
Cok. Ya gue setting live dulu deh. Gue pengen live TikTok ah.
Sasuke.
Serius?
Iya.
Nyantai ya.
Santai ya.
TikTok
Nggak
ya.
apa-apa guys ya.
Biar coba Aski, ayo.
Udah pernah seminggu.
Ya.
Yang seminggu di band.
Salah ya? Udah live tuh Ben?
Udah.
Oke. Ambilnya di mana kasih tahu ya?
Kalau TikTok tuh TikTok live studio suaranya masuk kan ya?
Apa?
Tak terlintas dalam benakku.
Tetap bisa dengar suara gamenya kan di TikTok. Masuk kan?
Tapi turun ke bawah.
Masuk.
Ini melawan restu.
Winterland Avenger-nya. Woi, yang ada Alice, Cok.
Malam guys.
iPhone 15 Pro Max, Cok.
Beli Nang iPhone 15 Nang.
Apaan nih?
Hah, apa Sky? Tadi?
Beliin gua iPhone 15 Pro Max.
Menangin event ini aja gak sih Sky? Anjay.
Emang ada event apaan? Menangin apaan, Cok?
Winterland Adventure. Play the
guys,
minigame.
kalian tahu gak sih ada event terbaru di PUBG Mobile lah?
Apa tuh, Ben?
Beli iPhone 15 Pro Max nih, Ben.
Lu lagi nabung buat beli iPhone 15 Pro Max, Kai?
Iya.
Wah, lu gak tahu ada event baru
Event apa?
Ini lu ke event, terus lu buka yang api, habis itu lu ke Winterland Adventure, habis itu lu go.
Oke, pencet go nih. Habis pencet go gimana, Ben?
Udah pencet go, habis itu lu ikutin deh nih eventnya.
Kolek ini ya?
Nah, lu kolek-kolekin nih, nanti kan dapet nih. Kolek dapet, nanti lu menuju ke kastil nih.
Oh, gitu guys.
4. Momo, thank you Momo. Dapat poin karena ini harus diikutin tiap hari ya. Jadi ntar kalian berkesempatan untuk dapetin iPhone 15 Pro Max.
Dapat Elis bisa nggak?
Wah,
Script anjir enggak lah. Dapat Elis. Wah, kalau itu melalui fase yang agak rumit ya kayaknya. Tapi di sini judinya judi lagi.
Gacanya.
Gacha menuju kastilnya gede-gede loh. Ya elah baru ngomong gede 2 tuh gue gacanya.
Gue 2 nih.
Lu sampai dapat castle, Ben.
Sampai menuju ke kastil jadinya.
Kok lu ulang lagi, Ben itu?
Nggak baca skip. Gue kemarin gue belum gogoin sih. Nah, abis itu ntar kalian bisa dapetin skin motor.
Cok, iPhone 15 incaran kita guys.
Nanti diundi nih. Ih, gue sih mau banget iPhone 15 ya. iPhone 15 cu. Nah kalian tuh cuma perlu main WoW mode selama 15 menit. Terus nge-share, gue share dulu ya.
Oh share, harus share.
Grup keluarga dah.
Nah grup keluarga.
Oh nggak usah dah, grup POWERSUPPLY aja kali ya. Grup
juga
lagi ada
itu, Ben.
Grup POWERSUPPLY lagi ada aneh-aneh nggak?
Pencet share udah kesel.
Enggak, harusnya kemarin terakhir lu
kan?
nge-share itu.
Lagi nggak ada aneh-aneh kan grup POWERSUPPLY?
Enggak.
Jangan, Cok. Nomor handphonenya bocor, Cok, nanti Ben, udah cancel aja nanti ke-share.
Kagak aman. Ben. Udah gua share masalahnya, Cok.
Enggak ada aneh-aneh, Cok. Aman, Cok.
Bikin panik apa nih?
Grup aman, Cok.
Jadi panik nih gue nih.
Mimin suka aneh-aneh.
Aman. Nah, habis share tuh kan dapat kolek, kalian kumpulin ini terus ngego lagi sampai masuk ke kastil. Jauh juga nih kastil ya. Kalau gue sih wangi ya, nggak tahu deh kalian ya. Gue invite dulu ya. Dulu tarik sis.
Sabar.
Tapi timnya is full yang kemarin gimana ya keluarnya sih ya bikin baru. Bisa nggak ya? Keluar bikin baru itu grup yang invite dari Alice in Wonderland ya.
Udah kita berempat satu tim itu udah.
Nah terus ini kan mau bikin baru nih, bisa nggak?
Nggak bisa buat apaan?
Lah ini mau buat main nggak usah ya, kita yang penting ikutin questnya aja ya.
Quest sih, kalau itu cuma ngikutin quest Ben.
Oh iya. Survive for 15 menit in classic mode, play WoW mode for 15 menit. Nah kemarin tuh kemarin kan sampai subuh udah main WoW, berarti udah ke kolek.
Bayu dongo. Sumpah.
Salah.
Dongo anjing.
Tadi pagi kita main di Livi ya Sky 15 menit ya.
Lu bisa nggak minta WoW nggak kayak orang lagi sange anjing.
Sombongan nih dibalik ini. Terus sekarang harus main WoW mode, Cok. WoW aja kali ya langsung ya?
Sabar dulu, Mek.
Main klasik ada 15 menit WoW.
Oh, klasik dulu deh yuk.
Oh, klasik bebas.
Kalian ngapalin 4 jari dulu kan?
Boleh.
Payap.
Tapi mengapa hatimu berubah?
Sehat Payap.
Yang berluka tak ingin lagi kau seberapa.
Mantul, sebat dulu ya kan Payap.
Ayat.
Ayat.
Oh ayat, ganti ayat.
Ayat cinta.
Ini juga korek, jangan dong, stop.
WoW bareng ya. Kalian jangan lupa
tuh,
dulu
WoW bareng, sabar dulu.
Go live ya.
Saya lagi kerja anjing.
Save and go live pakai OBS ASCII.
Live studio access will soon be available. Stay tuned for updates.
Warung kopi Payap di mana warung kopi Payap?
Akses not apa nih?
Aksesnya hilang kali.
Access will soon be
sabar
dulu.
dulu.
Hilang, udah lama nggak dipakai.
Gue lagi nge-grip.
Sabar dulu, orang lagi kerja anjing, sabar dulu.
Baru pencet
Salah
Berkaca dari
Kopi kalian ya.
Kalau TikTok mana?
gitu.
Ya Allah, salah TikTok anjing.
TikTok mana eta?
Ini beda-beda TikTok ini, sorry.
Alah sih ya.
Mana lo Sky?
Tunggu bentar Ben, lagi setting ini dulu.
Enggak lipa ya di tak-tak.
Masa nggak boleh bilang WoW? Boleh, sabar dulu. Cok. Mas, by the way gue putus beneran ya.
Gua tuh nge-gripnya 5 jari tadinya. Terus sekarang
ya
kamera
lupa lagi nama.
Baru mulai, yes.
Nah,
Tunggu Sky nih.
QR code we ASCII.
Berani.
Terus
Kayak login Sky.
pakai sensinya kali 4 sama kali 3-nya Rosemary. Enak banget buat ting-ting.
Lu nggak minta sensi gue Ben?
Enggak.
Lu kemarin nanya-nanya ngechat bagi sensi Mas Anang.
Enggak.
Anangnya bukan Anang lu Mas, Anang hijau itu penyanyi.
Gaming ya, masukin gaming, pakai mobile. Save, go like.
Ajak Fendi. Ntar bocil ajak ntar yang ada
WoW nanti WoW. Makanya download dulu, Cok.
Jangan lupa pada download WoW guys. Itu seru banget anjing WoW. Kalian sih nyesel sih.
Aku kangen.
Gue nggak lagi promo WoW tapi WoW itu ningkatin skill kalian banget, refleks kalian, bantingan.
Ini kita klasik apa WoW dulu Ben?
Kita klasik.
Oh gas.
Main kayak biasa aja cok.
Bebas. Kalau survival barusan 2 enggak besok.
Klasik sama WoW.
Kenapa tiba-tiba ada nyamuk dan
berarti lu manis Mas anjing.
Kenapa, Cok?
Full mumi, gue gak ada skin mumi guys.
Gimana jualanmu? Laku sudah?
Kakak siapa nih?
Aku minta IG-nya dulu tapi boleh gak?
I won my last match.
Apa IG kamu? Apa IG kamu?
Apa?
Bon Hades Kak. IG-nya Bon Hades Kak.
Apa IG-nya?
Gue lagi belajar ini PPIM sih guys, nggak tahu kepake apa enggak ya.
Gimana sih tulisannya?
Halo.
Cuma nickname kamu bukan IG kamu.
Super Mayor tuh siapa bang?
Ini tuh.
Siapa Super Mayor teh?
Aku mati guys. Oh iya.
Sorry bang. Enggak lah, pada cumbek semua guys.
Default, halo.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Ya sampai sinilah baru ya.
Lupa pada TikTok bye-bye dah sama Mikol ya sumpah.
Iya.
Hah?
Hati-hati yang TikTok, Cok.
Gua sih ET ya, mana-mana aja.
Si Sky tuh.
Halo. Aku aing enggak bisa.
Sky anak aing.
Follow Sky.
Gue mic aing mati ya. Halo.
Mic apa? Mic live.
Mic di TikToknya halo.
Udah lu tambahin itunya. Mikrofon lu di TikToknya. Studio.
Bentar.
Mendingan di fix sekarang daripada Sanok deh. Soalnya ada event.
Jam berapa? Sampai pagi. Entahlah, sampai jam 2 paling. Pergi saya.
Halo.
Lantai berapa cok? Paling atas aja ya?
Paling atas yuk. Ya nyangkut cok.
Cici.
Bajunya juga.
Mas Anang masih hidup tuh.
Kalau nggak ada senjata tuh udah tamat karir lu.
Karir tamat udah. Udah malam agak lagi ya gitu.
Pemanasan, tamat karir.
Cici, kamu kok bunuh aku?
Jangan pernah turun tangan ada atas ada
Rainbow. Iya, ini mending rumah ya.
Aduh, nggak ada senjata, Cok.
Itu cuman masalah siapa yang dapat senjata duluan, Cok.
Betul. Non.
Aku 4 jari ya lupa.
Woi, turun woi.
Turun woi.
Mau di tengah, mau di kiri sini. Kiri dulu.
Kiri dulu. Udahlah kita tusun pertama inilah. Tangkap aja nih yang mau datang nih.
Belum ada yang mati kok, baru kita doang nih.
Wah, kita benar-benar ini first blood anjing.
Semangat, Cok.
Di atap anjing.
Oh iya anjing.
Bro. Ada yang baru turun ke kalian tuh. Ada yang baru turun ke kalian.
Di atas aing, Cok.
Iya lagi.
1 apa 2 tuh? Di bawah dia.
Watch out.
Gua maju, Mas.
Gua ke atapnya nih.
Aduh, nih geraknya sumpah.
Digenteng, Cok, digenteng. Nice, Nang.
Ada lagi.
Udah hit.
Ini tombol gelatnya ribet banget hidup gue.
Iya, udah naik.
Udah ke rumah ini ya? Yang gue lihat tadi.
Aduh, untung selamat, Cok. Gue dibokongin. Hampir tusun. Boleh bantingan gue.
Sampai tadi ya gua knock-in ya, Ben.
Tadi ada yang gue langsung
Sekarang di repair. Ada step belakang. Ada yang turun lagi, coy, di sana, cuy. Perang dia. Push, Ben.
Ini aing maju nih.
Ada darah nggak? Gue nggak ada darah.
Bandit. Ada yang baru turun juga nih.
Aing nggak ada darah.
Di situ ya.
Gue isi darah dulu dah, nyalap dulu ya.
Ya, aing push.
Gue nyalap dulu, Cu. Duluan.
Depan aing ya.
Terus Ki.
Ya Allah.
Di atas.
Watch out.
Astaga.
Nah, ada yang baru turun lagi.
Depan gua Mas Kai, Cok.
Alah, loncat terus.
Sial, loncat terus. Terpagiin, Cok.
2 orang, Ben.
2 orang, Ben.
Satu lagi kanan lu, Ben.
Nice.
Nah, bawah.
Di sana ada nggak?
Gak ada, udah pada kesini. Di tempatnya Anang harusnya deh.
Iya, depan kotak gua tadi 1.
Loncat terus anjing.
Sici, coba kita lihat G-nya Sici ya, guys.
Oh, tuh dia ngepick lu, Ben.
Dari belakang. Berarti ulang belum 15 menit.
Ya ampun. Ente, Cok ya. Astaga.
Cek.
Tombol tembak sebelah mana,
TikTok
kiri?
ininya kagak nyala.
Apaan Aski yang gak nyala?
Input aingnya di live-nya ada suaranya, cuman di settingan OBS-nya nggak jalan-jalan gitu kalau aing ngomong.
Nah,
OBS apa live studio?
rubah dulu.
Ini device-nya bentar. Hyperclock.
Panik deh mah dibokong.
Oh, ininya error nih kayaknya dah. Cek.
Enggak, di Discord kan kedengeran, nggak mungkin sama output kesananya. Coba di XLR bisa, nggak mungkin juga ada ke YouTube.
Udah, cuman di TikTok OBS-nya doang yang error.
Oh.
Takutnya belum laku nggak jadi gue jual. Mau bayarin?
Apa tuh?
Mau bayarin kah, Johan? Gas ini gas.
Lama nonton Skylight, bro. Nonton dong.
Skin kematian nggak ini? Glacier gue.
Oi, Widya.
Udah tidur itu Widya itu.
Beda Widya.
Beda.
Bedo. Bebek kalau gitu. Kalau di TikTok mah share live aja ya.
Apanya?
Tap link ya,
tap di tap dulu,
like.
Sampai setruk, udah gitu di share.
Yo guys, kita udah live di TikTok nih.
Sampai setruk.
Jempolnya sampai anjing.
Kram.
Sini kalian kena.
Di like guys, berarti guys di YouTube yang nonton YouTube.
YouTube like. TikTok mah
Album
tap.
Spotify lo nggak ada yang baru lagi bang. Belum lagi.
Makasih yang udah nge-give. Nggak ada
Semenjak
suara.
Grand 4 jam gue udah ini udah nggak ngikutin ini soalnya.
Abang
Notif TikTok mana nyalain nggak?
aktif nggak tahu aski aing mah di eta aski di live studio OBS.
Follow. Ah?
Di OBS.
Iya, di OBS.
Udah gue like 2 kali
OBS
deh.
TikToknya.
Itu kagak nge-like deh.
Aing mah di
Sama
OBS
aja, Dek.
nggak nyalain yang gitu-gitu anjir juga bisa.
Emang ya?
Enggak ya.
Alah jauh lagi ada ini kumaha
Nggak apa-apa rumah ada gas.
Oke gas.
Tadi
Teng.
Wah. Aduh, gua lupa lagi matiin suara ininya.
Normal dein pesawat PUBG Mobile.
Normal in mic all.
Give all comma subscription.
Bobo.
Info kode wow semalam dong. Yang mana? Ada banyak kita main semalam.
Beli wow bobo.
Sip.
Gue 4 jari nggak menutup kegetaran gua nih.
Bang Ben live di mana? Di YouTube.
Masih sama nih. Kok nggak ada orang lagi?
Ini bawah kita nih.
Bawah tuh. 2.
Oh iya.
Bawah satu squad.
Bawah.
Pos atas ya.
Orang di atas.
Mark the location.
Pus apa?
Alah nggak nyampe.
Pus lo anjing. Salah. Di belakang.
Udah dari kiri.
Kiriin mas ya.
Headshot.
Nice. Di pojok.
Ada lagi kayak
Enggak dia dong.
Gua ke headset ya.
Dia pulau drone ya kayaknya ya.
Ada
Apa muter ke tempat sana? Oh, ke sana tuh. Naik slide kan dia.
Thank you.
Ke headset tuh nggak ada face, nggak ada apa-apaan. Ada darah nggak, Cok?
Ada Benny.
Bagi sih.
Betul, gua drop.
Ingin lagi.
Nama aku Bang Aditama, dipanggilin guys. Dede, thank you Dede.
Dalam 3 nih. 624 full attach.
Kakaknya mana ini Dede doang? Gimana sih?
Di itu tuh. Nah, depan lu, deket lu.
Apa ada orang di sini?
Enggak, itu apa yang
M24
gimana nih? Gas lah nyobain, Cok.
Ada Ben.
Udah.
Kuy jalan kita.
Ayo.
Naon tadi
Udah mulai terbiasa. Kau dong, musuhnya aja kali. Coachin kita, apa kemana?
Ayo.
Gas.
Full apart gak ada gitu.
Ada kuda tuh di situ.
Kepenet mangga asem, mangga manis. KB. Asem mana? Orang.
Mas, iya. Iya kan?
Tahu gua. Kan. Iya.
Kali ini ada yang mau nggak?
Mau. Buat APP.
Mobil cuk.
Mana?
Ada orang ke situ Aski.
Di gua.
Mas.
Ini muter badan, sabar.
Yang ke sini lagi OTW.
Berapa orang sih?
1 orang doang. Gua pedein aja.
Lah itu mah.
Kita di belakang lu.
PDI aja.
Nice.
Ada orang di situ ya. Ben.
Ya udah cabut. Kenapa?
Beli
Mesti
pocin
panik.
temen nih.
Santai bro.
Putar aja.
Minta kalian saya.
Bang Ben di YouTube, Bang Ben ayo.
Ini Ben.
Temannya di mana, di atas ya?
Di
I
seberang.
got supplies.
Mana ya?
Wah, geripan
Kasih
pagi
mobil sih kita
beda
tadi
nih
sama dia.
posisinya nih.
Ini mobil nih, gua aman ini.
Hit sekali.
Di mana weh?
Yang mana yang hit?
Itu tuh tandanya,
Oh, iya.
itu tandanya.
Hah, di mana anjir?
Di rumah ini ya?
Puyeng banget, kagak
Marked a
jongkok.
location.
Capek lagi nge-smoke pasti lil Anang nih.
Enggak. Gua enggak.
Anang ya Allah nges.
Sky itu lihat ketawa ya Sky, Cok.
Mati satu.
Enggak ada grip ya.
Disolokan dia ada nih.
Satu diselokan, satu di rumah Padang yang bawahnya bolong-bolong 3 itu, boy.
Cok, Anang barbar banget, Cok. Mati nih.
Di lantai 2 boy.
Ya? Nang.
Udah di sini, Cok.
Watch out.
Nah, itu.
Cok tuh, Ben.
Kurang lagi.
Nice.
Nice.
Mati ya?
Enggak.
Oh, itu nge-end.
Yang
kenok.
itu gue end.
Dia lagi nge-heal sih, harusnya gue bisa ke Anang.
Sabar dulu aja.
Itu cabut.
Dia masih TPP-in kok.
Lo Nang, gue bantai Nang.
Tenang Sky. Oh, udah ke rumah kiri ke Sky.
Mama.
Di balkon ini.
Hit sekali.
Lurusin gua aja.
Di mana beli wow?
Di tanda gua
Di
terakhir tuh. Di balkon.
Gak bisa landscape ya? Bisa kok guys.
Di balkon ya.
Thank you. Watch out.
Gue mantekin sih.
Gue healing sih.
Ada. Ah itu tuh bener A situ A.
Ayo, gue ikut.
Beda ya, itu ya.
Beda. Alah DBS. Tuhan. Astagfirullahaladzim.
Biasa lagi jadinya gitu bagian.
Di atas gua ada Sky.
Iya itu yang tadi.
Yang gua kenokin beda rumah ya, yang di sini.
Watch out.
Ada bagi belakang.
Di rumah kiri dia.
Ada yang baru turun.
Anjing.
Masih kena dong.
Aduh.
Gue di posisi ini kok kena di rumah Padang.
Senjata penghancur karir.
Ya tuh penghancur karir. Cok, nggak berani ngeras langsung.
Aduh.
Bisa masih kena loh.
Aduh, DBS, aduh sakit.
Kah perbedaan iPad dan iPhone anjing.
Aduh.
Balik itu masih kena nih.
GG pala lu.
Masuk konten sama.
Konten si Fix.
Squad adu nih.
Oh iya squad adu nih.
Guys,
Aduh,
gue live baru ya.
Itu ASUS kah guys?
Masih.
Masih gue udah dibalik itu, gue masih kena.
Anjing.
Ayo guys, tap player guys. Thank
Lu
you.
kena apanya tadi, Ben?
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you so much.
Yang kanan ada kita.
Lagi seru lagi, kasih jam segini dah.
Lagi jago